go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat. is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me, light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, let's circle on from near and far, above the flower bed, as we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time?
everyone to the LEC Spring Finals 2025. As we're bringing back the chaos, I think it is apt for hopefully what we're going to see today. My name is Shax, and I'm joined here by my wonderful panel of Finn Goldborg and Odo Wamne. Come on, temperature check. We excited?
Oh, we're so excited. I'm so hyped for today.
After yesterday's game, MKOI pulling off that, honestly, underdog win against K-Corp. I am super hyped going into today.
Bro, last night was a movie, am I right? No, like, I think now all the doubts, maybe some people had doubts regarding if MKOI could be a team to contest, but after beating the champions from Winter, I think they've shut them up.
Also, Jack Spectra, he's on the caster desk now and not on the analyst desk because of his faulty prediction. No, it's not really the reason, but we're really happy that he's over there. We're really happy that we have the panel here as well. So let's look back a little bit more up close at yesterday, because we see them here in the studio, the co-streamers, right? And obviously in the Comita booth, it wasn't that nice. But on the other side, in the Spanish co-streamer booth, it was going off. I mean, the coaches, everything.
It was flashbacks to Madrid from all their reaction, from the momentum, and honestly, the momentum they've had ever since that event. And I think yesterday, the fact that they could prove not only once, but 2 times in a best of 5, they could take down KC and move on to MSI in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, you see all the emotions because they know how hard they have worked. They weren't one of our best teams coming into spring, but now they are at the top, and it's just because of all those hours, all those extra hours they put in.
It absolutely paid off, and we doubted them, and I know they talk about it a lot on their streams. It's like, oh, you guys give so much attention to KC and G2, right? Because you kind of do, because they were winning, but we always sold them as the underdogs, right?
Oh, no, me and Finn yesterday said MKOI win, all right? The only one who didn't say anything was Jack.
One of us said 3-2, one of us said 3-1, okay? Let's not put ourselves
right, but we're in the same, but we're parking in the same spot here. That's all I'm saying. Okay,
You're
fair
double
enough.
parked, for sure. Let's talk about some of the things we saw yesterday that might also be important today, because big task for MKOI. We saw them flounder when they had one night to prepare for G2 the last time, but they showed us a lot of cool things.
Yeah, I was extremely excited for the Kassadin because every time, let's be real, every time someone sees a Kassadin, everyone's saying, it's going to be really useless, right? And I was one of the big skeptics. I was very skeptic about the performance it would bring up. But man, did Jojo deliver. Even with the Casio in Game 5, first timing it, because he said it himself, it was just something to behold.
Bro, the Cassidy was crazy, but also the Jinx. I feel like whenever we're in Game 5 of Fearless and all the engaged are out, Jinx is such a powerhouse. I love Powder.
You love to call for that one.
My favorite champion from Arcane. I love Jinx. But yeah, I love the pick from Soup. I love the confidence.
Yeah, I think it's just a preparation from MKOI in general that I'm hoping that they kind of learned against the mistakes they had against G2 last time, that then today can fix all those things, have the same prep they had against KC, and show a better performance.
Knowing how hard they worked, I feel like they've already looked very closely at G2 even before that series. Alvaro saying, who by the way had another standout performance, that they figured it out a little bit more, how they like to play in these high-octane clutch moments. And I think that's something that we're left to see, Odo, because MKOI, for me, they are very clutch, right? If you go Game 5 against the KC in such an important moment, back-to-back, and you win it,
it says a lot, but at the same time, the question is the same as Alvaro. Did they figure out enough? Because it's a repeat of last week, where you have one series going up against G2. How do you manage energy? How do you manage expectations? How do you manage your prep going into such a high-stakes game?
It's true. Now, something we are also longing for, really just thirsting for, is trash talk.
Oh.
Luckily, we have the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here in the player tunnel with Mirvin and Las Carpas. Thank you so much for joining us. Ahead of the last best of 5 of spring season. Mirvin, first, thank you so much and congrats on making it to finals.
Thank you.
First thing I want to talk about is what Broken Blade said, because he was like, I'm more scared of Kana than Mirvin, but then you're the one making it to finals, so anything you want to tell him, maybe?
Yeah, I understand why he's scared. I think one of his weakest points is laning phase, and that's as strong as Kana. So I can see why he would be a bit shaking into Kana, but I will make sure he regrets that choice.
So your laning phase, huh? A weakness?
Yeah, I mean, I watched the games yesterday, and it sure looked like there was Mervin's weakness playing against Kana, so...
Lately, he became a bit boring, you know, a bit washed. What can I say?
Okay.
Now, no more Warwick, no more fun picks. What can I say? I'm alone now in this boat.
What?
So now I'm a hater officially.
Well, last time we played against them, the General of Noxus took a victory against them, so let's see what I have today in store in my pocket. You know, I have a lot of pocket picks, as you guys know. let's see if he's ready for that.
What do you think of his champion pool and his Nico maybe?
I think his champion pool is funny, just the way he plays as well. So let's see if today is going to be comedic. I really hope it's a 3-2, honestly. I love competition. I don't want a 3-0 for both teams. I just want to enjoy. I want a 3-2, that we have the most fun, and I want to leave the trophy, honestly. Nonetheless, of the friendly banter, it's going to be a competitive match. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time since I felt this excited, and that usually is a dangerous sign for the enemy, so I wish you guys best of luck.
Dangerous sign indeed. Well, last time we felt that excited was before the Winter Finals, so take that as you may.
Damn, low blow. But hey, the trash talk was pretty good, right?
It was good, yeah.
It was fire.
I liked it. They don't hold any punches, but I think when it comes to G2, it's been interesting because it happens a lot with them that a lot of people write them off. I mean, us included a little bit. Coming into playoffs, will they even make it? Some dare to say.
They need that to fuel them,
You
right?
think?
They needed the Kyoto interview. They needed me a little bit. They were on a 3-game losing streak before I said that.
That's just the hate watch meta. Everyone's just watching G2, looking at them, and they're like, aha,
Praying
you
for
tripped
their
this time.
downfall.
But then playoffs come. Ooh,
But
they
I-
have the beast to handle.
And I will say, I think there's some valid reasons to why people have been doubting G2 because we haven't really seen that much from this roster yet. I will say I'm very impressed at the way they've ramped up this season. I feel like coming into this final, they are actually looking like the strongest team in the league.
Well, let's see how G2 likes to answer those haters.
He might almost die here to Irrelevant, has to flash away, and already Skumon's down, and Caps will follow suit. BDS just give us life hard time and take it out, and kick it the auto down. Skumon burned, and the Dragon will go to Fnatic. G2 are caught all out of sorts, unsummoned down as well. Giant X keep fighting, disengaged though. The wall divides and slides.
Here's my take, all right?
All right.
G2, they won't qualify for playoffs this time around.
I don't think G2 will make it to Worlds this year.
Wait, can we get the check? How much is it?
It's Fnatic.
Oh.
All right, and welcome back. Odo, I know this time around you have brought to me a Telestrator clip. You wanted to talk about G2. We've just seen how crazy they've gotten ever since someone called them out of it. And then, you know, you brought something in. What you got for me today?
Well, it's a clip where it's a little bit unusual macro because right now you'd be saying, what would we be saying here, GB? Because it's the beginning, and now we have a typical cross map.
That's exactly what I would call it, right? Right now, it looks like I'm seeing MKOI going for Rift Herald. I'm seeing G2 go for the Dragon. I see BB with a push down towards the bot side. So it looks like a very stock standard cross map.
No.
No?
No.
No?
They're gonna start this Dragon, they're gonna walk over to the mid lane, get Prio, and stop this Herald. There is no way G2 is giving up this Herald for free just like that. It's just an easy retake.
Okay, so what I'm seeing then instead is that you've just gotten Drake, you stopped the Dragon, or the Rift Herald, you're going for resets instead, you're probably gonna clear some jungle games with Skumon, and then you reset the play.
No.
No?
No. What they're gonna do is that the Lavrov is gonna base here, walk over back to this Herald. Skumon is just gonna dance around the jungle to figure out a good opportunity because this top wave over here and this bot wave is being caught by MKOI. And what they're gonna do is that they're gonna start this Herald and use the fact that they're on the tempo train.
Okay, so actually MKOI thought they had time to catch wave because they thought G2 was going for the same thing. But little did they know that G2 is actually posturing for Rift Herald, going for a team fight. Perfect wall by Caps to split it up. And they get the kills. They find the Rift Herald. They find the team fight. And surely they go for the resets now.
Did you learn nothing, GB? No!
No?
What Caps is gonna do is she's just gonna loop around this mid wave. They're not gonna use this Herald by the time the next Drake is coming up. He's gonna get this Prio, walk over bot because Merwin right over here is about to catch a wave. And since they're still on the tempo train, there's no reason to get off of it.
Okay, so that's actually pretty sick. So they're gonna get the kill here. They're gonna drop the Rift Herald. They're gonna get tier 2. And then that's gonna be the play.
No!
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 They're gonna drive this Herald right back through the jungle. They're gonna go mid and crash it into the tower. Did you learn nothing, GB?
Okay, so I've learned. That means once this play stops, there's another play coming.
No, this time it's actually over.
Yeah, okay,
There's just nothing. They're gonna reset and they're gonna play stock standard League of Legends.
Okay, so but that was a pretty long play. That was a pretty long sequence. And
it was fun, though.
That's the kind of tempo that you have to keep up with.
That's what you need to get if you want to win the LEC, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. Now, Law is standing by with Broken Blade in our Marriott Bonway pre-game check-in once again.
The two-timer.
The two-timer.
DB, thank you for joining me ahead of your series today. You guys always make it, whatever happens, and I do feel like over time, people keep on praying for your downfall, either hoping that you're not going to make worlds like Giroto or the fans, whatever we see on social media. How do you react to that?
I mean, for us, it's like quite funny, you know, like we take it with a lot of humor. Obviously, we win a lot, so people get bored of us winning a lot, but we take it as a big motivation. Like when Giroto was saying that we're not going to make it to Worlds, I mean, obviously, we took it personal, right? Like we didn't win the finals, but we're always going to make sure we are there. And yeah, today is no different, and today we want to take it home with us this time around, so I'm excited for it.
What is it about? Is it shutting up the haters? Is it your resilience? Is it like the systems that you guys have at G2? What makes you guys so good and actually show up when it matters?
I think it's a story that we want to create in G2, you know, and I think every single player that does join, they have to be willing to take this path with us together and create this story together, and I think that's the beautiful part of being in G2. And sometimes we don't have great weeks or we don't have great splits, but we always come back stronger. And there was no split where I didn't give it my best. And I'm very happy with being in G2 and being with this group of people.
It's something that Caps mentioned when he renewed with the team, and we had this interview on stage actually about this, and he was telling me that G2 is the best environment to compete, to find success, and basically to be the best. Can you tell me more about this, and why do you think G2's environment may be the best?
First of all, I believe it is the best from my personal experience. Because everyone is just not only inside of the game, but also outside of the game, always challenging you to do better. And it's not just about what you are as a player, but also as a human being. We always challenge ourselves to be better every single day. I believe we are the hardest working team, and I'm very grateful we have not only great players, but also a great staff behind us who gives us the resources to be able to learn that kind of things. So that is why I think we have the edge of our other people and why we are so consistent.
It's funny because like you've been with G2 for so long, since 2021, end of 2021, I believe, season 2022. You've seen everything. You tasted success, you tasted failures. What is your motivation and what is today about?
Honestly, I'm very, very excited for today. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling of wanting to win a trophy again. And when I woke up today, I felt like a little bit of goosebumps. And usually when I feel this, I know it's going to be a good day. So I hope that I don't hope actually, I'll make sure this feeling is not in vain. And yeah, I really want to win with this group of people. It would mean a lot for me to win with a new roster. This would be the first time with this roster that we win. And I think this would be the starting line for us to like really make sure we get the show rolling, because there's going to be an international tournament, no matter if you lose or win today. But going there with a win in our backs would mean a lot. So, and it would be funny to send Jojopian home a bit earlier so he can enjoy vacation. So that would be funny, but that is just a side note. We focus on winning in the first place.
And I hope this day is going to be everything you want. BB, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you so much. As we find ourselves here in the fan zone with the fans, there's a reason we always talk to Broken Blade. He's great. He gives PR answers, but also a little bit of spice. We love it. Now, we haven't maybe made it that clear, but we've got some allegiances. Finn is a Movistar Koi boy, through and through. And Odo, he's taking the corner of G2 today.
The usual.
The usual.
I'm always with the favorites, you know, because it's if they win, I get to claim the laurels very easily.
That's true, but I want to parlay that into this jungle matchup because there's so much to say about these lads and their journey. As where Skumon is just beginning his, Elyoya has been through a lot.
Yeah,
Elyoya, I think, is one of the players that have impressed me the most this split, because I feel like this is his team. He is the one that went his own way, and he kind of built this team from scratch. And now he's taking them to the second final, and I think this is the one with Georgiepun in the mid lane, where they can finally cross that hurdle and become champions.
Yeah, but enough with this like narrative that he brought up his own team and he created it. Skewmont rocks up in a team like G2 established. You know, you have Caps and you have BB as your laners. Every time you're like, if you're a jungler coming in, you're like, oh, I'm just gonna play for them, I'm gonna make it about them. But no, this guy, he just plays for himself and molds the whole playstyle from G2 around himself. Like, look at these stats. Highest pretty much at every single thing, and even at the points where Elyoya might be better than him, he's still neck and neck with him.
No, you're telling me this guy is the best solo laners in the league and he still plays for himself? What an arrogant jerk. Elyoya, he is playing for his team. I think he makes it a strategic decision to make sure to invest more resources into his laners. He makes his laners shine at the cost of his own individual accolades and stats. He's still having a higher impact on the game.
Yeah, but if this backfires, he doesn't have the backup of himself being set up ahead. We saw Skewmont, every time he gets the time to do his 3-4 full clears, because the laners are so ahead, he's going to become a force to be reckoned with.
I mean, when it comes to the game, you can say what you like. I mean, they'll show it at the Rift, but I want to look at Legacy as well. And some might find the next graphic, you know, a little bit dubious, but we're gonna show it anyway.
This is just telling the entire story of the players. Elyoya, he's been through here. He has reverse swept Odamna in the finals, and he has constantly shown that he is a top jungler in Europe. This is his chip. He is the captain, and he's gonna sail them to victory.
Yeah, but at the same time, how can you rig the graphics so hard where you take a guy at the beginning of his road, about to set his legacy for the forward years, just like that? That's just...
I'll tell you why. You know why?
Tell me why.
Because he now sees a path that Elyoya has walked already. And something that he's going to have to overcome, hurdles he's going to have to overcome, because we heard that both from Skewmont and Lebrov. Of course we think, is it us? Because it's the first final they don't win. And Elyoya, for me, is a guy who's gone through kind of such an anime arc, right? Because he bursts onto the scene, he gets rookie, he does great, he manages to win titles, and then he has to kind of start on the back foot again. He has to build everything up, and he chooses that path. He chooses to be the captain, and he says, everything we do, it falls on my shoulders, and he finds himself again in a final.
I mean, it is, and I think it's just credit to his work ethic, his drive, his passion, his will to be the best, his will to compete in Europe. He has not played in Fnatic, he has not played in G2, yet he has made himself known at the top of Europe. That is not an easy task, that is not the task that anyone can do. I think he's one of the only players in our league that has that capability.
I mean, that's stat also, right? He made it to 7 internationals, right? And he hasn't been on G2 or Fnatic. There is no one who can say that.
Okay, I'm gonna get off my G2 hype train here, and I have to pay him respects, because it is incredible to be able to be part of, you know, the last 4 worlds, getting to so many international events, especially in a region like EU, where it's always been the G2, the Fnatic hype. But even we had the stints of Mad Lions, and he was at the core of it, and he has been the central piece of that ascension.
Let's talk about adaptations then, Oduwamne, because you're backing your boy Skewmont, and I get it, because he's been leveling up, but it didn't work out in the finals. That wasn't his problem, that was a team problem. But what specifically has to change in how he approaches it?
Well, I feel like the team has cemented itself and has gelled more together, because even if you look at Elyoya when he won the split in 2021, the spring split was long. He had a lot of time to gel together with the team. Meanwhile, Skewmont only had pretty much a month and a half into that final, and he simply didn't have the time. Now, he works better with Labrov, he works better with Caps and with BB, and the team just understands each other so much more. And when you get to that state, the jungler finally has time to shine.
I mean, to me, the beautiful thing about this final is that when we criticized G2 early, they were a team where the support and jungle were desynced, but the rest of the team were standing out. Meanwhile, Mad Lions was a team where the support jungle was the core and the powerhouse of the team, and sometimes the rest of the team was desynced. So now, these teams are fighting in the final, and the team that is going to fix that issue, the team is going to gel the best, and the team is going to come together as one unit, is probably the team that is going to come out on top.
Yeah, I love that you say it comes together as one unit, because we saw yesterday how much MKOI MKOI, they have, I think, ironed out some of these mistakes that they sometimes take fights that they don't have to or engage when they shouldn't, when they're ahead in a game and they have a comp that's scaling. I think they've added a lot of flavor to this best of 5, possibly, that we didn't expect last time and we also didn't see because it was very, very fast, Odo.
Yeah, it was the last time they faced. I felt like G2 just had their number from the beginning to the end. Sure, they won the game 3, but with the drafts now, I'm expecting the adaptation that's going to be happening from Merwin as well, from BB, because they talked about it earlier. I feel like it's going to be a lot more competitive, and I do feel like we're going to get the best version of both of these teams today. Let's see
if we get the best version of both mids, as I think we're moving. Caps versus Jojo Pune. I mean, the memes write themselves almost, but not just the memes because a lot is on the line. But whenever you ask Jojo about Caps specifically, he does remain very respectful, right? Goldberg, he says, well, the guy's the GOAT, right? In Europe, so what am I gonna do? But I think he could surprise us today.
He could absolutely surprise us because it's happened before. What happened the first time he played up against Vladdy? While we said that Caps was washed, Vladdy's now the #1. Well, he went up against Vladdy and he made fun of him, not only once, but he did it twice. Sure, in that upper bracket, Caps was for sure having the number of Jojo, but it's that possibility that you're talking about. It's that possible ascension to a greater height than what he's achieved so far that you're rooting for as an MKOI fan.
Absolutely, and for Jojo, if you just take a step back as well, right? We talk about arcs so much as these are the stats, of course, of last time they met. Let's mention them first.
Yeah, they're crazy, those stats. There is a story in these stats, and it shows.
It helps my story, don't worry.
Well, the thing is, Jojo has been really, really good, especially in the laning phase throughout these whole playoffs, but today he's facing the complete psychopath Caps, because Caps seems to have leveled up, especially against Jojo, because I don't feel like Caps has been having the greatest of splits so far, but man, that series against MKOI, he did pretty much trash Jojo around.
I mean, there's just something with Caps, when he plays against a good player, he just levels up another level and he kind of matches them and goes beyond. And that is why we always put so much faith in Caps in these long brackets, in these clutch moments in these playoffs. But I really want to say, I believe in Jojo Pune. He said in an interview that they have now prepared for both teams. They felt like they can beat K-Corp because they did before, and they prepared for G2 already. They're not going to come in with one night of preparation. They have a whole week of preparation ahead of them, and they believe they can take it.
Odo's giggling, but we'll check in with him later. There's just a couple of
There's so
important
much
things.
scope in what Finn is saying. It's
okay, I'll let you reply.
Yeah, I mean, so you're telling me that Caps just absolutely bodied Jojo last time just because of one night of prep? No, we had historical head-to-head. We even had the infamous tweet from G2. He put him on a leash last time they met. How can you just say it's just one night of prep? Come on. This guy won 14 finals.
I think Jojo has definitely leveled up, but I want to highlight the fact that he's now willing to play.
That's my boy right there.
Has now chosen to become kind of like Caps. He brings out these really clutch factors. He picks champions. He has not even practiced in scrims one single time. Yesterday he played Cassiopeia with single scrims in practice. He played one game of Cassidy in scrims and they lost completely. He is willing to go the distance and he's willing to take the fight into G2's court.
And Odo, I mean, Finn, you should have brought this up as well. You came from a team that was going on down from a lower bracket run, who was knocked down 3-0 in the upper bracket, had to beat Fnatic, played against G2, won the rematch against the guy that was BB at the time, which I'm just saying, if we're looking at those stats, you know, miracles happens.
Hey, you know what was the difference at that time?
Yeah, what was it?
We lost 3-0.
Oh, okay.
They lost 3-1, so it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same.
Now who's scoping?
I'm glad you mentioned those numbers because there's a pretty crazy stat line surrounding Caps in finals, both domestically as internationally. It goes like this. If he wins at least one game in the final, he will win the series. If he loses, he's going to lose 0-3. And we saw that, you know, in Paris and in China.
So worldwide, he played 4 finals. 2 of them were in the LEC where he lost 3-0. But every single time he wins one game, he wins. He had 8 finals where he went 3-0 and 14 finals won in the LEC.
Yeah.
So eyes on Caps. If he wins one game, he's taking the whole pie home.
It's very interesting. It was in Korea, by the way, but they played China and it wasn't pretty. In either case, that's ancient history. They're not thinking about that, and we aren't either. But when it comes to Jojo, I think when you look at kind of a big journey as well, his history in NA and the way he had to leave that team in Cloud9, you have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps and to go to EU, to take that risk, to get in that group of Spanish-speaking players, right? And try to make something of yourself. I think it's incredible.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight how warm the welcoming has been from MKOI. They've really embraced him and made him a part of this Spanish core. And I feel like they give to him and he gives back twofolds. He has really just become one with his team, and I think especially in this spring season, the way he has integrated himself, here Inspired said it even, he doesn't really like playing against Jojo too much because he's crazy, and it's so annoying to play against a player like that, and he just thinks that the only player that is similar to Caps is Jojo.
Yeah, I just think it's crazy what his work ethic got him. But just because from when he came from Cloud9 and he got kicked off that roster, people are already saying, well, he's a what if now. Like with the work ethic, with him coming late for the scrims, like everything we saw, but he was able to revitalize himself. We weren't convinced in winter, but no matter what happens in today's final, Jojo has proven that he deserves to be at the top.
I mean, it turns into a win condition for them, especially after yesterday, because yeah, I think there's a lot in this matchup, and the individual journeys are incredible to highlight, and it all comes down to kind of who takes that step today, because you know very well, nothing matters before this, it's only this.
Yeah, it's just a matter of prep, how did you manage your fatigue, and who has this clutch factor in him. You know, we have a bunch of players on both G2 and MKOI who I look at, Elyoya, Jojo as well, and for G2 Caps maybe, and BB historically.
I'm sorry guys, I don't want to interrupt. Shucks, I believe you have some business.
I do.
Let's continue the conversation back.
Where are we going?
Where are we taking us?
I'm taking you back home, guys.
God dare you!
Ooh, we're going on a trip. Mr. Worldwide over here.
We're going on a trip because we're minutes away from the opening ceremony, and I want to have your gut feeling on this series. I want to know some predictions. I want to know who you think is going to be the hero on each team and who's going to be the saver. Although before I interrupted you, you were actually making a really interesting point.
well, since you interrupted me, I completely forgot my very interesting point. But my very interesting point right now is that I do think that G2 is going to 3-0 today.
All right, 3-0. What do we have?
I mean, I agree with him. I think it's a 3-0 for me as well. Last time the Caps was playing, he was running them, and it's not just about running the mid lane. It's about running the entire map. It's about running the region. That's what Cap's been doing recently, and I don't think he's going to stop today either.
Come on, Finn, join the club.
I see Finn gearing up for something wild here.
Dirty G2 supporting hands off me. I think MKOI is going to take the series 3-0. I have studied my history, and I know if Caps is losing in the finals, it's going to be 3-0. MKOI came in prepared, they come in with hunger, and they're fierceful and voracious, and I think they're going to take the series 3-0.
Okay, to Finn's point as well, I will say, last winter when we came into that finals, we thought it was going to be a 3-0 for G2 as well. They were heavy favorites coming into that series. They are heavy favorites coming into today's series, and they still faltered, so it's not like it can't happen.
Yeah, well, it can happen, but at the same time, last time, how many times can you look at G2 and say, hey, bros, come on, stop griefing that rap, because what happened in winter was a crime, and I don't see it happening today, not against MKOI, not against Merwin, because I do feel like BB figured them out, and Merwin is just not spicy anymore.
I feel like draft is something players hide behind to mask the fact that sometimes it comes down to player. Which player is it going to come down to from each team?
I mean, my main character is Jojo Pure.
I love
He has had such an arc. He has ascended to a new version of himself. And if anyone can take down Caps, if anyone can combat Caps in a final, I think it's going to be Jojo Pure right now.
He said at the beginning of the year that he was going to come and on EU mids. He qualified for an EU final. He's going to be an NA representative at MSI. So for me, he's doing this. Can Cap stop him, though?
Well, he can. He will for sure, but at the same time, don't forget about my boy in the bot lane, Hans Mama, the anime superstar himself, because he's about to put on a performance, even though we didn't talk about him that much today.
Yeah, and while it's not win condition, my big question mark from G2 then really looking to step up, like he kind of done throughout playoffs, has actually been Labrov. I'm looking at the support matchup. Alvaro versus Labrov. I think Labrov has done phenomenal, but he needs to be the best support in playoffs against Alvaro.
Final words, expectation on this series, guys.
What
do you want to see? What do you want? I don't care about predictions. I said, what do you want to see?
Regardless of predictions, I think it's going to be an absolute banger because it is the best form we have both of these teams in, and I'm super excited. Even, if I get proven wrong, I'm going to be happy.
I'm excited for some exciting drafts. I think both these teams really push each other in draft, and I think MKOI is going to come in and sweep the floor.
I want teams to give their all here, and we're just moments away from the last best of 5 of the split, and both teams are locked in and ready. And although MKOI has the momentum and G2 has the legacy, what matters is actually what they're going to deliver today. It is time for our 2025 Spring Finals opening ceremony.
G2 has been dreaming of the day where they could reclaim this trophy. But waiting in the wings are Movistar Koi, rising from the ashes. Let's meet our finalists, starting with G2 Esports.
Is just unstoppable. Spell immune. Somebody kill this Mundo! Pregame summer, we talk about adoration. He looks for the whirling death, he gets it, 700 gold. And that's done. The quickness, the charm, the timbers! Round or down, you doubt it thin, but you never doubt G2.
If you come at the top, Father, you best not miss. Give it up for Broken Blade! Here to shut all the haters down, Skuma! It's his league and we're just living in it. It's Caps! The protagonist in his own anime, Hansama! He's looking for a slam dunk. Give it up for LeBron James! Across from them in battle is Movistar Core.
Super flashes forward, and Dagda, I think that's it. Fear them, G2. The return of the Spanish upstart.
He beat the best in the LEC. He's not settling for second. Miran! Rising like a phoenix from the ashes, you know his name, Elyoya! Is he from Canada? Is he from EU? Or is he Caps' father? Jojo Bjorn! He talked his shit and he backed it up. It's Super! Sweet on the outside, but a menace on the rift. Alvarito! And give it up for the coaches, Dylan and Melzet. G2 have won so many times before, but there's a scratch on the armor. There's that sinking thought that maybe, just maybe, their days are numbered. In their wasteland, Movistar Koi, with Elyoya at the helm, he took the hardest road here, and he is not throwing it away now. It is time for your LEC Spring Finals.
I think MKOI is an interesting team. They have a clutch factor of making stuff happen that is not supposed to happen. And I think they are just very unpredictable.
Super with the triple kill. MKOI looking for the end.
We will have to come in with a lot of respect. They just beat KC, so we will need to prepare well for them.
We are going to MSI. We're going to my country. We're going to Canada. Let's go.
This split, we worked more than any other team. I think we deserve it just more than any other team.
They come in with a lot of motivation, a lot of desire to win because I'm pretty sure they want to beat us this time.
G2 wipe away MKOI in Game 5.
I think it's really good that we got the chance last week because we could see what is G2 putting to us, what we need to learn.
Mewen is going to grasp him for the kill. The sidestep backwards was so clean.
Whoever is able to adapt better is going to take the win.
Alvaro flash! He does it again! His engage is out of this world!
When we have confidence, we are unstoppable.
I mean, I'm going back to Canada. Not for vacation to play there, so it feels pretty amazing.
Super brought back by the Canadian mid laner. It's 16. It's scaling time. It's Monka time.
The first time you win in a year is a big achievement because you will have to earn this trophy again. And for me personally, that is my first big challenge of the year, to win a trophy in my region.
Super's going to be caught. Rocket punch, rocket grab. On Summer, we talk about adoration. He looks for the whirling death. He gets it. 700 gold.
We are going to prove that we are not throwing more opportunities. This is our time. We need to do it now, and we need to prove that we are here to win.
After a ton of competition, only 2 teams remain. G2 Esports, Movistar, KOI, and ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from getting into picks and bans for Game 1 in this fearless best of 5. I'm Dracos, joined by Dagden for his first final cast ever, none other than Jack Spectra, to witness this electrifying matchup. And boys, I'd love to preamble more, but we're already in the thick of it.
Man, I'm just so excited, and I really hope that Movistar KOI has been able to take some learnings from the last time facing G2, and they can give us a really, really good final.
Yeah, it definitely feels like already they have taken some learnings, at least taking that Pantheon off the board. This has been such a staple for G2, especially when you look at things like the Warwick that can be taken into that top side for Broken Blade, and I think there's going to be a little bit of focus on that top side as well.
I'm also very surprised here that G2 ended up banning out the Senna, which was something that they really liked the first pick. They had high priority on it, but maybe they don't want to do that Senna Smolder trade that Supa seemed to like, or they just have something else up their sleeve.
Obviously a long series, more chances to bring the Senna out later, but for now, yeah, a bit of surprise in the early bans. Vi also taken off the board. LEA, of course, prolific on the champion. Lots of priority junglers, specifically 3 already taken off.
And this is where I get curious if we get the Varus ban or not, because I feel like that's just going to be first rotation immediately. Not only because it's incredibly strong, but because it has to be a takeaway from Mirwin and Supa, but it means that Rumble is going to be left open, so you end up kind of trading some of these big power picks over.
It's also a pick that Hansama has looked fantastic on. He controls the lane so well, gets that mid prio, but it ends up getting taken away by MKOI.
And also, Broken Blade, a lot of criticism thrown his way for not playing the Rumble. It is available. It feels like the most obvious first pick in this context, but do they want to take it? No, instead the Talia, that utility, that supporting role for Caps.
Especially since Mirwin has shown he has the Galio in his back pocket. That's kind of been the special pick that Broken Blade has had into the Rumble for such a long time, but now that it started to creep into everyone else's play patterns, it makes it a little bit more difficult to go for that. So we'll beat the Talia for Caps, and he has looked fantastic on that in playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious now if MKOI want to take kind of the gambit and take the Rumble themselves, or if it'll be kind of a chicken situation where neither actually want to take it and they just end up dropping it completely.
I wonder if it's just the Xin Zhao. I mean, you've already got Gary, Xin Zhao, set yourself up for a very strong jungler, and something that you can look to skirmish early on, because that has kind of been where MKOI have found their success, is getting these early leads through that mid jungle at the moment.
Yeah, I love seeing Jojo on this type of proactive mid laner that can move around, create fights, and just make things happen on the map. He looks so good on it.
Yeah, and I think one of the best games he's had this entire year in the first series versus KC was on that Ahri, so bringing it out again alongside the Xin. Incredibly powerful mid-jungle pairing. Do G2 want to respond with jungle of their own? Perhaps early lock-in on support or AD. They opted for blue side. Surely they have something prepped here, saving those final 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, you can either go for something in the AD carry role if you want to, but I imagine they will just try and take jungle, more than likely support, and then you can always leave Broken Blade to that next rotation, but there it is, the Wukong going to come on through.
Yeah, and I feel like Skewmon has been great on this Wukong. Yike as well had a great Wukong performance against Fnatic, and it's just been a champion when you have this sort of jungler that loves to clear and has really good efficiency like Skewmon does. I think it scales so well. You get that level 6 spike, you have incredible fighting power, but what MKOI has is a much better early game skirmishing, so I want to see them try to abuse this Wukong a little bit early on.
Nico now locked in after yesterday. A lot of questions on people's minds for who is this a flex pick? Haven't checked the solo queues, but obviously yesterday Mirwin was the one to bring it out top lane. Is still an incredibly powerful early support lock if they do want to put it there.
I think it is just going to Labrov though. It's something that it's like, hey, whatever engage support you take just has a terrible time against it. Yep. And already you're kind of looking at, well, we've gotten mid jungle already there, so we're not going to get some sort of engage coming through from that jungle role. And realistically, they're going to want Mirwin on something that's a bit more of a bruiser carry like this Gwen. So it means that Alvaro kind of just ends up in a bad matchup regardless.
And Mirwin, I think, looking for a bit of redemption on the Gwen. While in the ERLs it was an iconic pick, you've talked about it a ton, Jax. It's not a pick that has shown up as good on stage, has not found that same consistency, even when he's had those individual gold leads or the support from the team.
It's been surprising for me because I know how good he is on this pick, how comfortable it is for him, but he just hasn't found that laning success that you've really wanted. But now you have the opportunity to ban out 2 top laners with this Gwen pick and hopefully set up for a good matchup.
Yeah, the Warwick going to be taken away. I think you have to ban the Jax as well. Giving that to Broken Blade just sets up G2 for such a strong side lane threat, and you already have fantastic engage to set up for a Jax in skirmishes too. So I imagine that's it, and there it goes.
I would love to see Broken Blade play something like the Akali that we saw Kana play. I think it's fantastic into the Xin Zhao as well. Very little tools for him to deal with him, and it's just a matchup where if you know how to play it as the Akali, you can really snowball.
Yeah, we saw a lot of highlight moments in the series yesterday. Rel going to be banned now, limiting the pool, showing us that the Nico most likely is going into the support position. Obviously not great into the Gwen either, so don't want to lock it in too soon.
I'm curious, I think you just end up going support here for Alvaro, and then you last pick ADC, because you kind of know, I mean, it's like 99% this Nico is going towards the support role, unless enemy team has a mirror win of their own.
Which, to be fair, if any other top laner in our league is going to cook, it is BB.
I do like the Xayah pick here, though. Already you're seeing a lot of MKOI want to go forward, but very little safety for the backline. So already having something that has that innate safe self-peel, plus sets up for an easy recon on this 5th rotation as well, I think is putting yourself in a pretty good spot here as MKOI to keep super safe.
The thing is, you're playing against the one player in the LEC who actually is willing to pull out the Caitlyn. And Caitlyn Nico into this Xayah is a death sentence early game. So I would love to see Hansama pull that out. I think regardless of what Alvaro picks, they're going to have a tough laning phase unless LUA can cook up some crazy ganks.
And I think G2's composition overall just feels very stable, especially if this Kalista is brought out as well. You've got the Wukong scales well into the later game, Gnar for these solid side lane, solid team fights. MKOI, on the other hand, you really need that Xin to get going. You need that Ahri to get going. Mirwin kind of the backup, the insurance alongside Xayah, but I don't know about you guys. Alvaro getting out of lane. It's always been so important for MKOI. Can you do that against the Kalista Nico?
I mean, it's a very tough matchup. I love MKOI's comp if you get to that 20-minute stage where you can just have the Ahri, the Xin Zhao, whoever starts a fight, and everybody just follows up. But the problem is, you're looking at mid lane who's going to lose prio, bot lane that's going to be struggling, and sure, it's a Wukong who can't punish that much, but we've seen Hansama on these lane bullies before, and he dominates.
Yeah, I think this is where, for G2, playing around that bottom side is going to be incredibly important. The only issue is Gumon being so significantly weaker than the Xin Zhao in the early stages. It might give you that opportunity to try and play into the 3v3, but even then, it is still very tough against Nico and Kalista. So I think it's going to be work put out on both sides to try and keep this bot lane from just blowing up, and then see if you can hit that spot where you're fishing for early skirmishes as MKOI, but kind of waiting for that post-6 skirmish for G2.
Going to be something we have to track. Support champion pool, also something in Fearless, just keeping in the back of my mind. Already 2 taken off the board, 2 pretty powerful ones as well. The Nico and Rakan for Alvaro, 2 of his best picks. Need to see how his impact shifts, changes over the course of the series. First drafts, some early game power on both sides. Strong lanes though from G2 might mitigate that Xin Zhao Ahri pairing.
Overall, I think MKOI got what they wanted. They just need to survive the early game, and then in the mid game, they'll thrive. I'm excited to see if they can do it.
Pressure on them. All about the mid game, all about surviving early on. Who will draw first blood in the series? LEC Spring Finals, G2 versus MKOI. And as hype as it is, as incredible as the atmosphere is, I don't think anyone's killing each other yet, boys. I think we're going to have a couple minutes. First game of any series is always a little bit tame. Now, that's not always true for G2 or MKOI, but given the emote spam...
So there's what Mirren learned. He immediately took the haunted Galio face from the last time so he could spam at game 1 instead of game 2. Yeah.
Mind game strategies. You guys think League is a game about champions. No, it's about knowing your opponent. Opposition.
Well, for me, this game, the 2 lanes that I really want to focus and track is top lane and bot lane. Bot lane, in the context of if Supa and Alvaro can survive, it spells great for the series. If they can actually go against Hansama on his Kalista, one of his favorite picks, and do well, I'm really confident in Supa and Alvaro's ability to withstand G2's bot lane throughout the series. And then Mirwin on the Gwen, right? We criticized his laning phase. Now Broken Blade has the counter pick. We'll see if this Gwen blind pick was a good decision or a mistake.
Yeah, it's a damn good question, right? Hansama's Kalista, a terrifying prospect. Whenever he has these lane bullies, Lebrov also with that ranged option. The other thing I want to draw our attention to, we'll wait for a little bit of level 1 trading, is jungle, right? You talk about Elyoya, he's known for a couple of champions. I think the Xin most certainly has to be one that we track. 5-1 on it overall, incredible KDA. This is a champion where if anyone can make an early game impact, it is him. We might need to wait for the mid game, but we might not. He's always so good at finding those angles.
But it's been so good at finding those angles alongside Alvaro, right? So having him being able to support the Zins out, saying, hey, I'm going to set you up for an engage, and then you follow up with that DPS, and being able to find those early skirmishes. A lot towards Jojo and kind of in and around it, like including that trio in the scrap, but I don't know if this time around it's going to be as easy to try and get Alvaro into those, because a lot of the time you are just going to have push for G2 on that bottom side. So I want to see how does Elyoya open up this bottom side of the map and start to unlock Alvaro as his partner in crime to move around the map.
I think a lot of it has to do with playing through mid. You ideally, as the Sins out here, want to try to put pressure on Caps. Caps as well, a player, if he gets shut down, G2 look like a completely different team when he's not unlocked. So I want to see Elyoya try to put a lot of attention towards there, then Jojo can start to hover down both, and then everything just kind of solves itself.
Yeah, Caps, of course, has the moniker of being the GOAT for a reason, right? This is a guy that feels like some days he can just wake up and decide to win a championship. And
but Elyoya is going straight bot.
Elyoya is on the way bot. Hansama is perhaps overstayed. Wind becomes lightning. He hops right into it. The angle's good. Hansama taken down. First blood for MKOI.
And Elyoya dodged all the wards that G2 put and caught them completely unaware and gets first blood already.
Yeah, great job. Immediately clears his top side, ignores everything on bot, just runs into that bottom side to catch Hansama and Lavrov before they can crash the wave. And that's exactly what we needed to see out of Elyoya if he wants to try and stabilize this bot lane and get MKOI into a good position.
And if Super can out, if they can crash this bot wave and get a good base off, this is so damn good for this Syra Khan. Although Alvaro, as long as he gets this recall off,
gonna finish. Oh, yeah, it's a Syra Khan special. Any other champion, he's gonna get taken down.
Nicely done though by MKOI on the bottom side. So now in a position where Elyoya is going to transfer that up towards the top side, get his Scuttle Crab. Skewmon has managed to clear all of his camps, so we'll get a slightly faster reset, but there's nowhere really on the map that he can have that input. So Caps, you can see, going to place a ward just to try and spot out exactly what Elyoya is up to.
I think the good news for G2 bottom lane is they still have Flash, and overall I think they're still probably the stronger 2v2.
Oh, hang
killed it.
Oh, they're swapping already.
There, Elyoya on the way and waiting for the Unravelers as long as he can. Flick back comes in from Caps. Elyoya once again taking his time when becoming lightning. Naku going through. Caps flashes. One more auto!
Elyoya's going wild in this early stages. Alvaro sneaking into mid lane, using that timer he had, and sets up perfectly for 2 early kills now.
And you were right, Draco. This Hensao is looking insane. Elyoya is everywhere he needs to be. He's snowballing mid and bot, which is exactly what we wanted. And they're swapping already to get themselves out of this hard bot lane matchup. I love what we're seeing from MKOI.
Yeah, Elyoya is not taking any prisoners today. He has been denied 2 championship titles by G2. Every time he's faced them in a finals, they have denied him that gold medal. But coming out here looking strong in game number 1.
I mean, it's an excellent point, Rob. Elyoya, an impressive pedigree in finals, one of the top players in the region for a long time, but every time he's won, it has not been against G2. Looking to reset the script, reset expectations today. Just a couple kills, so I won't get ahead of ourselves, but this is the early game you expect when you lock in a champion like Xin, and it should have been way harder to get this done.
But I think it's just great because not only do you get the kills, you also get to rotate Supa and Alvaro out of what was a pretty stinky matchup for them. So they just get to move up towards this top side, keep themselves in good shape, and now Alvaro already roaming towards mid as well, but G2 want to look at a dive.
But Elyoya is here, he's in the right place, he's covering.
Everyone taking his time, trying to wait out the Shroud.
Caps is around as well.
Spending a lot of time, but there's no real other wave.
It's a great cover by MKOI.
Jojo on the way down. Not a lot lost. BB not going to lose any pressure on the top side of the map. There's no counterpunch. Both sides just matching each other.
Really good patience on both sides. So you have G2 going for the dive. Elyoya doesn't show until the dive is actually started. And you can kind of see G2 get cold feet then. Alvaro spotted on mid wave as he's making his way down. Jojo had also started to roam towards that bottom side. So G2 call off the dive and works out perfectly for Mirren now as he's able to get all the CS, or at least that experience from the CS in this bottom side.
Yeah, I'm incredibly impressed by Elyoya. He's at the right place at the right time with such intelligence, as you said, not to show, but still G2 has to respect it. But that way Elyoya doesn't waste any time. But now, Broken Blade.
Supa, Broken Blade, good damage. Maybe not enough to go for the solo kill. The barrier is used. Another rock thrown, but will not connect. Supa in a tough spot. Luckily for him, no one else from G2 is in the area. Minion are going to come through, and nice bit of pressure from BB is at least able to crash that wave.
Yeah, but I think this is going to be something that continues, right? As you look at JoJo constantly having that shove in mid, it makes it a little bit more difficult for Broken Blade to actually really put threat on towards Zupa, and may actually be under a little bit of threat himself as they step forward, but I think it's going to make it a bit difficult.
Mirwin staying for a bit of time, using the ulti for a bit of extra sustain, waiting as long as he can to use the missile finally, but he's out of mana. Ulti coming out from JoJo Q, and Caps getting lower. Wave on the way in, it's going to make it harder to try to find a kill. Cooldown's not there, does force Caps out of lane. His TP not quite up yet, so likely that JoJo can't crash the wave.
But now JoJo has no ultimate for the for the grubs here, I mean. And Skumon is just starting the Drake already. They can both do this dragon, and Skumon can be in time to contest the grubs.
Also, you had a quick invade coming through from Ayoya and Alvaro into that top side with a vision almost immediately cleared out thanks to Broken Blade as well. So not really able to establish anything off the back of that old trade in the mid wave, but Caps also hasn't leveled his ultimate yet, so holding on to that in case he needs it for a quick escape, so was always pretty safe in that mid lane trade.
Man, it feels like we're off to such a fast-paced game here, and I absolutely love it. Objectives already being taken, and I think we're going to have a grub fight here.
Probably going to be the setup. TP down, though, from Broken Blade. Mirwin has also used it, so likely a 4v4 on the top side if it will come through. Credit to Skumon. Got the Drake in that early exchange. Getting 2 objectives would be crazy.
Broken Blade is fighting hard on this bottom side, though. If Mirwin could get that crash, there's a potential he could roam towards mid and help kind of cover for this Void grub take, but at the moment, not quite able to do so. Broken Blade kind of holding in a position that Mirwin has to stay on that bottom side.
The worry I have now for MKOI is Ari still has no ultimate. G2 will get pushed on this top side. I think it's hard for them to really try to re-enter here. Rakan's still no level 6, which will be so pivotal for this fight. I think they have to drop it, but maybe they want to contest the last 2.
Yeah, well, the power of the G2 bottom lane was somewhat muted by the early exchange. This Kalista Nico, still so oppressive, getting that prio, setting up for easy objective access. G2, it seems like the logic is, hey, they got 1, that is enough. They don't want to overcommit to the play, potentially put themselves face first into the Xin that's looking pretty powerful.
But JoJo's ultimate's about to come off cooldown. That's all that MKOI are really playing for here, just trying to buy that time, and I think G2 kind of realized a little bit of a bluff on the timing, but still don't want to tango with JoJo when he has it available, so they're going to back away.
Exactly, but it's actually Skumon, while they're having this standoff, that's able to clear his topside camps, while Elyoya has his bot side camps up, so he's left in kind of a bad situation where he just needs to wait, and now he's actually decided to fold and go for Skumon's bot side camps, which means 3 grubs for G2.
Excellent position to be in, especially with the side lane threat that the Gnar can provide. We can keep any advantage going. Right now it's just 100 gold lead. We'll see what it looks like. We need game 5. Hey, I want game 5. Sadly, it's not up to the 3 of us or any co-streamer or anybody else. We've got to see if both teams have it in them.
What if we ask really nicely?
Well, I tried.
We need more signs like that, and then they'll do it.
Yeah. Everyone puts a game 5 sign. I think they're contractually obligated to give it to us. But at this point in the game, MKOI off to a decent start with kills we didn't really expect them to get, holding on to about 1,000 gold, but losing out pretty hard on the objectives. Being behind in Drake's might put them in a tough spot. Broken Blade stuck in mini. No rage stacked. If they go fast here, it's so tough for him to do anything.
Caps is hovering.
Mist coming out. Caps on the way, and they want to burst through Broken Blade. Quick hop over, but he doesn't quite get out. He doesn't get the double hop. And he loses his life. MKOI, excellent dive.
Yeah, Elyoya just waiting with that Wind Becomes Lightning until Broken Blade committed with the hop, immediately cuts him down where he stands. And again, Elyoya has just been everywhere in this early stage. The fact you also get the ultimate from Caps to try and protect his top laner means that nullifies a lot of the pressure he can have on the map as well.
Yeah, and Elyoya is just playing so wonderfully at the right place at the right time consistently here. The bright side for G2 is that Skumon's been able to take both the first Drake and the first 3 grubs, and he's still keeping up in CS while clearing a little bit slower.
And we know the Wukong is going to be terrifying. Labrov closer to level 6. A lot of engage potential here in the next objective fight for the side of G2. Haven't really been able to bring it to bear quite yet. Let's keep an eye on Hans Sama. Small gold lead does mean he's probably likely to hit his first completed item ahead of schedule. Could lead to a fight for G2 that's pretty favorable.
Oh, Elyoya is a monster right now, though. With that Sundered Sky, I don't see that G2 can win any sort of skirmishes if Elyoya is involved.
Yeah, especially when Alvaro can play off mid-wave here, hit level 6, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just immediately try and play off of Mirren on the bottom side. I think he's aware that something might be happening, but you kind of need Alvaro 6, there it is, and now they're going to be able to link up.
Elyoya spotted. Probably couldn't clear out the Spectre as well, but they have cleared the last little bit of vision in the center of the river. Nico Clone luckily dancing its way up. We'll spot them.
But now my crucial question is if Skewmon can get this Trinity Force before the Drake spawns, but it doesn't look like it. And if I'm G2, I think I need to drop this Dragon because Ahri, completed item. Sinsao, completed item. And those 2v2 are just going to be so damn strong. But Broken Blade,
ulting. He immediately backs off the second JoJo ult. He knows he doesn't have kill pressure. Knows there's a big mistake. And there might be a big mistake. That's a big house! Going in with the Boomerang. Surely, oh, there's no way. Wanted to chase it. JoJo.
Wait, Caps?
Caps is here.
Still flash for JoJo Pyun. Walking away. Doesn't, again, want to overcommit here. Doesn't have ulti, so likely would just be a flash for flash trade. Desperately wants to hold on to his.
Still, though, getting that ultimate out from JoJo, pretty nice right before this objective starts. And you still have TP, which JoJo may need to use immediately to the top side because they're all collapsing. They think they can get Caps.
Caps in trouble. He needs to ulti out.
Alvaro can just go for the charm, take his time. Knockback is there. Caps flashing over the wall. Supa, does he want to flash follow? Doesn't seem like a great angle. LeBron on the way alongside Hansama to cover. And Supa, who may have overstayed. Supa going up in the air. The feathers flying, getting pulled right back. But Caps, the extra movement speed from heal, keeping him standing. G2 retreat beautifully. And Koi not able to find that crucial target.
And it's a slight misplay by Alvaro there. He doesn't fully reach Caps with the ulti and the W. I wonder if he had flashed before. He probably could have reached Caps and actually taken him down. But it ends up just being Caps flash for Alvaro flash.
You just couldn't follow up. Caps just about got that Unraveled Earth down as Alvaro got onto him with the charm. So no follow-up from the Zinzao, but
JoJo no. Level 10, no ult. Hansama already done. He fails to flash over the wall. Avert your eyes. G2 find the kill. JoJo can't even get a flash out.
He got over the blue wall, but not that wall. A little unfortunate for JoJo. As now Alvaro and Ioya need to try and work their way back in towards his top side because this is going to be a good amount of gold that's being funneled into Hansama. Going to get the wave, doesn't get the plates as G2 don't overextend, but still nicely done by G2.
I love this tempo play from G2 here. Just immediately recall. Gonna send Hansama now probably down towards this dragon and play for that. I think if they can stack Drakes in this game, it's a wonderful, easy to execute win con.
100% with the Kalista behind them, makes a lot of sense. G2 spending a decent amount of resources to attack JoJo Pyun. They tried once with Mirwin, they didn't like the results. Now instead, focusing a bit on the Ahri. And it is so tough for JoJo Pyun. He was fortunate enough that when he used the ult previously, he already had the Malignance, but not level 11. G2 can keep chipping away these cooldowns, it'll look good, but it's Alvaro who needs to be a little bit careful. Luckily, the second stack of Battle Dance does take him back to Supa.
I'm surprised MKOI are even putting resources into this bottom side here, because you know that the Dragon is going to be the next thing G2 are looking for, but you have the teleport advantages on G2 at the moment, so even if you try and commit resources to the Dragon, G2 have a good way of responding, though Skewmon now just clearing out his top side, as are you actually going to try and start this up? Are G2 going to try and contest?
I think G2 isn't in time, and due to the fact that Broken Blade is already on top, they're just going to decide to trade Tower for the Drake here, which is going to give them not the feats of strength, just the feats of the tower.
The feat of destroying a tower, the achievement.
Foundation.
But of course, for G2, not too concerned, happy to make this trade, happy to cross-map because of the Dragon that was picked up earlier by Skewmon. When you fall behind a Drake, we know how tricky it can be to play out macro in the mid-game. G2 not too concerned at this stage, but Hextech Soul means both teams might be a bit more concerned about securing those Drakes in the future.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I do also want to talk about one of the things we mentioned earlier, right? Was that Mirwin on the Gwen has struggled. Yeah. But in this game, we are now at 15 minutes. He's dead even.
That's true.
Doing pretty well. I'm pretty happy.
Played the dive pretty well. The question is, how is he going to play the fights? How is he going to play the skirmishes? Something we'll have to track. We know he has it in him, but still needs to execute at that high level.
The thing I'm seeing, though, is again, like, I kind of just trust G2 more when it comes to the side lane split push. I think when you look towards how they beat MKOI last time, it's a huge amount of, hey, we're going to use this Talia and try and find picks on side lanes. We're constantly going to attack Mirwin and co when they're in that position. And I think for MKOI, this is going to really show how much they have grown from the last time these two teams faced off. Because if they're actually able to cover for a lot of these plays and be a bit more aggressive through their side lanes, they stand a chance. But otherwise, G2 just will start to run around the map like they did in Game 1 and Game 2.
We can see here how G2 is so proactive all around the map. Lebrov and Caps are pushing in bot while Skewmon and BB are doing Herald, so they force MKOI to come to Herald. Of course, MKOI actually end up getting the Herald, but in return, Caps trying to get this bot tower. They're constantly trying to look for plays everywhere, and that's why it's so much pressure when you play against a team like G2.
Yeah, we've seen MKOI at their best, finding leads, grouping up, forcing skirmishes and fights, but when it comes to playing the whole map, G2 was a tough team to match. So many veteran players, so much experience in these tense side lane situations, and they don't ultimately break the tower there, And losing the Herald is a bit of an oversight. Didn't quite have mid-prio. MKOI are able to move first, but still not doing too poorly. Remember, MKOI were sitting almost 2K gold ahead in earlier stages of the game. Now only 700. A very muted early snowball.
Oh, but Hansama here. It's going to be fine.
I don't think MKOI can really go for this. Look at Caps on the map. The second he gets that wave bounced off, he's just leaning over. So he has that level 11, a little bit longer of the Reaver's Wall to get towards mid if anything kicks off. Now that you have push from Jojo, though, he's going to try and group. Caps going to try and match.
Find the picks. MKOI made it through the early game. The threat of that Kalista, she's still powerful. There might be an angle. Skewmon already stealing away jungle camps in the meantime.
But I think here you kind of see some of the tendencies that MKOI have. Jojo decides to move all the way to mid rather than just hovering and then getting this bot wave fast, which means now when he moves back to bot, he's actually second to the wave, so Caps gets to push that in. I'd really love to see MKOI be more comfortable with Jojo just fogging rather than moving all the way so that he can actually pressure multiple sides of the map at once.
But if the enemy team says do it, you won't. They really want to do it. They want respect. Committed to the fight. Now, unfortunately, they had already left trying to pick up some camps, so they're not able to drop the Herald mid lane. Alvaro caught a bit here, but
he's
quite the damage they need.
Oh, he's used the heal.
Skewmon, I think, faking there with just S-juking, you know, stopping as the Wukong, saying, hey, I might be Wing, I might be prepping the ult, so they do at least get the heal.
They're getting a good amount of control for Caps on this bottom side as well. If G2 can control River, you can see Skewmon starting to lean down towards that bottom side, which means Jojo has to back off the wave and opens up for more River control with a minute 20 until that next dragon. G2 already kind of setting up that first line of wards before they reset and try and get that deeper set in the next couple of minutes.
LeBron playing with confidence. He's got Hansama standing behind him and the luxury of that ult Fate's Call to pull him out. You could also see Broken Blade keeping that pressure topside, but playing really cautiously around the wave. Does not want to walk face first into Mirwin, whose Ghost is up and ready to go. Jojo Pune waiting. Potential for a fast play here. You guys just wanted to cancel it back.
Yeah, MKOI still have that Rift Herald, so I think that's going to be the way that they're going to try and break G2 from opening here, because they've already set up a good amount of vision. We're going to start to clear that out, at least in that banana brush that's just there, but still I think you can hard force mid as MKOI. The tower's low enough that G2 would need to respond, and then you can retake River, but you can see there, here it comes the move, because Alvaro just going to fish here and see what vision he can get down.
Yeah, I'd love to see Elioya just put down this Rift Herald on mid, then look to use that to move into Drake at full control, but Elioya going in already.
Looking at Hansama, Sunder Sky obviously making it so easy to take those short straights as long as there's not a follow-up. Good group. Caps is on the way. He does have ulti, but the tower likely to fall here. Decent chunk, can't quite get it done. Caps not going to hit the flick back. That sliver of life. Lights. Paying off.
But now MKOI have full control here. Does G2 decide to go for the cross map, or do they try to face check into MKOI's vision?
Rob decided to face check, and it was the wrong choice. Nico looks like she might just fall. The charm now coming through. Jojo needs one more cooldown, but the Fate's Call is there. G2 will get mid-prio. Broken Blade already on the way down, but Supa started the objective.
I'm very surprised Jojo didn't decide to ulti there. Maybe was thinking about the Kalista ult, so wanted to hold it. Was just happy with the chunk. But overall, G2 don't get the cross map, and they don't get the Drake. Hextech Drake for MKOI.
Even the push in mid didn't really happen. I thought that's what G2 would go for. Just, look, we're going to try and force Jojo to open on mid wave so that then we can now force a numbers advantage in towards River, but don't really get anything with LeBron face checking, and MKOI gets themselves a drop.
Yeah, there's good patience from MKOI. It's good control. They just hold it. They have Jojo sitting there waiting. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with the MKOI we're seeing today.
Definitely good looks, that patience. You see so many people playing around those minute cooldowns in the game thus far. Cap's doing a good job of keeping the side lanes cleared, and Skewmon, despite the kills Velia has over him, is keeping relatively close, or was for a while in jungle CS, starting to fall a little bit behind. We know how good the Wukong can be, really cleaning up these team fights, but G2 have not found the angle yet.
Looks like they're just going to try and move in to support Caps on this bottom side. Make sure that he's able to... I thought he was going to stick around to get the tower, but maybe a little bit nervous about Natacon play on the opposite side of the map, as MKOI are going for reversal on where the lane setups are, with Jojo Pune going top, and they're going to just let Mirwin try and open on this bottom side and keep this Ahri close for pick potential around that next big objective.
And Mirwin has 2 items. Yeah. I would love to see him try to progress on this side lane, maybe have Elioya hovering him, put some resources into this Gwen, because she can do so much work right now.
Definitely can. Broken Blade stepping up. Mirwin doesn't want to overcommit without more information, but Broken Blade has to be careful. We saw earlier, once he turns into Mini, if he's sitting under a tower, it's so easy to just force that dive. Mininar, not much of a threat. but taking his time, keeping the rage managed. Skewmond, perfect information on where Mirwin is. Spot him again on the way out.
They've no real information on where Oyoya is, though, because you can see ward here, and also ward here. Kind of keeps you safe on that top side. But on the opposite end, you just don't really have that same luxury for G2. Their wards are much more shallow, so although Mirwin is there, not really certain on whether he's up there alone, but Broken Blade is definitely not alone.
No.
So Mirwin going to have to play it safe.
And good patience from Mirwin to walk up there. Might have lost a few creeps, but waiting until he saw Broken Blade, waiting until the Mega Gnar expires means there's no real threat of a dive. Or finding himself caught out by Skewmond and BB. G2 keeping a cautious eye into the river here. Sweeper coming out from the Brav.
The great thing that G2 did now is that they're kind of not letting Mirwin progress at all on side, as he has to play really safe, while BB is the one who can look to group up towards mid now, and maybe G2 can try to start that Atakan.
Also, just splitting up the mid jungle in that situation is great, because Skewmond is protecting Mirwin in case Oyoya shows up, but with LeBron being able to protect Caps, he's able to collect the wave. You don't end up putting that pressure on towards that top tower as well, and it kind of denies MKOI both attacks, and G2 able to sustain the defense and now get themselves onto a nice reset.
And I think if you're G2 right now, you look at the item completions, right? It's only Hans who has a second item fully completed. They're a bit behind if it comes to fighting. Jojo P and Horizon Focus, double items for the Xin already. Mirwin's looking terrifying. Taking things a bit slower, denying the opportunity to group, denying MKOI the advantage to, or opportunity to push their lead, as you mentioned, is pretty big for them.
I think this is kind of a mistake from MKOI. I really want to see them try to progress the game, because now they actually do have 2 items on Skewmond. I think Broken Blade probably needs 1 more wave. He's about to get a second item too. Caps has had 2 items. They had this 1.5 minute window where they could have tried to force the fight while they were all on 2 items, but now it's even playing field.
And I think a way you can do that is playing off of the mid wave, right? You've already got that tower down, hard force it, and then move into this top side, but they're going for that now, but there's no wave, so G2 kind of in an area to defend, at least their jungle, but MKOI have already got that push, and shall get the top tower.
Getting that much more pressure, continuing to push in, extending the gold lead a little bit, but I think G2 feeling comfortable scaling. Don't want to give up any more towers, but slowing the game down definitely does not hurt.
Aaron's grouping on mid here again, so I think that's why G2 kind of playing a little bit more defensive and just looking for the poke angle. They'll wait for Mirren to show back on bot side before they really start to move in towards his top side and establish vision.
Yeah, it's a bit of a ping-pong situation here where, you know, one team pushes in bot and then has a move, and the other team does the same, but Super here getting a bit chunked. This could be a trigger for G2 to want to start the Atakan, but most likely Broken Blade is just going to go bot, and then the same thing happens again where Mirwin is now the one moving to mid and MKOI get control.
MKOI posturing a bit aggressively. Skewmond maybe hoping to find an angle on his Supa, get a few more cooldowns so they can feel confident starting, whether it's the Baron in a minute or the Otacon. Drake also not too far off, so many options in terms of what side of the map to play to. Again, credit to G2, we talk a lot about their macro game, especially in these positions where they do have strong or at least comfortable side laners. Never giving MKOI the angle.
But it's MKOI, again, with full control of this Drake, and LeBron might be... Oh,
Supa. Barrier goes out, really trying to hold on to any other spells. Is going to be forced to ulti there. And again, this level of patience from both teams in this final, quite impressive.
I mean, it's a nice move from Caps. He doesn't reset on top side, instead just moves mid and catches Supa, who thinks he's entirely safe. Now you're down on AD carries MKOI, rise the dragon spawns, and I was about to say MKOI can play for Atakan, kind of trade dragon and do a lot of posturing around this mid wave, but that goes out the window with Caps just chunking Supa.
But it's a puzzling mistake from Supa. I'm not sure why he was going towards top side. They have full control of the Drake, and it ends up just being a free Drake for G2 now.
G2 playing for those chunks, really paying off. And we've seen this from Caps before. Goldberg and Odawam, they highlighted, I think you picked the clips out, Jack, where it's just, Caps could recall, he could reset, or he could just keep making plays as long as humanly possible. Now, they're not as far ahead as they were in the example game, but certainly making back-to-back plays there caught Supa at the very least off guard.
And Caps is great at that. He's really good at being unpredictable and catching you off guard when League feels often like a salt game. You kind of know what's going to happen, but Caps is one of those few players that just has this hidden instinct that he can find plays that other people wouldn't see.
Yeah. And Mirwin not wanting to walk up here. BB has kind of closed the gap between them, although Mirwin does now have a needlessly large rod. Hasn't completed boots 2 yet, but the Gwen will be terrifying in these fights.
Again, though, we're kind of seeing this group on mid play, though, and I think G2 aware of it, and they're just not really, they're just setting up vision to try and spot it out. I'd love to see Supa push in mid he's already been able to get some control. Now, obviously, he has to wait for the ult to come back up, but then you can start to lean towards sides and really get the vision control deeper to cut G2 off the map, but it just doesn't feel possible at the moment with the way MKOI constantly keep grouping on mid.
Yeah, I would really like them to try to put some more pressure towards Mirwin's lane here and try to help him progress, because I think they keep going towards JoJo's side, but they can't really start the Atakan, they can't really start the Nash, so they're not really progressing whatsoever.
I mean, we've been locked out. You were talking about it for the first, what, 10 minutes? You're like, oh, it's a bloodbath. No one saw it coming. I think you jinxed it, my guy, because it has slowed down significantly. You mentioned League being a solved game, and it's because of moments like this where it is a game about trading waves back and forth. Now, across the 5 or so minutes of this game state that we've talked about, it is G2 getting a Drake, and it is MKOI getting 2 towers. So it's not completely deadlocked, but maybe not the snowball you'd expect from the lead MKOI started with.
I do wonder now if MKOI can start to think about rushing down this Atakan, because we're already at 27 minutes. Atakan is an objective that's easy to throw at, but when you're in at least 3 items across the board, you do it so fast.
Maybe Super wants a little bit more, you know?
I mean, if you get that IE, I think IE spike is a very obvious one to wait for sure.
Yeah, I wasn't sure with Broken Blade going Meganar there if they would try and lean in towards it, but looks like they just want to try and play for picks off of mid-wave again once they get that pushed in.
You're going back in. Caps on the sideline. Mirwin immediately ulting. Nice sidestep, crucially. Dashing back out. Caps walking away a bit empty-handed, but it appears that MKOI did as well around the Baron pit. But they see 2 members bottom lane. Does this give them the confidence to pull the trigger?
I hope that this was what they needed to start the Atakan, but it's still MKOI playing it very slow and safe. They're just going to try to get this mid-wave prio, most likely going to have to drop it because Caps is around, but luckily Mirwin doesn't die and they get to outpush top lane.
Yeah, I think even just trying to start Atakan to get TPs at a G2 could have been a win in and of itself, but I think it's been a little too cautious. Now G2 starting to move up here. JoJo
hitting the actual Abrob, decent chunk before the fight starts. That electrocute proc hurting even through the Celestial opposition, but now it's G2. They know. They've got the tempo advantage. Caps just continues to be committed on the map, pushing out mid already. G2 seem like they're going to get this one for free, but it's on JoJo to disrupt.
And now Mirwin is in the bot lane. He's going to have the TP, but MKOI, they're just way too late. There's nothing they can do here. Maybe it's the fight after.
G2 just 1 step ahead in the macro game. Now it's about the exit kills. Mirwin, Broken Blade is in Meganar. Charm over the wall does hit him, but right as he ults, now it's Alvaro who's been caught out flashing, trying to get back to safety. He'll do so. G2 walking away, but they already got the objective. It was MKOI who needed to find the kills.
And I can understand MKOI so well. They get Infinity Edge on Supa. They get Rapid Ults on Mirwin. They have these incredible spikes waiting for them in base. But because they take so long, G2 have the opportunity to just rush down the Atakan and there's no fight to be had.
And now you're starting to get 3 items on towards Hanshelm as well. Terminus picked up on the reset there. So at least with 50 seconds until the Dragon, maybe they can try and use that ever so slightly for the lead. As you can see, a lot of red numbers at the bottom of your screen, that gold advantage in favor of MKOI. But can G2 try and find something special? Can they try and bait a Baron?
And I think it's credit to G2 that a game where MKOI has a 3K gold lead feels dead even in terms of map plays, in terms of trades, getting that Otacon, lingering buff. 30 seconds till Drake. Baron is up. Both teams have the potential to take it.
Both teams have incredibly high Nash damage, so controlling this objective is very, very important. As you can see, MKOI putting some vision towards this top side before they enter the Drake.
Caps on the side. Flip back, not gonna hit, but the charm does connect on Caps, crucially. MKOI held at arm's length, though.
Caps has the TP to try and get back. You can already see he's going to reset in that push. MKOI should be using this to just clear out mid-wave and try and get some deeper vision on this bottom side, because even though MKOI were grouped on mid, they never cleared out or established any vision on the bottom side of the map. To look for picks, but Mirwin
channeling the back. How does he get out of this one? Good initial damage. Shroud down. Ulti going down. Trying to get a chunk out. Caps going golden. Mirwin trying to snip his way through, but gets nothing. G2 find the pick on the side lane, but it does cost them the Dragon.
But I think he did enough damage. He made Caps so low that now G2, I'm not sure if they can start the Nash. Maybe with the Hextech portals with Caps coming back in. But if it's only Mirwin dying, this is huge for MKOI.
MKOI starting to take back position. G2 haven't started it. It's just Caps walking up. I think he wants to get a good angle for the Weaver's wall, but here comes JoJo.
JoJo on the way in, trying to get mid-push. It's already in their favor. Caps catching that wave for now. Alvaro going over the wall. Caps with the Weaver's wall can arrive any moment. G2 have a man advantage, but they do not have one in terms of health. Elyoyo committing onto Broken Blade. Ulti in, trying to find the disengage with the Rob, but the Charm is in the midst of the entire team. An excellent flick back from Caps, and Hansama is uncontested. The feathers fly MKOI for a moment. G2 forced back by Supa. The threat of 3 items, but it's a close exchange.
Supa tried so hard to get into that fight. The Weaver's Wall initially cut him off. He flashes over the wall, but G2 had already done the damage. Jojo and Alvaro had fallen.
And this game is so damn tense, but it's only 2 kills going over for G2, and they cannot do the Nasher unless they want to go right back to it, which I don't think they can. So it ends up being a Drake for MKOI now, and they only need 1 more Hextech Drake to get that soul.
You can see the way Caps was playing this though. The second Elyoya goes down, that ore button is slammed and keeps MKOI out of the fight and separates them. This is where Supa ends up on one side. So as they go forward, he's cut off, but a great ultimate coming through from the Nico, locks them all down in place. Supa has to go forward, ulting to try and keep himself alive, but there's just too much damage on G2, and now that damage is on the Baron.
Meantime, Baron's being started. Meganar is ready to go. Hansama should be no way. As long as Hansama and Skewmon are playing together for this to be stolen. But Elyoya wants to make the difference. He wants to get in the pit. The knockback is there. The CC beautifully layered, and now MKOI are forced to try and take a fight. Mirwin versus Hansama, and Mirwin looks like he might be coming out on top of the perfect flash. Hansama means the Gwen is now in trouble. Charm going in, trying to find the ball up. Hansama running for his life. Knockup is there. They try to find the predict. Skewmon also going to get taken down. It's the Baron, but at what cost?
MKOI managing to take down G2. 3 members drop, but the Baron still in the hands of Caps. But you can see that Red Bull Baron player play in the top left corner, the negative numbers teetering on the edge there.
And G2, they make the classic decision where they try to finish the Nash, but they don't have the firepower for the fight after. MKOI able to take down 3, get a tower for themselves, and they are sitting very, very happy.
You're going to take big chunks of damage here. Broken Blade too far away from respawning, no TPs available, so it will not cost them dearly. But again, every wave they can deny from G2 with this Baron buff, with the limited ones they have remaining. Jojo now might be in trouble. Cap trying to force the ulti. That's the charm. Jojo's they still want the fight. Quick dash out. Brav now on the chase. Might try to stop the back, but it's just a retreat from Jojo. Oh, a determined advance from LeBron, however. Jojo finds the charm, finds decent damage. The ult in for LeBron. That's one bloodthirsty support.
Oh my god, LeBron finds him. He hunts him down, but it's going to be probably not much coming out of it. Caps does still have the Nash, but I think he just has to recall. But it's the Drake in 2 minutes that's really the highlight. But let's look back at this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Broken Blade at the end of going in gets only on towards Elyoya, but Mirwin's already in the back line, so there's no follow-up for the Gnar. Jojo coming over the wall, and Mirwin does drop, but immediately Elyoya and Alvaro see their prize. Hansama is its name. And Supa finishing off the Wukong in the back. Great teamfight execution from MKOI.
And you can see how strong Mirwin is. He just buys so much time, he does so much damage, and crucially, he forces Hansama's flash, which will now not be up for this Drake fight.
It's going to be big, especially as armor penetration also is starting to come through for Supa. We've seen it was Hansama who was playing the Xayah into the Kalista. As you get later in the game, no matter how much you dance around, you know, the crit 80 carries,
they start to do a lot of damage.
You're going to need the fanciest feat we've ever seen.
Also, Ping's just going down onto this ward in the back as well. Jojo with a potential TP ward into the backline if he needs to for this Dragon that's in a minute time. I think MKOI already looking at angles to set up a flank on towards that flashless Kalista.
Might be able to find it. Mirwin's TP still relatively far away, though. It's G2 with TP advantage for now. You mentioned it earlier, but no objective up quite yet. 45 seconds. Soul point for MKOI. Puts them in a great spot. As long as they can push these side lanes out, they can be first on the objective. But of course, the nature of blue side means G2 will always have a way into that pit.
You can see how cautious Jojo is here. As he starts to recall before he pushes out top wave. He's really, really scared. Does not want to be the one to get caught out. But it means that everything is happening a little bit slower than you'd want for MKOI.
Good defensive vision from MKOI, though. They spotted the Caps, didn't go to bot wave. Instead, went into this bottom side jungle, which is why MKOI are playing so passive and waiting now for this TP connection to come in from Jojo.
It's G2 with full control, and Caps with control on this Taliyah.
Look, doesn't hit. This might be the sign to go in. Elyoya flanking. He knows the Unravel. They're just unavailable. They're going to try to burst through Caps in an instant, but he still goes golden, buys a bit of time. Two-man knocker coming in from the Brav. MKOI now dashing forward. Skewmon denied entrance. The feathers landing perfectly, and Jojo puniments the entire team. Broken Blade going to try and turn it back. Jojo now running. G2 a bit on the retreat. A close fight. 1-for-1 thus far. Jungle for top lane, but Broken Blade standing tall. Caps re-engaging. Oh my God! Knocks him out mid-air. Skeet shooting. He finds the goal.
Making it look easy on the mid-wave. Jojo slamming Caps with the charm. And that's MKOI looking for Hextech Soul. G2 needs to stop it, but they can't.
They can't get the 50-50 confident. He doesn't need to walk forward here, but he doesn't want to give them anything. He knows they have the edge. He doesn't want to stop this play. Retreat going in. Yo-Yo walking forward. Broken Blade suddenly feeling confident as the Rage starts to sack, but Supa has arrived. The knock-up there. But Hansama finds one. They want to burst it before the Mega Gnar comes through. They might not have enough time. The knockback from Broken Blade. MKOI might have bitten off too much, but it's Jojo Pune here just in time. The Hextech Soul combined with everything else just barely lets him come out on top over Hansama.
And Jojo is doing miracles here as he survives for so long. Baits in Caps, helps his team secure the Hextech Ray, and even saves his team in this team fight. Oh my god!
Bro, I'm just gonna...
It's a fire!
It's a bang! I'm saying this. Jojo Pune is the Legolas to a team full of gimmies, bro. Do you expect to live here in finals fighting side by side with an NA mid laner? No, but I'll do it with a friend. This man's popping off.
But it wasn't only just Jojo, as you say, it's power along the way, because I also keep my eyes on Mirren as they go in here, because he dodges the Broken Blade ult on the top side of the fight, but as Qmon goes in, that charm keeps them all in place. So many of those key ultimates from G2 not connecting in the way they hoped it. How the hell does he get out? Like shield from Alvaro with the battle dance the last second, and then Caps tries to make the play happen, but charm to the face. You get to go nowhere, lads.
MKOI still pushing forward, confident. Mirwin is so damn powerful. G2 playing with caution. And just think, if that fight, if Hansama had flash, it might have been completely different. It is really coming down to the slimmest margins in these moments.
Yeah, because if Hansama could flash on Jojo there, take him down, secure the Drake, this is a really, really tense, close game we have here.
MKOI 4K ahead, but G2 still stalking, still lurking. Mirwin trying to find the flank with the potential for a 5-man Mega Gnar. Always a champion that can change the tide of a game, no matter what the scoreline, no matter the game state.
But that's the thing, right? There's no flash now on Broken Blade, on Skewmon, on LeBron. Those engage tools looking a little bit less threatening on MKOI, and it's kind of on the same. Super doesn't have that flash to try and escape, but Caps fishing.
Going in, over the wall. Caps, nice patience. Ulti going out though. Mirwin on the chase. Huge damage going through, but he can't quite finish the kill. And now it's Alvaro debating where do they go. Broken Blade knocked out of the fight, gives his life to keep the team standing. But overall, 1 for 1, top for top. But it's MKOI with access to mid. MKOI with more power and the Dragon Soul behind them.
But there's no wave on mid-wave to actually play off of. So at the moment, G2, unfazed. They should be able to retreat and send themselves back. But Oyoya buying space here. What? Do G2 want to go for? No. Double clones.
Let's get out.
There's no wave died up, but there is a Baron Nashor and MKOI wanted. Caps is in base here, but G2 are still going to look to try to contest.
92 man, they just need to keep their eyes on Skewmon, deny him access to the pit, but Alvaro has no ulti. Nice charm coming in. Lebrov interrupted, trying to get over the wall. Alvaro now retreating. Hansama in the midst of the team. Elyoya, good initial knockup. Follow-up damage, though, going to start coming through as the ult starts to fade away, but Elyoya is so damn tanky. Lebrov going in, he finds 3 Matsupa, ready with the reaction speed. Finds the auto. Elyoya, perfect flash. Caps finds the 1v1.
How did Caps kill Jojo? I thought it was a free kill.
Yeah, Jojo looked like he was dancing on him, but Caps managing to find it, and now MKOI, they turn back towards the Baron.
But Caps has TP.
Anything.
Caps has TP.
I think it's too late.
Yeah, Caps has TP, but he doesn't back fast enough. And now all he's got is the TP. The Baron gone, the Soul gone. 2.5 minutes till the Elder.
I mean, that was an absolutely crazy fight. I need to see what Caps did to Jojo. I need to see it. Let's see it. I mean, it starts off with some brilliant footwork here from Skewmon to dodge the Rakan W. He's buying so much space and so much time. And I thought here, okay, Caps looks dead. Maybe Elyoya ends up falling. But Elyoya is so tanky. But how does he not kill him?
Oh, Zanyas. He burns the extra dash too aggressively. Oh, and then he's just right face first. Never been hit in the face with a rock, but I imagine it does not feel very good.
But Caps is here. Mirwin might be in trouble.
Mirwin's certainly in trouble. Not sure if he has the miss. Will finally drop it down. Does not want to.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! This is it! The ERL Gwen we finally see on the LEC stage, completely styling on him. He's 1-4!
I don't know how, but he's done it, and now MKOI, they see their moment. They're pushing down mid. G2 needs to try and defend, but the base starting to crumble.
And now you lose that pivotal wave clear from Caps. They have Natch, they have Soul. I think they can try to go for the end.
MKOI feeling confident in the push forward momentum from yesterday, powering them up. Some outplays in key moments. Caps 30 seconds away. This could be G2's final hold in game 1.
And keep your eyes on Jojo. He has Flash, he has Charm, he has the ultimate. He's going to be the difference maker here.
Skumon trying to go in. Skumon trying to find the angle. Instant disengage coming from LeBron. Jojo pin off to the side. Isolating broke away, but he's about to go mega. But no, the Gwen denying him access. A bit of extra healing. MKOI eyes on the objectives. Towers falling, but so are the life bars of MKOI. Super free access under the objective, but he wants to kill it instead. And they've done it. MKOI in game 1, they're taking their time. They find first blood in the series.
And MKOI are giving us the banger we wanted. What a game 1. Brilliantly played by Elyoya. And such good team fighting overall.
Elyoya smurfing in the early stage, picking up crucial kills to set his team up for success, but everyone stepping up on MKOI to keep G2 in their place.
Certainly are. Incredible stuff from MKOI in game 1, keeping the momentum going. We'll see if they can continue the trend in game 2 or if G2 bounce back right after this.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're
fit.
about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
And it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
shift your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground.
Let's get it.
Oh.
Then Caps is hovering. Miss coming out. Caps on the way, and they want to burst through Rockaway. Quick hop over, but he doesn't quite get out. He doesn't get the double hop.
Good f***ing job.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, she's going away. She has flash. No flash now. No, nice.
Nice, that's huge, huge.
Nice, huge. F***ing go skew.
Yeah, this is good fight, okay? Good fight. Go nar.
Verkligen nära. Jag hittar listan.
I'm waiting media. Coming. We win. Cluster, no flash, cluster. Nice. Push mid and top.
Let's get it, Finn. This time for real, just like Movistar KOI is getting it. And let me just repeat, I think what could be the most important stat line of the day, perhaps. In all of the finals that Caps has played, he has either lost, and then he's lost 0-3, or he's won, and he's won at least one game. Both scenarios, well, no, actually, one of them is not on the table anymore. Well, it is. Both scenarios are still on the table, Odo. Does that make you scared for your G2 team that you back so much?
Yeah. If I'm a G2 fan, I'm a bit spooked after that game because it wasn't pretty. I feel like LEC just dismantled everything, but we do have the stat line, right? All Caps needs to do is win one game, and for sure, surely he's not going to lose finals again, right?
It puts huge pressure on the second game, and I think this is how we parlay this into, honestly, so much praise for Movistar KOI, Finn, because we were watching the game, we were saying, are you going a little bit too slow and then a little bit too deep every single time? But was their approach correct in the end?
I mean, I think Movistar KOI came in the early game just so well prepared. The tracking of the wards of G2, gaining that early advantage here, LEC coming in behind, dodging the wards perfectly, was just such a well-executed plan. And I really enjoy how this snowballed is the first, let's say, 17 minutes roughly.
Exactly, because this is so pivotal for the whole game, because what MKOI has is a scaling comp. They have the Gwen to counter the Kalista, the Zarakan scales incredibly well, but LEC being so damn active in the early game to stop the early game powerhouse that G2 was looking for with this comp, just put the nail in the coffin for G2, at least for this game.
He's a man on a mission. We've said it, we've introduced it. You were singing his praises, so do you want to do it a little more for this game one?
Oh, look at him. Look at these stats. Observe the man that is LEC. And I said that he plays for his lane, and he makes them shine, and shine they did this game. I think Jojo, okay, he had a little few assists.
He has a little
but in general,
flash.
I mean, okay, actually, it was mostly Super and Alvaro, I think, that shined this game, because that Syra Khan, the partner duo, was on fleek, on sync, something like that.
On fleek,
that's a player in LCK.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Oh, yeah,
when it comes to...
when I look at his smug face, it's just...
It's an old meme, but it checks out. When it comes to Alvaro and Supa, and Alvaro specifically, I think we've said it before, and I definitely do all the time. If I see him on a Nico or on a Rakan, we're in for a very good game for Movistar KOI. It's just, he wants to engage and he'll do it correctly. He did go a little bit too deep at times, but G2 did as well, so it evens out.
Yeah, just more and more praises to Alvaro, because I do feel like he's incredibly versatile. But now, if I'm G2, I'm a little bit happy because the Nico's out, the Rakan is out, and now we're in Labrov's court.
The cope doesn't stop.
In LeBron
You're happy you
I'm going for it all the way today. I'm full coping all the way.
Are you mega coping because you really needed to be in Lebrov's court? Because we remember what happened in winter?
Nah, it's fine. I do believe in him. It's just I really feel like this is a wake-up call for G2 that they do need to take this series more serious, because I feel like LEC came in with a plan and MKOI came in with a plan, and they've been so versatile this game and so damn impressive that I feel like from this point on, it's where the series really starts.
Yeah, and it really has to be, as you say, a wake-up call, because I fully agree. I think this game, G2 just looked kinda desynced, and they are realizing now that this is not the same KOI they played in the upper bracket. This is a KOI that's been through a lot in the lower bracket. They beat KC yesterday, and they come in with this newfound hunger, and they are here to show that they don't want just another second place.
I mean, they got further already than they did last time when they had to face G2 the day after. Let's take a look at some of those fights, particularly around the Baron, because it got very dicey. I mean, we sit here with a Movistar KOI win, rightfully so, but it was close at times, specifically here.
Yeah, exactly. They do find Merwin here, and they feel like they're on a clock here, because this is pretty much the only opportunity that G2 can find in this game is this Nashor fight. So right now, it does feel like MKOI will pressure up, and they have to start the fight. Now is the time where we do feel like MKOI has been going a little bit more deep than they should, but at the same time, it's just that their comp is scaling so well that all they had to do was stop this Nash and get back in control for the rest of the game.
Such a good play by Super there. He flashes forward over the Talia wall to get that kill, and then perfectly times the Gnar ult with the Saya ult. I think if he doesn't make that micro play, that clutch step up that he just did, I think that might be a better fight for G2, and that might be the Baron for G2.
That's the micro analysis we hire you for, Finn. I didn't get it out of Odo. I mean, he said G2 was just going to stomp 3-0. His prediction is already dead. Let's take a look at one of my favorite bromances, and it's JoJo versus Caps, because they really wanted to kill each other in that game, and sometimes it worked out for Caps, sometimes it didn't.
Well, it was the same for both teams. It's just unnecessary. From this time, Caps is so unnecessary making this play, because they did have the advantage in this Dragon setup, but as we see now, it's the same from JoJo. Well, although Caps is forcing it here, he can easily back off and go to the other side of the fight, but now it's just an ego battle, because this is what this finals is about.
And can we just say, if you would have asked me at the beginning of the year if I thought that JoJo Pune would go toe-to-toe,
I would say hell no.
Versus Caps in a final, you would have said no. It just speaks to his growth so much, or to someone else's decline, but it was only one game.
Because I also feel like G2 got everything they wanted. They got the Talia, and they got the Kalista Nico, and they got the Wukong. This is all champions that G2 really like, and I was really scared. When I see Caps on Talia, I get a little bit nervous, because I've seen that man carry so many games by playing on that side lane and getting those angles. I just want to say big kudos to MKOI.
All this to say, it's a very hard game to win every single time when you face G2, and they've already got one in the back pocket, and Lore is standing by to get a couple of words from Elyoya.
Elyoya, anything you have to say about your impact in game one?
Well, I was focused on my gameplay, and mostly I think I had quite a positive impact. I would say, yeah, I had a pretty good game, so quite happy.
Any teaser for the rest of the series, given how strongly you came in this game one?
You guys still haven't seen anything.
Back to you, Shox.
We ain't seen nothing yet. Fantastic, because we are going into draft 2 right here with my gentleman at the desk. And I don't know if we've heard side selection already, producers. If you could spoil me, perhaps, then that will kick off our game. But
regardless of that,
probably blue for G2.
Yeah. I'm sweating. Elyoya, I kind of believe him. We didn't see much from him, because in these clutch moments, I feel like this is the time when he rises. And if I'm G2, I am looking at maybe adjusting a little bit coming into this draft, so that we, because I'm G2, right? So that G2 puts a lot more emphasis on getting a better and more proactive jungle matchup for Skewmon, so that he can shut down Elyoya.
Yeah, and I also would like Labrov to be, speaking as a G2 fan right now, I would want Labrov to be on something he's more comfortable on, because I feel like he didn't really look that comfortable on the Nico. That felt more like we don't want to give Alvaro Nico, so we have to take it early, rather than I'm Labrov, I'm going to carry this game with Nico.
We'll see indeed. As a reminder, we are definitely in Fearless. We're just having a little bit of trouble with our band graphic right now, but we remember them all, right?
Come on, Finn. Yeah. Do you remember all of them?
Yeah, Gnar, Gwen, Shincha, Wukong, Talia, Ahri, Saya, Kalista, Rakan, and Nico.
Damn, that's good. That's great.
You didn't even read that off. So, I'm interested in this support evolution for sure, as we said. Is it going to be a different style? I think Labrov definitely needs a bounce-back game, but what is G2 looking for here?
Big guys on Varus for me right now, like the strong AD carries that really set you up for lane success. Varus and Senna are both up and available, and I think G2 can kind of choose to pick up the litter. Varus is more of an early game lane dominant AD carry, while Senna has that insurance, has that late game scaling, and just becomes so oppressive the longer the game goes.
Exactly. This is going to be an interesting draft, because G2 is opting to not pick the Pantheon, even though both ADCs are open. So we might be looking at this at the side of MKOI, where again they're getting this sort of very proactive team comp in the early game, because you have the Varus powerhouse, you have the Pantheon, click and stun. And for me, if I'm looking at Telea, this is exactly the champion that he wants after such a performance in game 1.
Yeah, and combining this here with either an AD carry or support, I think would make the most sense. If you really want an engaged support, Nautilus is there, Rel is there. We know that Alvaro, when Rel is open, he always goes for it almost. But I think taking the Varus just makes sense. You have the flex potential to Murin. I mean, there is an angle that we can also look to take a mid laner here.
I think the support would make the most sense, because if I'm Senna, I really like the Nautilus, I really like the Neona, but especially the Nautilus. I feel like if you're MKOI, well, it just shows that you don't really care about what G2 picks on the support, because you have a good counter pick. Because this makes sense. It's a placeholder, and now you're looking to utilize the fact that you get the third pick and the rest of the draft as well to counter pick as many champions as possible from the side of G2.
Yeah, I'm looking at a Nautilus here for Labrov, almost guaranteed. I think Senna Naut is the strongest 2v2 lane together with Senna, and that pairing is just so potent at every stage of the game. But I really get curious, what are you picking alongside it? Because here I think you're allowed to pick kind of something more carry-oriented jungle, because you have the Senna that is fine playing alone, and you have that Nautilus that's going to set up fights for you. So here
I'm thinking Nafiri.
Yeah, here I really want to see Scuman go into his carry kind of mindset and kind of dig for a champion where he can feel like he has a huge impact on.
Exactly, because Nafiri has been the jungle counter pick to the Pantheon, because it's so easy to find good trades, to just take away. Oh, I do like this a lot.
There it is.
I like it, yeah.
I do like this a lot. This would have been my second counter pick, I would say, into the Pantheon, even though it's not so great in the 1v1 straight up. When it comes to team comps and the fact that you have the Senna, you have the Nautilus, you want to play slow, keep the fight steady for the Senna to keep stacking the souls and utilize the fact that it has such a big rage advantage over Varus. I think it's a great pickup.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the red lock-in for Valor, but I really like that you touched it, because I think Trundle is underrated as a champion against really low mobility carries. So for example, when Varus walks up and wants to hit something, if suddenly there's a pillar that slows you for like 80% or something in your face, it becomes really hard to really have a high impact in those team fights. You kind of have to play that kind of poke kind of style.
As we go into the second phase, we're going to fix the numbers. You all saw probably that something was wrong there, but the picks are correct, and there are our series beds.
Magic.
So
Magic.
It's all back.
Warwick been banned already tells me that actually MKOI wants to pick their top lane on 4 and last pick mid.
That is probably the Ambessa, I would say.
I think that Ambessa right now is the most classic blind pick. Murin has shown a lot of preferences towards that, and yeah, I mean, Broken Blades Warwick is a scary champion.
It is interesting, because this sort of approach from MKOI does invite G2 to think about the Ambessa pick. Do you want to ban it on 4? Especially now, maybe the Renekton will come in as well to get banned, so that you prep this Ambessa. Because what's happening now is that top laners are getting taken out, and it's up to G2 to react to this. But at the same time, MKOI should be quite happy, because you're taking out the stronger blind picks in the meta.
Yeah, but I'm excited, because Jojipian yesterday came in with so many good counter picks, and it feels like MKOI is really playing into that. He is now given last pick, you have Mervin on your team, but Mervin is the one blind picking, and Jojipian is the one with the counter pick. Yesterday we saw the Cassiopeia, we saw the Kassadin, and I wonder if he has something in store for us.
I love it. The tease, because yeah, how it has changed. We would always have given it to Mirwin, but I think he just wants to be comfortable and win a lane for a change.
Well, he did win a lane last game, that's for sure.
Worst case,
the Renekton ban. So, oh, this is weird from the side of G2, because it invites the Ambessa blind pick very heavily. I do wonder what is the counter pick.
What is up?
Yeah, exactly, because this is a little bit bizarre, but it does feel like it is potentially a trap for MKOI to pick the Ambessa here, and G2 for BB to find this sort of counter pick that he always likes to have in these meta champions.
Yeah, the Renekton pick is very puzzling. I think he was thinking that maybe if the Ambessa comes back, he's just gonna take it and then remove. But yeah, I think the Ambessa was getting pretty angled by with the Jax and the Warwick ban, so I really wonder what Broken Blade has prepared into it. I really want to see him dig deep and show us why in the past Broken Blade has been the creative top laner to look at. I think the Camille is gonna come out together with that Rise. It is something that they used previously when they beat MKOI, having that Rise to ult on the Camille lane, and the Camille just being able to lock down that Ambessa.
2019 vibes.
It gives me 2019 vibes, especially when we would see, was it Caps and Wonder together, where they would just open up on the side lane together, the Camille backed up by the Rise behind, and it just feels like it's such a how to say, he's such a ram in the side lane where you just take down every single tower and it just becomes harder and harder to match.
But Jojo is not leaving Mirren out to dry. If Caps ult stop, he will be there to match it. Anytime Camille is gonna ult someone, there's gonna be a Gali ult on that person to come and bolster their defenses.
Fantastic. Interesting drafts. I'm glad that they've spiced it up from the side of G2. They need to. So let's head over to our casters for game number 2.
The spice we were waiting for, no doubt. Once again, powerhouse side lanes for G2, the Rise, the Camille, potential for individual carries and these big highlight play moments. On the opposite side for MKOI, getting the power pick of Varus. Yeah, they gave up Senna, but need to see if Supa and Alvaro alongside Elyoya can replicate some of the same success they found in game 1.
Yeah, and this G2 comp, it takes me back to the good old days where EU was the best region in the world.
Yesterday? Today?
Every day.
Every day.
Every day. Well,
every day.
Their side laning, I think, is absolutely beautiful. I really want to see if Caps and Broken Blade can make progress happen. I also feel like it's a good targeting of kind of MKOI's weakness. They love to group, but they haven't shown much prowess in actually helping their side laners progress in the game, so I'm excited to see what G2 has planned.
I do like the pivot from MKOI with Jojo going towards the Galio though, because you look at champions like the Trundle, like the Camille, even Nautilus to a certain extent, that all want to jump in onto one target and delete them. If Jojo is able to keep Supa safe and buy some crucial extra seconds for this on-hit Varus, I think that's going to do a lot of work coming into this.
Can't make the difference.
It's a great Galio pick. The only worry I have a little bit is their high physical damage. So maybe if G2 can start stacking up some armor on their tanky front line, it can be hard for MKOI to get through it, but they do have the mixed damage from the Varus. So we'll see how it goes, but they're off to trying to get a little early lead here for Broken Blade.
Oh, they're baiting
no. Oh, they've conditioned him and now he knows. Oh, game 1 was a ruse. Oh, they tricked him. First blood for G2, the laughing Poros. It's cruel. They conditioned him. They path-blocked him. You said, I bet you felt great spamming emotes. I bet you felt safe. I bet you felt secure, but it was a lie. It was a trick.
And Mirwin is going to develop trust issues after this one. He trusted Broken Blade. We would just emote. We would be friends. And you betrayed him.
I'm so ready for the voice comms release. That is going to be... Oh, are you for real? Yeah, that's unfortunate. And they gave the kill over towards Broken Blade as well. Having the early boots now, but at least getting that early 300 gold. Going to set himself up nicely. And that, yeah, heartbreaking for Mirwin.
Yeah, boots in this matchup is really good for the Camille to try to space this Ambessa and get good trades in.
And this is a nice start as well, because you can see, at least in the first level, Caps laying down a lot of harass onto Jojo Pune. So both lanes off to a decent start thus far. And in a weird twist of fate, we now have more expectations of Elyoya, who could have seen it coming, but maybe pressure on him to try and bail top lane out. We'll see where he wants to shift that focus.
But even look at the amount of control, or sorry, the wards that are in that top side to try and control Elyoya. There's one already in the Tribush, there's one over at his Raptors as well. You are going to spot any movement from Elyoya on that top side, and G2 just want to try and keep that matchup isolated now for Broken Blade.
Yeah, G2 are not letting Elyoya get away with the same crime as he did in game 1. As they have a really good vision set up here. But Jojo is struggling so much in mid. He
needs a level 2.
Was that just the greatest bluff of all time?
I think it was just to try and get there for the level 2. He knew he'd get the level of damage or health, but definitely not ideal for Jojo on this mid wave.
I thought he was just like, if I fake enough pressure, eventually he has to believe me. But a good call out, probably more about the XP. Playing on the edge there, certainly. Elyoya on the way in. Caps playing the top side, well positioned. Bit of a stack up on the Mortal Will here. Jojo doesn't really have an angle. Did skill W level 2, so the taunt.
Jojo's really tanking the wave here. I'm really worried for him.
Has he taken the bait? Flash in, taunt.
But he's dead.
He's just sprinting out.
Jojo, what was that?
Questionable. Guys, I mean, this is the thing about playing against G2 is it's just like they're up a game. They don't need to make such crazy plays, but I guess they felt like it was the only way out of the lane, and Caps is just laughing straight to the bank.
Yeah, the phase rush proc as well, meaning there's just no hope for Elyoya to try and catch him. So Caps gets the kill, one more. And even, to be honest, bot lane going pretty well for G2 as overall, so 2 solo lanes ahead.
Jojo going in. TP down, flash down. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
It's a better trade this time, at least. I spoke a little bit too soon.
So Rise is a ranged champion, which means the trade doesn't always end when you think it does. JoJo's learning the hard way. Bit of an unfortunate sequence of events, both the level 1 play and now you can see the vision behind JoJo getting so aggressive, but he just lost too much health on the level 1 to make that play a real possibility.
Has to reset as well, because all he picked up was a refillable pod, so now needed to go back and, well, I thought he was going to go back and start picking up an actual item, but just going to pop the extra refillable potion that he had, because Oyoya is on the way mid again.
Round 2.
Going in. Taunt is there. Flash perfectly layered CC, and down goes Caps.
And round 2, it works. As they finally punish Caps. No teleport on him as well, as JoJo's going to be able to push in this mid wave and deny him some minions. Overall, we see continued proactivity from Elyoya. He's at the right place at the right time, helping his soul laners, and now he's going to top as well.
Let's go again. Broken Blade running. Does have to backstep, but they can't overcommit to the play. Good ward does spot him out as he's a bit of a trade here on level 1. 3 stacks on Hansama. Needs to sidestep the arrow, but won't be able to do so. Forced back for a moment, but doesn't really have much mana. Mana the best option he has for sustain. They're going to be forced out of this lane. Supa just continuing to extend the trade here. Has the luxury of the lethal tempo, and down goes LeBron. MKOI's bot lane in the 2v2.
Huge turnaround for Supa and Alvaro. They've kind of been pushed around a little bit by LeBron and Hansama, who were able to continuously trade and get those heals off the Senna, but the all-in from Supa and Alvaro, fantastic for the bottom lane.
Yeah, and as you said, Rob, I was a bit worried for them. I felt like they weren't getting the pressure you wanted to see out of this Varus, but it's the Ghost lethal tempo from Supa that allows them to have this insane chase down potential to take down LeBron and get his flash as well.
Short trades look so good for G2, but yeah, the lethal tempo, a bit more time. All able to finish the kill. Cap still a bit of a gold lead here mid, but always going to have to play towards that little bit of vision. Can't afford for Elyoya to suddenly surprise.
Yeah, I think at this stage it just becomes very difficult for Caps to really push JoJo out of lane. He's kind of got past the point where it's easy, and now you've got double ultimates that are going to be available very soon for the mid jungle of MKOI, and I think that's where the real threat is going to start to come online, because how do you make plays as G2 if at any point in time there is someone who's going to come and join, and it's Alvaro of all people that wants to help out here.
Synchronized top lane though as Broken Blade tries to clear the wave. Has the hook shot, catching the next wave. In the meantime, Skumon taking the objective. A little bit of damage from Elyoya, keeping the trade going. Zoning Broken Blade completely away from the next wave. So it will be a trade of the Drake for at least a few plates and a lot of experience from Broken Blade. Has not ticked over to level 6 yet.
But I wonder here if Elyoya can actually choose to stay and zone out G2's bot lane as they enter, which he will not. He'll choose to recall. But it would have been crazy because Skumon is on this Drake here, but Mirwin is actually looking for it. Getting the damage out! He might not get the Drake, but he gets the kill!
A big troll-shaped bag of gold waiting!
This started off so poorly for MKOI, but picking off G2 in multiple different areas. Now JoJo looking for Caps again.
Taunt going in, Justice Punch, they will just back away. Cap's a bit too tanky at this point. JoJo doesn't really have the damage, but you're completely right. This felt doomed. I was ready to call it. Go game 3 after those first few levels, but MKOI consistently finding these angles. Isolated in the bot lane. Mirwin, creative play to just walk up and check. It's not something you expect to find a kill there, but paying attention there pays off as Broken Blade knows Mirwin is ultless, but still has a pretty decent XP advantage.
Still, I think for G2, this is the point where you do have to get safe. As you said, double ultimates now available, and JoJo just constantly hovering towards that top side. And that's why Hansama and LeBron playing very safe on this. Like, even look at Caps, he's starting to move top just to try and cover in case something happens, but this is where that threat constantly looms, because it's not just the Galio, it's Pantheon who can show up at any time, and now MKOI just get to push out the waves and play hyper aggressive.
And I love this draft from MKOI because it just has so much playmaking potential. You have the Varus ultimate, you have the Rel engage, you have the Galio follow-up, you have the Pantheon ulti. Like, all 5 champions here have ways to start a fight, they have ways to pressure, and just allows them to have so much pressure across the map.
And this is the kind of game where you absolutely, or the composition, you do not want them to have a lead. You mentioned it, right? Talk about the side lanes for G2. We know what Broken Blade and Caps can do when they're able to push side, how clever they can be with Skumon backing them up. But if you don't have a lead in those lanes, if your lanes aren't winning,
1-3-1 is just not a strategy that works.
But the fact that you went from 300 gold ahead on the Camille to nearly 300 gold behind, thanks to MKOI with some of these smart lane swaps, and then the kill coming across, really just says how MKOI managed to turn this early game around. And you're almost a full level ahead, actually more than a full level ahead on Mirwin on this Ambessa. So trying to bully out in that matchup is just going to become even more difficult. MKOI doing a fantastic job of controlling the map.
And I think we can throw some critique towards G2 leaving this Ambessa open and banning the Renekton instead. Ambessa has been Mirwin's best champion. He's performed so damn well on this champion, and he's showing why in this game. Despite getting first blooded, he's doing fantastically.
He is. We'll need to see. The top side looks like Elyoya taking his time. Looks like they're going to try to lock up LeBron, and he will be bursted down. Alvaro going to follow as well, but JoJo's not done yet. The root connecting. Double taunt coming through. Elyoya now following. Alti, Dawning Shadow just to keep that shield up, but it's a 1-for-1 support for support. But it gets Caps' TP out as well.
Yeah, Caps had to try and join in on the top side of the map. He'd just gone for the reset, so a little over-eager for MKOI as they try and go for the play, but 1-for-1 and Caps' TP, you have to see if MKOI can now punish the fact that that teleport is down.
Taking the time for G2. No strangers from coming back from a deficit. We saw in Game 1 how well they played the map, despite early deficits. It feels different, though, because of MKOI being able to build a lead even after that disastrous level 1. Here we see the play once again, the patience on the dive, a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, and it's a great ulti in here from Elyoya. He holds his W for quite a bit until his team has decided which target to go for. It's unlucky here that Supa ends up taking tower aggro, so he has to flash out. So he can't actually follow on the flashless Skewmon, because if he could, it would have been 2-for-1.
Also just nice position from Hansama, playing it very far back so he couldn't be the one that ends up falling, but now he's alone.
He has flash. MKOI just playing for a sum here. Hansama so patient. Doesn't burn the cleanse, doesn't burn anything.
And this is the difference now, with both of those ultimates down for Elyoya and Jojo Pyun, and Caps holding on to his Realm Warp. He can now be the protector for side lanes, and you can see that there. MKOI considered it, but with Caps missing from the mid wave, they don't know if that Realm Warp's going to show up, so they back out very quickly.
But now
reassigning.
Yeah, they're putting MKOI, are putting Supa and Alvaro mid up against Caps instead, while Jojo can just clear up against the Senna. And this way, they can actually get full control of this Drake.
I really like it. The fact that, okay, we send the Galio top, but we win mid-push as Supa into hand. So, okay, we can unlock Alvaro, we can start to link up with Elyoya. Now we can threaten towards the Camille on the bottom side, and the Rise, in theory, would match on top side, which kind of limits him. But at the moment, G2 just happy to keep Hansam in the matchup.
Jojo with a bit of a mouth spam there. He's in good spirits.
I think it's safe to say after winning Game 1, yeah, he feels pretty good.
And especially, I think it feels good when you kind of have this little blunder that he had early game, but to just immediately bounce back, it's always a very good feeling.
Need to have that confidence. Can't let little moments shake you. The same is true for G2, of course. This is the team that you kind of default assume to be a threat, default assume to be the boogeyman of the LEC, but it was just last split. They fell to KC, and while they still have that plot armor, they still have that expectation. The pressure on the players must be immense at this moment.
Elyoya's ultimate is almost back up, same when it comes towards Jojo, so the windows of opportunity for G2 to make plays start to slip away, but Dragon going to be taken off the back of this as well. And G2 feel like they just don't really know where to put their efforts.
Yeah, and this is just off of the back of that little lane swap MKOI did. They get full control of mid lane. They're able to pick up this Drake for free as Hansam and Lebrov has the base. They didn't find the pick onto Jojo, so G2 get nothing, while MKOI get the Dragon.
BB at least able to get a bit of a tempo lead, and Hansama now forced out of mid. The Shroud keeping Hansama safe. Hasn't had to burn a sum yet there, despite the 2 back-to-back attempts.
It was ambitious anyway. I mean, you still had the cleanse for Hansama, even if the ultimate from the Varus did connect. But one ultimate down for G2, going to be a bit of a sigh of relief for them.
And crucial that Hansama continues to stay alive here. This was the first pick. This was the priority for G2 to set Hansama up for success. Senna not the flashiest champion in the early stages, but they need him to be able to hold on to the side laners to do their work. On the opposite side for Supa, he's the last. Galio's going to do less magic damage than the Varus this game. I think it's safe to say. He is the man who has to bring all the damage to bear as we get later. And so far, things are going pretty damn well.
I do want to say, though, I think Hansama's held on admirably because, you know, it was a tough early laning phase. He's gotten dove a few times, but he's still only down around 500 gold. His soul count is also sitting quite nicely at 34 so far, closing in on that 40 stacks at around 14, 15 minutes. So overall, a pretty good game for him. It's also a game where, Skumon.
Finding Skumon. Skumon, no tricks to get out of that one. And Supa grabs another kill. Alvaro now finding Hansama in the mid lane. The immediate cleanse, the flash out. Both those sums he held onto for so long. Gone in the blink of an eye.
Good read from Elyoya on the grab. He actually hides in the Dragon Pit. So then the Trundle thinks he's safe to go for the quick take on the crab and gets caught as a result.
And it's uncharacteristic mistakes from Skumon here, back to back. He's getting caught out when I feel like he's been a player that's played tempo so well. He's had Jojo trading with Caps.
Ongoing. Caps giving as good as he gets, just retreating with the phase rush.
I mean, for me, Skumon has been a player that's just been the closest to jungle kind of perfection. He just clears incredibly well, doesn't really make any, like his consistency has been his key. But in these 2 games, we've seen him make way more mistakes than I've seen him make in the last few months.
And it's not something you want to invoke. It feels bad to even say aloud, but it was G2 collapsing last finals.
Yeah.
They made it there, no doubt, right? But it was the same. It was KC coming up through the lower bracket, finding that 5-game win over Fnatic. This time, MKOI finding that 5-game win over KC to be here.
And it felt like in that series as well that it was Skumon and Lebrov that weren't really the players that we're used to them seeing. And in this game as well, it's Skumon and Lebrov that I'm having the most criticism for.
Potential plays looking onto the bottom side of the map, but don't know if we're going to get it. Alvaro wants to try and force this. You've got Elyoya with the ultimate in the area as well.
Semi-global pressure, something that makes this game already much harder for the side of G2, even if they have a Rise ult. Once you fall behind, again, the champion with a lead and that global threat or semi-global threat is just so hard to deal with. In this case, it is Elyoya once again.
And this game is feeling like deja vu from game number 1. It's Elyoya picking up a few kills, MKOI getting an early lead, and then as we approach the mid-game, the game slows down. It becomes about Drake's objective control.
Well, I just ran to grab it for Elyoya, but it seems like maybe the better talking point is BB as he full commits to this play. Dawning Shadow over the top, desperate to try and find this kill. Broken Blade getting lower, but the Pantheon is here!
It's still about Elyoya!
It's still!
But BB just goes for too much here. He really wants to look for this solo kill, but his team is not with him. While MKOI are all there. Maybe G2 can try to pick up the Rift Herald off of this, but MKOI want to fight.
Alvaro, perfect engage, fall with the Galio. The chain CG is going to be beautiful. A knock up onto Lebrov. Hansama retreating, but the damage isn't quite there from the center yet. Taunt not going to connect. Nice route going through to stop any further follow-up. But in the meantime, it's Mirwin in the bottom lane, breaking towers. Even as MKOI turn back to the Herald.
MKOI do a great job on the engage from Alvaro, but it's Jojo who splits up the fight, even though they don't get Hansama. Being able to keep Lebrov away from his team, sets up the kill, sets up the tower bot, sets up for the objective. MKOI starting to run away with this game.
And it is starting to feel like it's deja vu, but from last season's finals here, with G2 just falling apart. MKOI get the Herald, they get the bot tower, they get absolutely everything.
And this is the thing, if Caps wins a game, he takes the whole damn series in finals. But the rate we're going, being down 0-2, needing to reverse sweep would be such a burden on these players. A momentous potential for a turn. But this is the kind of pedigree the Caps had. When he loses, it's a fall from grace. Any other situation, he wins. Even as Skumon now might be in trouble.
That's some aura points from Supa there. That man stepped in 1v3, knew the cavalry was coming, but sends G2 running. You can see MKOI playing with confidence there, stepping forward once again. And I think this is the heartbreaking thing for G2, is the fact that they just haven't been able to find that same level of confidence in Lebrov and in Skumon that we saw the last time these two teams faced off. It was about that jungle support being able to contest Alvaro and Elyoya, but that just hasn't been the case so far this series.
And MKOI, they have full control of the map. They get the Drake uncontested. There's no cross map for G2. And they're just in the driver's seat.
G2 though now stepping up, trying to catch out Alvaro. Caps clipped by a bit of CC, but Skumon is on the way in. Alvaro now falling. Mirwin not going to find the ulti. Quick flash, good reaction from Lebrov to get one back.
So G2 managing to catch MKOI as they do overextend. Thought they could follow up on the fight in the mid lane with Mirwin having that public execution. But the flash from Lebrov prevents him from stepping in. That intervention not there. But still, a little bit of objectives going the way of MKOI.
A little bit over-eager there by Alvaro as he tries to go in kind of 2v4. But that kind of goes to show just the confidence that MKOI have in this game. Even when they're outnumbered, they're willing to take fights because they know they're that much stronger.
Yeah, and while it is a small lead for Mirwin and a small deficit for Jojo Pune, it's Supa and Elyoya who are doing so well, who are so far ahead. Supa, who has to bring the damage. Elyoya, who has the potential to influence the entire map. It's such a comfortable spot for MKOI, even if they give up a single kill here, as Hansama is once again forced away. MKOI dropping the Herald mid lane, descending upon the mid lane tower.
That's just a free tower, and Supa is reaping the benefits of this Ghost, because now as we enter the mid to late game team fights, he can actually position so much more aggressively, because he's not just an immobile ADC. He has so much movement speed from the Summoner spell that he can actually do things in team fights. As Alvaro goes for deep vision, he doesn't care. He's not scared of anything.
And this is the most terrifying form of MKOI, when they can just group up, try to force these fights. Of course, while they're taking mid lane, Brokenblade is taking a side lane tower, but now it's Hansama who might be caught out. Flash forward, Charm, the cleanse not enough. There's just too much damn CC, but the flash will keep him safe, even as the tier 2 falls. And for G2, they need time. They need to be able to scale. They've got the champions, but those champions just don't have the items.
And MKOI are getting what they want. Yes, you get the bot lane turret for G2, but mid lane tier 2 now gone makes this top tier 1 for G2 indefensible. And MKOI know that. They're starting to move up. G2 have moved several members to try and defend this, but I don't know if they can.
Alvaro, Q to the connect, flash W, also going to miss. Skewmon, good patience. Does force to use a flash of his own. TP behind now from G2. Realm Warp in, an opportunity to turn. Eyes on Supa, he's going to be the big target. Instead they turn for Alvaro. Triple stun, following up with a beautiful ult. Now it's the Galio, it's the entire team. Supa ready to make a montage, but he's a little bit too far away. Now Liano's starting to rain freely. And it's all falling apart for G2.
4 versus 5. MKOI take down G2 from the skies. Jojo descends, and it's G2 that fall.
And MKOI are just getting everything here. As you said, though, that's a 4 versus 5 with G2 starting the fight. But MKOI have the champions to keep this fight going. They have the Varus ulti spreading, the Galio ult descending. Everything lines up for them as they pick up 3 kills, and nobody ends up falling on their side.
And Cap's so desperate to try and pick off Alvaro in the back, even walks in to Jojo Pyun's ultimate, hoping he can get something back. But this was the combo that we were talking about. This is a short-range comp from G2. When you look at the amount of melees that are there, and Jojo's getting so much value from the big circle.
I mean, 4-0-4 for Elyoya, a monster in this game. 2K lead for Supa. Things just keep looking better and better for MKOI. And that the G2 that has been undoubtable for so many years, they're starting to see cracks in the armor. And it's only game 2, right, in a series. But again, we immediately remember the story of last split as MKOI set their sights on Otacon easily, uncontested. No one from G2 wants to take the risk. They're simply too far behind.
And it's G2 that denied Elyoya in so many of those finals. It's G2 that denied MKOI members from becoming Royal Roaders in their first split, taking that championship. And now, just over a year later, MKOI coming alive against G2 here. They look fantastic.
And it's so beautiful because it feels like Elyoya at the helm. He's the one leading these early games, getting these huge leads for everybody on the map. With him and Alvaro just gapping their opposition.
It's not over yet, though. This is still only game 2, and they're still a far way away from closing out this game. Dragon going to be up in about 50 seconds, though, is going to be the next protocol for MKOI. I think for G2, it's just try and sit back and scale. Find those moments where you can get those items onto Broken Blade, get some stacks on towards Hansama, some items much needed on his end as well. It looks like that's what G2 will do. Forgo Dragon setup, maybe look for a push on the top side, but Jojo is piecing out of there. He wants nothing to do with it.
The problem that G2 has is MKOI has really good wave clear on this Galio, and it's very hard to dive. So it's really difficult to try to get any sort of cross map done, despite the fact that they have this Camillan Rise. And the problem with this comp, as you said, Dracos, a 1-3-1 where you don't win side is nothing.
It's not, yeah, it just doesn't work. At least one of your side laners needs to be able to push. And the good news is, Caps at least has that individual lead, right? He can't walk face first into Jojo Pyun at this point, but he does have a lot of wave clear, and he is a threat in the 1v1. He just doesn't have the time to finish those kills, and he doesn't have the comfort, the safety, the Pantheon that could be lurking in the darkness, or in this case, taking the 3rd Drake and moving MKOI to Soul Point.
I do think level 16 on Caps is a huge spike to look out for, as he gets that empowered Q all the way up to 100%, and he's going to do so much more damage with it. But other than that, there's not that many bright spots that I'm like looking at for G2. I mean, the soul count is slowly stacking up. Scaling is still definitely, I think, in their favor, but MKOI's draft is just so easy to execute.
But this is the thing right now. What has worked for G2 previously against MKOI is not working this time around. Last time the two teams faced up, it was, we have the Talia, we have the Ari, we're going to start making plays towards side lanes in game 1 and game 2. G2 picked very similar compositions to try and make plays around side lanes, but it's MKOI who are coming out on top, and a lot of that is thanks to Ayoya controlling the early stages, but also they are playing relatively cautious and safe around their side lanes to not give G2 those windows to attack.
And MKOI are the team that continue to back up their interview quotes, back up their talk, right? We heard they weren't ready last time they played. 2 series back-to-back, they weren't prepared. This time around, they said, hey, they split their prep. They're ready for 2 series. I wasn't inclined to believe them, but they're making a damn good argument here, although now JoJo might be caught out, but it's a TP on the way in, and the Galio's still alive, trying to ult to safety. They'll burn through him, but Elio's ready with the fall. TP in from Mirwin has finally arrived. Caps might be in trouble. Good damage from G2. It looks like they found 2. G2 continuing, looking to break the tower. They found the angle to come back. Super over the wall, though, is going to do huge damage. It'll at least be LeBron falling, but no, the flash keeping him safe. Elioya, has he overcommitted? The answer is yes. Alvaro is here. Oh my God! Turn it back! They've got the confidence. Hansama barely escaping. Broken Blade goes in, and he goes right the hell back out. He wants nothing to do with it because once again, someone from MKOI comes down from the sky and takes everything from G2.
It's the Guardian Angel in the form of a metal horse that keeps G2 where they don't want to be, and MKOI shooting them where they stand with Super playing that fight fantastically.
And it was such a great play by G2. They finally managed to get a Rise ult where they can make a pick happen as they catch out JoJo, but look how slow it goes. It takes them 10 seconds to finally take down JoJo, and in that time, Alvaro is moving, Supa is moving, Mirwin is TPing, all of MKOI is assembling here.
And as Elioya tries to defend here, Super comes up, but I want you to keep your eyes as BB tries to wrap around and go for this flank on towards Super. Alvaro goes for the all-in, fantastic engage, but watch this flash from Super. Immediately his Broken Blade comes over the wall, he reacts, gets away from the Camille, repositions to deal the damage, and Broken Blade is overextended.
Supa's reaction speed and how he's playing team fights in these last 2 games is magnificent. On the Xayah and now doing it on the Varus, it's just beautiful ADC mechanics.
And the thing is, this feels like a player who broke through that ceiling. Someone who wasn't going to be in the conversation for first All-Pro for a long time, right? But these last 2 series, the Kai'Sa game yesterday, games 1 and game 2 today, this is a different player. This is a man who has found his form at the perfect time and consistently is leveraging it to take the edge over G2.
Upset put him B tier in his tier list, alongside all the other top 4 teams were in S tier in ADCs. But Supa has been the one that's performed the best out of all the ADCs so far.
And it's a man who always believed he could. He was a man who always said, look, I am learning from the best, I am showing that I will be the best, and now in this series he has been besting G2 every step of the way, and MKOI, this is fantastic. A 5k gold lead, 1 minute and 20 seconds until a mountain soul for this squad that already feels near damn unkillable.
And for a team that everyone was ready to count out, other than the MKOI fans themselves, to be in the final. No longer a discussion of, are they the odd man out in the top 4? Is it a top 3? Everyone who said that, probably ourselves included, starting to feel like a bit of a jackass right now, aren't we? Because look at the form that they're in. But again, it's not over till it's over. This is a G2 team that has endured so much, that has won so many titles, so many champions. It feels almost unquestionable when they show up in a final. But Casey dared to ask the question in winter, and it seems MKOI are asking it too, as we see a bit of a strange...
I don't know where that realm was going. Maybe it was, I think it was to check the Nash, to get vision of the Nash.
Got it, yeah, there you go.
That somehow barely escaped it. It would have been crazy if he went into it.
Yeah, that would not be a glorious end to game 2, I don't think.
I think Alvaro would have been very happy.
You know? Yeah.
The send in the Senna. But now,
big oopsie,
yeah.
I think it's safe to say.
20 seconds to this Mountain Soul here for MKOI. And I don't see how G2 can contest. They have no towers in mid, so they can't really walk up. And now no Rise ult as well. They might just have to give it.
It's a tough spot. You mentioned a draft, right? The over-reliance maybe on AD from the side of MKOI, but Skew1 just isn't tanky enough. They just don't have that person that can face check, that can walk into the waiting arms of MKOI and eat around with cooldowns. There's too much CC, there's too much damage with Supa. So far ahead of the clock, 3k individual lead. Mountain Soul, uncontested.
And you have to wonder, you're a G2 player right now. Are you starting to get some flashbacks from the last final? as everything just seems to be falling apart around them. 1 and 9 on Skumon and Lebrov. It's not what you want to see from them.
Definitely not. And we know the heights they can reach, right?
Yeah.
We've seen it against MKOI. We've seen it a week ago. We know how good they can be.
But I think it has been this gradual increase over time for MKOI. The learnings are there, right? They have. When you look back at this team last year, it was overextending on plays. I mean, hell, even overextending for target misses Elise was one of the big talking points we had at one stage for this squad. But they have learned from their mistakes and they've slowly been growing. But to take down all of the other top teams, to put yourselves into this position is absolutely incredible. But they have to try and close it out now. It looks like that next push is going to be towards the bar and TP from Jojo towards that top side. Caps considered moving towards the bottom side, but immediately has to recalculate as he sees MKOI in that top half of the river.
And it's so hard for G2 to finding a winning play. At this point, they're happy going even, denying the next major objective. It's a tough one for sure. But MKOI, consistency has been king this playoffs, no doubt. So many teams who we thought were above the failings of not showing up on the day, every single one has fallen. Right now it's MKOI who are playing better, but it's also MKOI who've been cocky in the past, over-eager, over-forcing. Certainly over-forced a bit this game, but their gold lead made the difference. Now, see if G2 can find that angle, catch a single member out, but it just doesn't seem likely. MKOI grouped as 5, Skumon poking his head in. Baron in the sights of Elyoyo, but a split call. They know that they win the fight. Moving in, 2 members taunted. Caps, nice backstep coming in with the extra bit of movement speed. The Rise still untouched, but it's Lebrov who's in trouble. Lebrov debating if he needs to flash out. Instant follow-up going through. Down goes one. Skumon, ulti already there. A lot less tanky. The root, Hansama uncontested. Good range, but he just doesn't do enough damage, especially in the face of the Mountain Soul. An excellent pillar, but he can't finish the kill.
G2 just don't have the damage to go through this Mountain Soul, despite the fact that they played slow, they played nicely. It's Lebrov who dies in a few seconds.
Starfall, Hansama caught out, cleanse flash over the wall, but now it's Caps left exposed. Good pillar from Skumon to stop the fight. Mirwin still might want a bit more, however, and MKOI get another wave in. Can just look to start the objective or reset. G2 don't really have any information.
But look at Broken Blade. If you end up resetting at different times here for MKOI, this could be the engage that G2 are looking for. Realm Warp still available from Caps. Good Hansel on the reset from MKOI. Stays a group, deny the picks.
Super backing away, doesn't need to reset. Doesn't have any slots for components. Already ticking over to the Zanyas. It's going to make it that much harder for G2 to even find a pick, to find that backline access.
And you have to feel that this match is where the game will either be winnable for G2 or the game will be decided.
But it's, as you were saying, Draco, it's like Seeker's arm guard on towards Jojo, Seeker's arm guard on towards Supa. Who does Broken Blade go for? Who does Skumon try and focus? It feels like all of those windows for G2 to find the picks that they needed have started to evaporate, and you've got an 8-kill on Hip Paris who's just raining down on you this whole time because the backline threat just is no longer a threat.
And the tier 3 boots and the Ghost. This man is going
to
dance around. Like, normally Trundle really good in mobile champions. This is just not going to be the case against Supa. He's too damn strong. Objective started. Broken Blade moving in with the sweeper. A cautious approach from G2. They have no vision. They have no knowledge. Just a hope and a dream that they might wander in and be able to take this one away. It would take MKOI making a mistake, but MKOI diligent in protecting this objective. MKOI taking the Baron.
But it's just, look how well MKOI spread out for that. Jojo immediately moving towards that top side to try and protect any sort of engage from Broken Blade. Mirwin is just dancing around this block of a wall in the mid lane to make sure he can go for the public execution on towards Hansama, who has no flash. MKOI are just threatening from all sides, and G2 are terrified.
And this is a level of discipline and patience I've never seen from MKOI. I felt they were a team that always went for a little bit too much. They could never fully calm down and play cool and collected. But today against G2, they're doing exactly that. In both of their games, they're able to just chill and build their lead, control space, and choke G2 out.
It's that those small bit of mistakes, the over-eagerness on side that G2 punished so well the last time these two teams played. This time around, you mentioned it, yeah, the discipline from MKOI has been phenomenal. And to be clear, G2, no matter how great of a player you are, playing from this position feels impossible. Yes, there's things that could have been done in the early game, but at this stage in the game, it really is going to take a miracle for them to find a way back in.
It's really all about breaking inhibs with this Nash. If you don't get any inhibs here, there's still a chance you can play for an Elder flip. But if you start to lose those inhibitors, it's so difficult to play the game.
Chunking the tower. Those flash, those Ghost, Hansama. Cleanse coming up soon, but the flash still a mile away.
I mean, Hansama does have 112 souls. He has incredibly long range here. So if they're able to hold on, there is still some life left in this game.
But MKOI playing on one lane. Both top laners on the top side of the map, but BB still wins in the side lane, pushing in Jojopun. He does have the TP, as does BB.
Alvaro has flash, and he can just click forward, and all of G2 has to back off.
Bot lane inhibitor now set to fall. No TP ward, no flanking opportunity for Broken Blade right now. No way to press a man advantage here in the bottom side of the map. Skumon already used the pillar, hesitating, not sure if he can still walk forward.
They were not able to actually break the inhib here, and now it's 15 seconds to Elder, and they are choosing to base. G2 might be able to get control of the Elder here.
Full BT bought by Supa though on that reset, and a lot more coming in.
That's a scary Varus.
Yeah, scary as well. So, yeah, it's still a lot of work for G2.
I completed on Hansama as well, though. I think, while I still favor MKOI in this fight, this is...
You're not going to get a better opportunity.
Yeah, this is the best chance G2 has.
Serpent's Fang also for Mirwin going to be useful here as they try and go in for those shields from Hansama.
Oh yeah, the Rise. It's going to make it that much harder to survive the damage. MKOI again taking their time. Midway pushing in their favor. No inhibitor down does make this more difficult. Crucial that G2 is able to hold on to it as they start to walk in. G2 not the best objective damage. Certainly Caps can shred through it, but it will take them a bit of time.
But the waves are in such a good spot for G2. That's why Jojo going to start to move over. He knows that he can come in with the ultimate late and still be fine. So MKOI just going to try and keep G2 in this position and let Jojo do work.
Broken Blade pushing the side wave up, trying to demand a response from MKOI. Mirwin on vision has been spotted.
Caps basing, choosing to try to match Jojo here. Maybe this is a sign MKOI can look to flash in.
Elder, the great equalizer. Often difference maker. Alvaro going in, has caught out Hansama. Cleanses there, but the flash is not. Elder immediately pounces. A single summoner spell making the difference. And Supa is completely uncontested. Ghosting, dancing, styling. Caps realm warping out to safety, but no chance of contesting the objective as Broken Blade runs for his life. Tries to get the TP, shattering strike. Alvaro knows right where he is. The arrow goes a bit wide. Broken Blade tries to style, but is pulled right back into the waiting arms of Supa.
And it's Hansama not having flash, just barely being down, that allows MKOI to get a fantastic engage as they get 3 and they get the Elder, and you have to feel it's going to be the game.
How do you come back from this as G2? Skumon is running for the hills. It is not kind though.
Dead Man's Plate feeling a bit more apt than normal as he runs to safety.
But look at the mid lane. MKOI charging down it. They know that this base will crumble in front of them, and it's every lane now starting to be pushed in. The Brav holding here as Caps tries to help him out, but it's already taken, and bot lane inhibitor will be next.
Supa sidesteps. Inhibitor gonna fall. TP there for Mirwin.
G2 are able to kind of hold here though and defend.
MKOI a bit split. They don't really have a wave on top side to play for either.
Mirwin's in the base, gonna TP to the bot wave.
That's
and
gonna be the
trying to make the
extra
most
pressure
of
point.
it.
Good call out. One inhibitor falls. Skumon trying to hold top. G2, a single mistake here ends the game in favor of MKOI. Where will they try and force the fight?
Crucially, Hansama does have flash now and Alvaro doesn't. So he can actually look to pressure a little bit more and play a bit further up. But I don't think it's enough.
Another wave a bit far away from the top side of the map. Jojopun trying to cut it, pull the wave to make sure his will collapse. MKOI grouping a lot.
Oh, the W lands. They can't quite follow it.
The hesitance. Elyoya going to start the fight though. It's Caps who now needs to back up, zooming out to safety. Nice flash away from the bars. All that vision could be everything. Shut down into Elyoya. Caps untouched. Keep your eyes on that Rise. Him and Hansama back to back, holding the line. 5 strong from G2, staying alive. But it's crucial they don't get over eager. The backstep, denying the ulti, denying the access for Mirwin as G2 barrel down the mid lane. They smell blood in the water, but a backstep. They can't afford to face tank Supa. They can't afford to walk in first. Mirwin still stepping forward. Ulti from the Galio. Knock him on the Broken Blade. Mirwin trying to make the difference, but it's Supa still standing. Supa who cannot auto-attack. G2 who hold the line, who hold on to hope in game 2.
G2 hold on despite the odds. They hold on against Elder, against Soul, against the full build Varus, and they're going for the Nash.
I cannot believe G2 survived. A heroic shield from Hansama keeps LeBron up, keeps the team available to follow on towards MKOI, and bit by bit MKOI are picked off. The Elder's gone, and it's barren to G2.
And I said this Senna with her souls can do work, but I did not think it would actually happen. Although their base is in shambles, it's still an uphill battle for G2.
And keep that tower. Oh, no.
We do have the respawning towers. That's their one saving grace. But the biggest thing that I think will hold them back is Hansama has no flash for the second Elder fight, and Alvaro will have it up.
And G2 have no inhibitors. Double super minions going towards the base means that this Baron is kind of just a help to hold on. They're not going to be able to push it onto the map. And MKOI, if they can get access to that Nexus, G2 need another miracle.
The cloud hanging over G2 finally has a silver lining because gold is also being funneled into them in the form of those double supers. Full builds will be ready for the next fight if they can get there. But again, a single misstep. A Pantheon ult with a Galio to follow means a quick backdoor and a game 3 match point. But if G2 strike back here...
The ults from Pantheon, they're going.
Grand Skyfall immediately interrupted. Good patience, trying to retreat as quick as they can right as Jojopune goes in. Cooldown's now in favor. But now the full engage comes. The follow-through is there. Hansama untouched for now. Mira into the backline trying to delete it. He looks like he'll be able to do so. The set is still living for an extra moment, though. Hansama still alive. G2 turned beautifully as Caps gives his life to live, to hold on to the backline a little bit longer. Hansama still untouched. The Senna doing so much work. Alvaro doesn't find the key target, but it's the front line. And Hansama together, but Elioya re-engages, goes right back in. MKOI gave them an inch, but they will not give them a game.
And it's Elioya leading the engage, finding Hansama that secures MKOI game 2 after a hard-fought game here.
MKOI sit at the precipice. 2-0 against G2. G2 need to find something, but we're going to kick it over to Lorwitz Gain to see what he has to say about this insane series.
I don't know if they still have a voice here, given the atmosphere in the MKOI booth. Look at this man's face. Skane, how are you doing?
I don't know what to say. Like last year we were in this position, but 1-0 against G2. Now it's 2-0. We are one Nexus away.
Uno mas, as you guys said. What do you guys need to be careful about to close it out next game?
I mean, we are playing against G2. They have like really insane players. They can for sure actually bounce back this. We have to be really calm, keep playing like that, and let's hope for this third Nexus, right? I don't know.
Guys, rest well for the next 10 minutes while you can. Enjoy the show, enjoy the next game, and we'll see you right after this.
Who needs a map?
Ooh. Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, Medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the
Has he taken the bait? Flash in, Taunt finds it. He's just sprinting out!
Bro.
Round 2. Going in. Taunt is there. Flash perfectly layered CC, and down goes Caps.
Wow, what the f***? I think we win this. We're fighting, guys. We're fighting. Don't flash.
Oh, yeah. Has he overcommitted? The answer is yes. Alvaro was here. Oh my God! Tiny Bear comes down from the sky. Woo! Bomba combo.
Joseph Jungman yun. Bro, we have Elder.
You know what happened?
They're just that good.
Yeah, I think who's just that good is Movistar Koi. Unbelievable. They're on match point already. This guy, is he going to be right 2 days in a row?
Am I a genius? Maybe. We do not know yet, but I want to highlight how good MKOI are playing. Like, they are just running over G2.
That comp, the drafting has been impeccable on their side. I don't know what to say about their opponents sometimes.
No, I think G2, honestly, I think they're choking as well pretty heavily. I think MKOI is playing fantastic.
He said it!
I did say it, but I also agree with you. The prep from MKOI still continues to be great. I would love to go into some of the early game plays we already have from the get-go, because it's just MKOI rolling them over everywhere. We see it in the mid lane where Caps, quite frankly, he has flash. He gets CC chained, he dies. Down in the bot side, it's a 2 versus 2 where they're just gonna die as well. And later on as well, the rotations from G2, they're just not good enough. They're getting out-rotated by MKOI, which put Skumon in this position where he's left soloing the Drake. And while he gets it, you should never sacrifice your life in a manner like this for the first dragon. These early games that we were seeing from G2, they're incoherent, and it seems like they just don't have a game plan with what they're drafting.
It's, whoa, and you know what makes it worse? It's just that we saw it in winter, right? It's eerily similar, right? It is going up against this team with a huge fan base that's going, is up against it, but is getting better every single game they play. And Yeah, there was an analogy that I was thinking about in terms of the Camille rise, right? And maybe it doesn't track, but you know, sometimes you have this outfit and you love wearing it and it's from 2018, 2019, and you think you look great in it and everything is great and your memories are great, but then it's 2025 and you try on that outfit again and you've changed, maybe your body's changed, and it just doesn't work. Is it clinging to the past?
Maybe I've changed support jungle as well, because I'm not sure what is happening right now. I feel like G2 is just not really matching the pace that MKOI has set. I feel like Elyoya and especially Alvaro, they are just playing at another dimension, and I don't really see any proactive play that G2 makes where Caps and Skewmon is on the same screen. They're constantly just being alone, wandering in the river, doing random scuttle crabs, and it's just like...
And you need to give Caps those resources, because if you're not, you're just falling behind to what MKOI is doing to you. I completely agree with what you're saying. And I think MKOI, they've just been the better mid-jungle support synergy that we've highlighted the entire year.
Unbelievable. Like, look at them taking to the stage now, right? I think if you go down the line, every single story, we just said it yesterday, people say, why do you keep bringing up that EMEA final? Because it matters to them. Because that's the road that Supa's on, and that's the road he's been on. And he comes into this final with Elyoya. Do we even have to say it? It's crazy what this guy's doing.
I mean, absolutely. Elyoya's early game have been absolutely fantastic, but also just super. Not just this series, the KC series too. His entire playoffs, I mean, what a glow up from the guy.
I mean, I just can't even imagine how much it would mean for this team to finally win their first title. They are looking at match point coming into game 3 against G2, and just observe these beautiful stats from
7-7-7. We're rolling jackpot on Supa,
But he doesn't
baby.
need luck. There's pure skill in that man's veins. Running that Varus and the side game 1, just the micro, everything is just flawless. Especially, I just want to say it, the map openings. He's just so clever.
He's visualizing it again. He said yesterday, no, I don't visualize the fights anymore. I visualize myself lifting that trophy. Now, for our final point, I'm going to let you take the side of G2, GB, and Finn the side of MKOI, starting with how did G2 start to bring this back?
Yeah, you need other members on Cap's screen. He can't be alone. I haven't seen a gank where Elyoya was matched by Skewmon yet. I've seen Skewmon die isolated with no members around him. You need to be playing with Caps. If you're not, you're going to fall apart.
And I mean, to me, it's just like, okay, MKOI, I've seen you get excited in the past. I know how you can get a little bit impatient when things are going your way. So I just want to see them take a deep breath,
all right,
slow down, and finish out this 3-0. So I was right, and GP
Everybody
and
was wrong.
was wrong.
We're already wrong.
Yes, Laura is now standing by with some G2 fans. Hopefully she can make them a bit happier.
I am indeed. Welcome back to the fan area on G2 side. It's not going so well for the team, but the fans are still cheering for them as loud as they can. And I found some amazing signs once again, so let's go through them for a bit. What is your name?
Johanna.
Johanna, nice to meet you. Well, I love your sign. I love the sign you made. I love this one as well. Honorable mention for the one at the back here, if we can show it. Thank you. Lovely. I think you have my favorite sign, so I want to give you a gift. A gift, a jersey, of course, signed from the whole team. Okay, so as I said, it's not looking too good for G2 so far. Do you have any words of encouragement for the team?
Well, I think I believe in them, so they do everything for the plot. 3-2 G2.
For the plot, for content. Do you guys believe in G2 here? Let's go. Let's see if they can turn this series around. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Of course, incredible signs across the board. We'll see if Hans picks Jhin. The pool, the champion pool is getting smaller.
Yeah.
Very, very rapidly.
And maybe some utility, some CC from bot lane could be what they need. I mean, that was one of the things MKOI had in last game draft, right? They had everybody that could make things happen. While G2, it feels like they're over-reliant on support jungle when they're not stepping up to the pie. I mean, I'd like to see Hans Sama with more agency for sure.
But I think that's the surprising part, right? I think the biggest standout to me last time these two teams faced off was that jungle support for G2 working so well together. It felt like Skewmon and Labrov were always on the same screen. We're always trying to find plays for Caps. We're always finding that success in side lanes, but this time around, it just isn't there. And now G2 pick the blue side once more. Can they finally crack the code?
And rapid fire bans from G2, perhaps a bit of confidence here. Much needed as we head into game 3 again. Rinse and repeat on the blue side, as you highlighted. Lucian now taken away. What's the first pick? What's the
Vi
angle?
left open.
Wow.
This is kind of the big one, I think.
And this is reliable, right? This isn't the trundle. This is the point-and-click CC. We know what this champion can do.
But also opens up things like a Kaiser for Hans Sama, a little bit more playmaking for him. Feel like he hasn't really had a chance to really strut his stuff, as G2 has been struggling to kind of defend him, nearly able to get into a position where he could carry the last game, but MKOI just that bit too strong. We'll have to see if that is going to be the answer. Is I don't mind the Poppy immediately pick up here, because even coming with that Vi, good disengage, but also good disengage from the follow-up that Vi will be bringing as well.
And also a great early game pick into the Vi, especially if it's up in the jungle. You can try to invade the Vi, you can kind of outfight her in the early game up until Vi gets at level 6. So really suits LEO's strengths in this series, as I feel like he's been just out-skirmishing and out-impacting Skewmon by miles.
And as we get deeper into the series, the depth of the champion pool and preparation is going to matter more and more. First 2 drafts for G2 did not pan out. We'll see if priority on jungle this time pays off. It was Senna in the previous game, and it's confidence coming in from MKOI.
This is technically a double flex here. Yeah. But normally if we saw this locked in, we'd think, okay, this Poppy is top for support, and this Nidalee is jungle. But since it's MKOI, I'm thinking this Nidalee is top lane.
I think so as well.
And I think the thing is comparatively, Mirwan hasn't had the most flashy series thus far. Stable Gwen performance, surviving a lot of dives, despite a couple deaths, still able to impact. One good early play from Mbessa, good role player, but the confidence he must feel to potentially play the Nidalee here blind, knowing he might be the one that has to flex it. But for G2, they're set up to have a composition that is just very straightforward and conventionally powerful, which I think is a big boon when you're the team that is down in a series.
My question was, though, what they wanted to go in that third pick. Did they just want to end up taking something like a Silas for a Cap, say, hey, we want to go for something hyper-aggressive and go for these skirmishes in the early stages, even having the opportunity to steal away that keeper's verdict from the Poppy, but instead going to try and lock in comfort for Lebrov in that bottom side, but full disengage here for MKOI thus far.
I mean, I like a lot the Kai'Sa Alistar. The Kai'Sa Vi, we saw Fnatic have fantastic success with this combination. I think Hans Sama, we wanted him to have more agency. I think on the Kai'Sa he can definitely have that. But you're playing up against full disengage. As you said, Rob, it's like Braum and Poppy. Can you ask for better picks against Vi Alistar? I don't know if you can.
It'll be a tough task. We've also seen how quickly compositions like this can fall apart, even in this series. The Vi gets going early, the Kai'Sa gets going early. Disengage might not get the chance to work to full effect.
I'm curious, though, how the engage from MKOI is going to work, because there is an opportunity if you wanted to, which we haven't seen a huge amount in Europe, but Ashe is creeping up over in the LPL, and I think having something like the Ashe in this sort of composition where you already have a lot of other damage coming through from the Nidalee and most likely for Jojo in the mid, I think he can forsake a little bit of damage in that AD carry role to enable engage, and Ashe Braum is just such a strong bot lane, particularly for a short range AD carry like the Kai'Sa.
And you see Tristana banned away because they don't want to play against a potential double AD carry composition. They don't want to deal with a Tristana that will eventually, alongside the Braum, just make it so impossible for those divers to do an effective job.
Yeah, and Supa's been one of the few players in EU that has been willing to pull out the Tristana consistently on ADC. It would have been a great pick this game. You can buffer the Vi combo, and it's a great lane into the Kai'Sa as well. I agree with you a lot on the Ashe pick. I think that would be fantastic. The only thing I have, like, yes, you have really good disengage, but you always ideally want to pick some ability yourself when you're up against this Vi Alistar. So maybe he decides to go for the Zeri instead.
So we'll be taking the AD carry, and I think then you're just waiting to see exactly what Jojo wants to take in this mid lane. My eyes are potentially looking at a Silas, because I do think you can steal the engage from the Vi, you've got that unbreakable will you can take from the Alistar. Short range on the Kai'Sa means more than likely you will get some access to this AD carry as well, but I think it will rely a lot on what G2 end up picking in this mid lane.
It's a great Silas game for sure. It's going to be the Sion Annie here. I mean, G2, they wanted proactivity and they got it. They have 5 champions here that can all start a fight.
The Annie does make it tough for the Silas, though, because Annie can toss down Tibbers. You end up interrupting the Silas from trying to go for some of the chains and follow up on some of the engage, but also he just doesn't get the stun from the Tibbers, which is such a valuable portion of that. So I don't think it'll be that, but I'll have to see exactly what Jojo is thinking. Maybe he's still going to go for it. Okay.
I mean, it's a tough lane, but I mean, you do have Alistar ultimate, you have Vi ultimate, even Sion ultimate can be good. Like, you have a lot of good options to choose from here, and it also just helps kind of provide, it doesn't provide engage, but it provides something that can follow the team very nicely.
So we're going to have to try and figure out a way to look at the pots that JoJo buys, the control ones that he buys, and if he can count the amount of that, that'll be very important to MKOI's success.
See if it's fasting Silas or if he wants to be strong this game.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Two items is full build for Silas.
Okay.
The chains weigh him down. He's only got enough for 2 things. Can't afford anymore. Someone will keep track of, most certainly. Both fan bases roaring, ready to go. MKOI hungry for a 3-0. G2 fans, you're going to need to give it everything you have to your boys on stage. They need to hear you now. One last shot to bring the series in on the cusp of death, for the potential of a reverse sweep, of reminding the region how great they can be.
And watching this draft, I'm struck with a weird feeling, because I look at the G2 comp and I think to myself, oh, finally, this comp looks quite nice from G2. But then I remember the last 2 games, and their drafts were good. They were just getting outplayed.
And I think when MKOI are in that zone where they're just outplaying you, out-skirmishing you, you remember the team they were when they entered the league in 2024 winter. The last time they were in finals. And they were a step above in terms of coordination, in terms of skirmishing. And now it's a different situation, because it's not just that they started off with a buff to how well coordinated they could be. They might just be one step ahead of everybody, because they're just better.
The last time it was G2 who stopped them. This time G2 haven't found a way to control MKOI, and they were locked in coming onto this stage. There were no smiles. They were all business. And if they can try and hold on to that, slow G2 once more, control the pace of this game, that seems to be the way forward. Mirren puts a trap in that top side to make sure that he gets a little bit of a heads up if someone starts poking their head in from G2, but it seems a little bit once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah. Fool me once, shame on you, etc.
It's going to be the ghost here for Hansama here, taking a note out of Supa's playbook from last game, as I would have maybe thought that Supa would go ghost as well to try to match it, but it's going to be the barrier for him. So a little bit of early game lane power for Supa in the summoner department.
Also, the phase rush for LeBron does mean that if he overcommits on a trade, he's that much squishier. Braum often so good at punishing those engaged supports. But again, maybe the game is more about getting LeBron out of lane, trying to get him more active on the map. With the Vi in the jungle, though, I imagine we may be in a situation where we don't see a lot of early action from G2.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of AD carries will be left to their own devices on the bottom side of the map, and it'll be on MKOI to see if they can get kind of vision down on that top half to just let Mirren play aggressive.
The level 3 cheese. Follow-up stun connects on a minion, Caps flashing out, but the early flash devastating for any potential repeat ganks.
And G2 are caught unaware as JoJo spam emotes again. Nah, bro. That's crazy. I mean, Elioya is just everywhere this game. G2 were not prepared for the Raptor late invade. And Caps already off to a shaky start.
And this is the advantage of being 2-0 up in a series, is you can bet a level 2, you can put yourself a little bit behind. When you're on match point, you can take risks like this, and if they pay off, you're that much closer to victory. But Supa and Alvaro losing out on the bottom side of the map. Unbreakable coming in a little bit late, and maybe this is the strong point that G2 can play around.
Yeah, I think they need to find somewhere, and I think this will also be a bit of a question mark for me onto Alvaro. When you think back to Alvaro over the last year, he's been in the LEC. Braum has not been the strongest of picks for him. He has been the one that has been that engage tool and kind of needed to step up to be that engage tool for MKOI, and they have struggled in the past when he's been on this Braum pick. It's not a diss at his ability to play the Braum, it's just his role in the team. We'll have to see if MKOI are able to play a different style of game now that Alvaro isn't that engaged tool.
Yeah, of course the win record, I think impressive. But when you look at the team identity, something you always have to contrast is, can someone else on MKOI step up? As you mentioned, maybe it's Elioya, has had a series pretty excellent so far. JoJo Pune as well. We talked about it. So many great ultimates to steal away. Set up for success in the early laning phase, courtesy of the early gank. But of course, Annie's range advantage still makes this a pretty tough one to play out.
Yeah, still a tough matchup for this Silas early on. Gets easier once you get a few items and you can start to actually just clear waves. But Skewmont here, off to a shaky start as he loses the Raptors. He's going to be able to pick up the bot crab though, and maybe look to pay a visit to mid.
JoJo, level 4. Early kill for the Annie could be big for G2 to start snowballing. For now, it is just mid-pressure. Skewmon there to cover. We'll move topside, try to get the double crab. Maybe go for a gank as well. Mirwan has one ward to cover, but he's pretty deep. You can see basically pushed up to tower, trying to hold that push as long as possible.
Yeah, I think at this stage it's going to be kind of peaceful on the Rift for a little bit for MKOI. They just want to try and get that reset in for Jojo Pyun. That's why you look at Elyoya popping into mid lane to make sure that he's able to pick up the CS. Then he can TP back in towards mid. And when you get to level 6 for G2, just throw that ultimate down on the Annie on top of Jojo Pyun, burn through his health bar, and open that up for then dragons that are spawning in about 40 seconds.
It's a good recovery from Skewmon here. He ends up being able to pick up both crabs and deny the Raptor re-invade from Elyoya. So when you do that late invade on Raptors, you really want to get the Raptor respawn as well, as that's the real jackpot. But Elyoya wasn't able to get it, so Skewmon now in a comfortable position, even though he's down a little bit of tempo and needs to reset to get back on the map.
See what he can do with the Vi, right? Game 2 was a little bit rough. Certainly outmatched by Elyoya in the series thus far, but we know him to be that incredibly consistent player, that consistency that we just really haven't seen today. In every other series, he's felt omnipresent, always where he needs to be, always a little bit ahead. Game 3 will have to be a different story. And when we look at the draft, I think so much pressure is on Hansama, right?
Yeah.
Broken Blade taking a losing matchup, Caps on a utility champion once again. It's Hansama who needs to be the carry in this game.
And for me, the only person that's been even more consistent than Skewmon has been Hansama. And even in this series, when every other lane has faltered, he's still played very well. And he's off to a great start here, up around 15, 16 CS. Against the counter-picked Braum, he's very happy.
So forward. Oh yeah, sprinting in with steadfast presence, but Cap's able to walk that one out. Now LeBron and Skewmon here as well. Q forward. Skewmon just threatening with the Q flash, just in case, maybe hoping that Jojo Pyun in a moment of uncertainty would flash out, but Jojo, you mentioned it when we saw him coming on the stage, stone cold in this game 3.
But it's a good play towards mid because it lets Caps go for the reset. He didn't teleport back in. So now as he TPs back in, he's going to have the mana bar, he's going to have that item advantage. You can look for this early dragon. And so often when I see the Annie's mid, it is just I hit level 6, I ult the enemy laner, and that just gets us dragon. Because the enemy laner isn't able to succeed and has to concede so much space because the health bar goes so low. But we'll have to see if that's going to be the case, because at the moment, with the moving around on the map, with G2 having their bot lane in the top side, I don't think they'd be looking for it too early.
Alvaro ready to cover, but LeBron on the way in. Super has to be careful here. You saw a little bit late from Mirwan on the reset. Going bot lane, but we're just going to ult right out to safety. Was able to get first push. Not confident enough to step up and try to end, but here we go. Potentially a Pokemon battle here in the mid lane. 2 bears.
Yeah, but this is the thing I was talking about, right? All you do is ult to burn the health bar, and then you guarantee yourself position on mid and the objective. It's still a minute and a half until those Void Grubs are up, so I imagine G2 are going to look to Dragon, but it's Elyoya who's already on it, but doesn't really have the support tools that he needs.
Yeah, with Jojo being forced to base, Elyoya has to get off this Drake. A nice play here by Caps, being able to pressure Jojo out and stop the secural of this Drake.
But you've now burnt that ultimate kind of for nothing, right? Jojo's got the reset. He's going to be able to come in towards mid. I think you need to start this as Skewmon if you want to try and hold on to it, and looks like he will do it. So they will still get the dragon in the long play, but because it took long, well, now it's 40 seconds until Void grows, which means it should be a trade for MKOI on that top side of the map.
With potentially a false security given to them by the trap in the pit. Currently not spotting anyone. Skewmon grabbing this. MKOI, as expected, trying to set up some control on the top side of the map.
I do want to say, though, for G2, I think this early game, I mean, this is the best early game we've seen from them thus far, for sure. But also, if you look at the nature of the matchups, you have a Nidalee top, which is famous for bullying extremely hard. She's barely ahead. You have the Braum counterpick in bot lane, who's also actually down a little bit of gold. So everything across the board for G2 is going really well with the Drake secured as well.
Comfortable. And we saw what happened in a mid-game in Game 1 when they were at a gold deficit. They were still able to outmaneuver for the vast majority of the game. Coming into a mid-game at an even gold state is something we just haven't seen in this series. LeBron finds a quick knockup, but Unbreakable to deny any follow-up. Elyoya will start the grubs. Skewmon can show up, but got mid-push. Seems like they will be able to grab all 3.
Yeah, and this is what I meant by not kind of immediately going towards that dragon. You gave the opportunity for MKOI to get the push that they needed with Elyoya supporting the top half, so they're going to be pretty happy getting those Void Grubs for themselves, but it's still like, I think dragon stacking has just become so much more crucial, so if I'm on the team that can stack the dragons, I'm happy. It's only really Mirwan that I'm worried about using those Void Grubs successfully on these towers.
Pressure point. He's already grabbed a couple plates for himself. Brokenblade doing a good job of keeping the CS close, as Jack highlighted once before.
Oh, Skewmon is here.
Hunted back. Alvaro in trouble. Flash moves backward. Unbreakable tries to find the disengaged Super now, trying to get a bit more damage down, but they should just be able to finish the support now. Super might just need to back up. Continues to auto. Elyoya on the way in. W to deny any further follow-up, but this area damage isn't quite there. Even with the ulti, Flash away from LeBron as he tries to find a follow-up bit of CC, and G2 happy to just pick up one.
And finally, G2 strikes back in the series as they're able to pick up the first blood and get Hansama a crucial lead.
Mirwin, though, making the best that he can out of the situation, cross-mapping, at least grabbing a plate, trying to keep the gold slightly in their favor. You called it out. Hansama getting the gold is perfect for the side of G2.
And I do think as this game goes on, the fact that the G2 can try and keep this in good shape will bode well for them. It's their front to back fight, but this is just Alvaro stepping too far forward, and good gank opportunity from Skewmon, playing through the fog of war to get that pick. And a little bit of an over-aggression from Elyoya here to try and keep that play going. Super just doesn't have the damage in that sort of position to follow through, even with the BF sword picked up, so has to end up burning the flash to get away.
A unique situation, most certainly, that they have an AD carry who, you know, lacks a lot in the early game. Hansama will be going for the AD build on the Kai'Sa, it seems. Needs to be able to auto-attack in these fights, but might just have the space to do so.
I mean, it's not a terrible game to go AD Kai'Sa. I think he should still... I would like to see him go more on hit, but he does have great tools to go in, set him up for success, and he also has the Ghost as well to get more auto-attacks off. And being able to complete the Yuntal at 10 items, it feels very, very good for him.
He will. Might make it a bit harder to get the Zhonya's, my personal favorite Kai'Sa item. Why she's allowed to build it, I don't know, but...
It's very nice. Every ADC should be able to buy Zhonya's.
No, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Mirwin continues to be a nuisance. Gold lead mostly from plates. Brokenblade has done an excellent job of keeping it close in terms of farm. Mirwin not quite able to sidestep there. Brokenblade, of course, on bits and pieces when it comes to items. That Triforce spike from Mirwin means he's going to be able to sustain that pressure quite well.
I do think, though, like, as this game goes on, I start to teeter more in favor of just G2's composition, right? It is very easy to execute. You have good follow-up for Skewmon, and Jojo might actually end up giving kill across here.
Jojo's completely alone here. He has the Alistar ulti, but I'm surprised he's able to get this wave when Alvaro is showing on mid and Elyoya's top side.
Might cost him his life. Abscond out.
Jojo's really playing on the limit here. I quite like it, the confidence he's displaying. As MKOI are doing what we praised G2 for. They're pressuring multiple lanes at the same time.
Trying to get himself somewhere to attack. Most of that coming from Mirwin. The confidence on the early Nidalee pick. Waiting to the last second possible to reveal its nature as a flag. Putting Brokenblade in this uncomfortable position where he's essentially blinding. Knowing that there's something getting cooked up here, or it's a Nidalee he's forced to go face-to-face with.
As this game goes on, though, I think it's going to be tough for Super to play out these fights. You get point and click from Skewmon, you get the ult from Caps to follow-up, and you just don't get to play the game for about 4 seconds, which should be enough for follow-up, but Elyoya finding Skewmon.
Skewmon feeling pretty good. Locking down Elyoya.
No flash.
A hard time. Perfect chain CC. He's ticking, he's burning. Skewmon grabs it. They wanted to donate it to Caps. Last auto will seal the deal, and Skewmon finally finding a game where he can build that lead.
G2 are making it look easy. They're just able to pick off individual kills here. Skewmon looking much more composed, much more like himself. As Lebrov here, ooh, with the Kai'Sa ult.
Using a bit of the Hex Blast movement speed to get involved. Skewmon here now as well. Alvaro a bit too late, and G2 finding their footing in game 3.
The confidence is starting to come back. Skewmon and Lebrov working well together, finding picks as MKOI overextend. Now they get the bot side jungle, they get a bunch of those minions tossed into that bot side turret to no avail of MKOI. But MKOI looking to maybe collapse on the low health cow.
Lebrov caught out here.
Oh, flash here. I think.
Breakable.
Oh, he procs the face rush. Wait, Supa?
Big cow. Keep going. Ulti there, extra movement speed, wants to keep chasing. Doesn't have to reset on the dash. Would love to parkour over the wall now, but can't quite get there.
But second Drake going over for the side of G2, and you have to feel that finally there's some life in this series as G2 getting a pretty decisive lead in game number 3.
Keeping it simple. Hansama in a comfortable position. Mirwin, the kind of single strong point on the map, but the difficulty of a champion like this Nidalee, it's often so hard to turn that Nidalee's lead into a lead for the entire team.
Alvaro interrupting the resets on that bottom side, though, will net the tower on the bottom half of the map for MKOI. So at least that is something coming back after that long chase for MKOI. And it's kind of adding to all that damage that Mirwin has done. Plus, getting gold into the hands of Supa going to be pretty crucial because he was already killing assist down. But
for sure, but I do want to look at the jungle difference because Skewmon is nearly up 2 levels here on this Poppy. And this is a matchup that we thought he would lose the early game. He would get out-impacted, but he's done the opposite. He's helped his laners more, and he's built an individual lead for himself.
And that is credit to Caps, right? Because he was the one who got that early attention from Elyoya. Did not give up a greater advantage. Did not give up his lane. Able to use the Annie to full effect. Of course, full effect doesn't mean just dropping a bear on their head and walking away, but hey, that's what you want from this pick.
Keeping it simple.
Sometimes you just gotta drop a bear on it. Nice, simple game plan. And again, this is the kind of composition where once you build a lead, you know the caliber of players present on G2. It's just a much more comfortable game state. They don't have to do anything tricky. They don't have to do anything crazy. And you can hear even this small lead, the even game state, get the G2 fan base going. Happy to have this. Finally seeing the team that they fell in love with perform on stage.
And this Sion, you have to feel it just gets tankier and tankier and harder to kill, as I feel like Nidalee has already kind of passed her expiration date.
And you know, we saw what happens when you have a 3K gold lead on Nidalee. It was Kana who played it. And AD Nidalee,
I mean, he was doing some work.
He was doing some work, most certainly. But it was still hard to get value in those fights. Sion, easy. Simple, straightforward. You go in, you push Q. If they burn spells on you, you're doing your job.
Riptide going to be taken, and we're going to back away. But I was going to say, I think it's still this feels like a bit of a weird situation for MKOI, because traditionally when we look at the drafts and when they've been successful, it's, hey, we have ease of follow-up and ease of engage to set up for so many of our players. Like, even the jokes that have been had about they like to overextend, well, that comes from the fact that they have these good engage tools, but they don't really have one right now. Jojo being that sole engage tool realistically to try and set them up, and without the access to the vial to make it a bit tough.
It's a great overload by MKOI here. Being able to take down this mid tower this early on in the game is really crucial. Maybe it can set up for some potential picks the next time MKOI side laners have a move towards mid. Hansama could be forced to burn the flash, burn the ghost, or get chunked down.
Yeah, and credit to MKOI using the corrupts, using the one objective they've been able to secure thus far this game, other than the 2 towers, right? Knocking down mid, pressure in bottom lane, meaning that they get that one as well. But G2, Herald, double Drakes, sitting pretty comfortable in this game. Also Mountain Soul near the team with the Sion. Feels pretty great.
Yeah, if you can get that Mountain Soul, definitely you're sitting pretty as G2.
Jojo Pune definitely hurting in the 1v1. Extended trades, getting the healing coming from the W there as Broken Blade still has to be careful about going toe-to-toe with Mirwin, but just seems pretty unconcerned.
It feels like some parallels between top and mid here, as you know, it's Mirwin currently poking out Broken Blade, but neither really cares, and Caps poking out Jojo, but neither really cares.
Yeah. But they're doing a lot of stuff. They're clicking a lot of buttons. Keeping it high, keeping it interesting. Is Skewmon threatening, giving Hansama just a little bit of space to Q one-shot the wave, the Kathy and Rain upgrade.
Does force Alvaro and Supa back, though, which gives Hansama and Skewmon this access to the top side. It's Jojo waiting in the bush with Elyoya.
This is a level 10 Vi. I don't think they can even kill him.
Well, Caps going in, Hansama immediately flying in as well. Jojo Pune might be able to steal an ulti, but for now he needs to get the hell out. Doesn't quite have the cooldown. Alvaro, double knockup, looks good. Cussive blows, find their mark. Ultra Shock Laser not going to hit. G2 suddenly backing away.
The Brawl punted Supa out of the engagement, so he couldn't actually be a part of it. So even though Alvaro gets a nice predict, the damage isn't there to come through.
I thought for sure with Alvaro getting that flash predict on his ultimate that they'd be able to follow it up. But it's nothing for MKOI, as it ends up being Alvaro's flash burned for Skewmon's.
3-dive. It's a half a wave. MKOI don't expect it. They assume, hey, hands off. Time for a bit of a parlay, but instead G2 full aggression on the top side of the map. They're hungry for blood. They want to find Jojo. Smite to slow him down. Flash, he tries to get himself out to safety. LeBron not quite in range. Q forward, ball breakers are going to back away. Crucial that he's able to survive, because in the meantime, mid lane already being pushed out by Supa.
Yeah, they just wanted to try and push out because they want to move over towards that dragon, deny that third dragon, but Rift Herald is there for G2 as MKOI overload the bottom side of the map.
It's going to be a cross map for tier 2 for Drake here. I'd say as MKOI, you're pretty happy about this. Fighting this Drake, when you press tab and you see the 2 items on this Vi.
Caps caught out, deny the escape, but don't really have the follow-up. At least delaying the resets means they can get more prio in the mid lane on the side of MKOI.
The G2 tempo here is really, really delayed. That Skewmon is still trying to get these Raptors. He is so damn
that
strong.
man is committed to getting his chicken.
I was gonna say that was pretty brave as well. Super could have just dashed over the wall.
Behind him. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta bluff a little. Make them think you got 5 people behind you, even if the enemy team just saw them when you call. Yeah.
I don't know. I see a 2-item buy, and I'm not dashing over that wall. It's scary, I think.
Nope. That's the position that they find themselves, right? Supa needs a bit more time to scale up. Hansama getting closer to 2nd item here. Kaisa, the potential to just force these plays around any of those pieces of CC present across every other member of G2. Does again simplify the game plan, and now finally G2 able to get some structures of their own, actually take the lead in terms of towers. And remember, it was neck and neck in terms of gold. It was objectives where G2 were finding the edge, but now it's a very different story as they pull ahead.
I think it's just wherever Skewmon goes, MKOI can't really match. He goes bot lane, it's a free tower for Broken Blade. He's gonna hover up towards the top side now. That means Caps can push out. And it's a tough situation to be when you're in MKOI, when you're playing this sort of disengage comp that's great at receiving engage, but then if you're not even stronger, you have no way of starting a fight yourself or getting picks, so you're just on that receiving end but losing.
And it's so crucial for the series and the confidence, especially of Skewmon and LeBron, that they are able to impact this game through. They're the ones that are able to bring it back. Decent Alistair so far, an excellent Vi performance from Skewmon. We're running out of priority picks in Fearless. When you get Vi in draft, you have to make it work, and Skewmon, despite an 0-2 start, despite the odds feeling stacked against him, he has been making it work as G2 determined to start this Otacon. MKOI in the area, but I think both these teams have made enough mistakes around that objective. They're not too eager to throw anything away.
But G2 got what they wanted, the TP from Mirwin. That's all they were really looking for, because now they can back away. Broken Blade can continue to push in bot. They can restart it with that advantage with Supa.
Ulti from the Scion, flash from Supa. Again,
crucial summoner.
Yeah, we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2 how important AD carry flash can be. Both teams in Game 1 played so many fights, so many skirmishes, just for a little cooldown. And that's big for G2, as Supa really needs a lot of space and time at 2 items to be able to make it work.
Exactly, and now they can do just as Rob said. If Broken Blade pushes out bot, Mirwin matches, but instead they're actually going to put Jojo towards bot so that they can keep someone with that teleport. But I don't see a world where this Sylas can do anything against this Sylas. So that means full map control for G2.
And the thing about Broken Blade staying even is he's able to get MR items and armor items. So neither Jojo or Mirwin can fully just bully him out of lane. He doesn't really care about the lane assignments.
And you've got no control over mid-wave, so at this stage, LeBron gets to do what he wants. Caps has the range that can match Mirwin, so he gets the push because he just does it faster. And it feels like, again, G2 kind of just get to hold on to this map state until you end up in a position where, okay, Dragon is up and Otacon is up, and we have the teleport advantage.
The good news for MKOI is, despite the deficit, despite being a bit behind in terms of overall objectives, is they broke mid lane tier 1. Super crucial, super important objectives, something G2 have yet to do. So it does give them a bit more access to mid wave, a bit more control around that part of map, even now as Mirwin breaks another tower on the top side. But G2 committed to finding a fight here. Lebrov, potentially a bit over-eager. Never hurts to chunk the Braum out early. Gets his flash as well. Caps trying to find a stun, trying to find engage. Lebrov's ulti going a little bit wide. Knockback is good onto the Alistair, but maybe not the ideal target. Mirwin trying to finish the kill. Down goes the bear. Jojo Pune on the chase, trying to get in this one. And then Italy running, sprinting. Mirwin wants to get the hell out. G2 happy to retreat. Happy to grab that kill. Good body block coming in from Elyoya. Jojo Pune trying to take down Caps. Nice footwork coming in from the Annie, but he's getting closer. It feels like an inevitability. Jojo Pune chasing. Caps taken down. Massive for the Sylas. Skewmon now tries to taste. The Empower Timbers coming through. Jojo Pune with the Alistair ulti, but he can't push the button! G2! Beautiful layering of the CC!
And G2 strike back in this series as they're able to take down 2, they're able to get the Otacon, and some nice, fancy footwork from Caps. Alvaro tries to predict this flash, but Caps doesn't flash. He's got ice in his veins, and he plays it so nicely to set up this team fight.
G2 get the Otacon, and it's a quick reset away from a Dragon on the bottom side. But Alvaro and Elyoya trying to get any sort of control over River, and the punch doesn't go well. Alvaro ends up in a position where he doesn't want to be, but Mirwin here thinking, oh, we can catch Caps, but Caps doesn't go into Alvaro's ultimate. Then even here, waits for the pounce to flash away. keeps himself safe, and Jojo spends so much time chasing onto him that Supa at this stage, Ults, has no one to try and connect with as Hansama's flashed away. But G2 then access upriver as they pushed MKOI back into their own jungle. They're able to quicker to connect to Jojo to finish off the rest of them.
It's a wonderful play from G2 here, but Caps, no flash on it.
Marked crucially, concussive blows there. Flash forward from Alvaro. They want to find that kill. The rest of G2 descending on the side. Supa is already ulted. He's in excellent position to fight, but he needs to get the hell away from the bear. Mirwin, attack speed steroid coming in. Hansama taking down Alvaro as the fight now continues. Jojo Pin off the side still has the power of the Alistar ulti, but MKOI don't want to get overeager. It's a support for mid lane trade. They're happy with what they got.
No one can kill Broken Blade. Look at this health bar. He just keeps going.
Jojo Pin ulted. That's the Alistar ult gone, but G2 instantly back away. They're waiting it out. They know they don't want to throw any more skills in, and they're taking their sweet time.
You have to feel that MKOI cannot contest this Drake, but I'm looking at this Sion, just frontlining, not taking any sort of damage. You desperately need more items on this Seri because this Sylas will never be able to deal with this Sion. But maybe if the Seri is able to get that Infinity Edge, be able to get that LDR, then they can finally start to win some of these fights.
There's a lot of maybes for the side of MKOI. They're at least keeping their waves pushed. They lose another objective soul point for G2 on a Sion that's already pretty damn unkillable. Almost 1,200 bonus health. Credit to Broken Blade. Ahead in CS. And you can see how hard it was in that previous fight in the river for Mirwin to get anything done. Even when a target is stunned, if you miss a single cooldown, you're so damn squishy. Sundered Sky, not enough to keep this Nidalee alive in the fights.
But you can also see how much MKOI have to invest to try and find these picks. Ayoya flashing on to Caps after Alvaro had landed the Winter's Bite. Then Alvaro had to flash just to keep the bloody stacks going. MKOI have to invest so much to keep these fights happening for them. And G2 now just get to walk forward and press or if it works for them.
And that's the problem when you play this sort of disengaged comp. Yeah, you're great at disengaging, but enemy team has all the agency of when the fight actually begins. They have the decision-making power that you lack.
Certainly do. And it's a different case if you're the one ahead in gold. If you're the one who's first on the objective, it makes it so easy because they have to come to you. But you're down in Drakes. You're behind in the game, and Elyoya is going to be in trouble now. Punted back into the team. G2 happy to have an easy kill. Elyoya down, jungler gone, Broken Blade on the way in. This might just be the Baron for G2.
And so beautifully played by Lebrov, so patient, waiting out the Poppy W. But they're onto the Nasher, and Lebrov has a crazy flank here.
This is the confidence G2 fans were waiting to see. MKOI, they've outplayed at a man disadvantage before. We've seen it in the series.
Lebrov is hiding.
Can they make it happen again? Lebrov behind. Supa looking for the angle. Punts Mirwin back. There's no immediate follow-up. Now Broken Blade going in. Alvaro knocked to the side, but it's Hansama in the back line of the blink of an eye. Supa now flashing out. Supa for a brief moment uncontested. They're trying to follow, but Skewbon, he's just too far ahead. He finds the kill. Caps taking down another. Mirwin and Jojo Pune want to make the difference, but it's a 2v4, and they've got nowhere left to run. G2 chasing them out. The headbutt pole, the follow-up, the CC. Oh, damn, G2 finding the kills.
And it was such a beautiful Sylas Viol from Jojo Pune to take down Hansama, but it's too little too late as Mirwin looks like he will fall as well. Or maybe not.
How much time can he buy, though? I mean, getting good damage.
The thing is, in the extended fights, he's still scary.
Oh.
Mirwin managing to find one. They want to go in again. The CCC's here. He's done. But G2, maybe not giving him enough respect. Might have wanted to throw a few more members forward.
Mirwin able to get one back, but it's a little messy. Like, I don't really know why Elyoya went in here. Supa's not in position, Mirwin's not in position, Jojo can't really contest, so Elyoya ends up giving his life as Lebrov is able to get him back into the enemy team.
And perhaps a false sense of security. I'm not sure what he saw leading up to that play, but there have been moments where Lebrov has walked up too far by himself. Elyoya betting on the coin flip, coming up tails.
And then here you see Supa getting ulted by Skewmon, and Hansama tries to follow up, but Jojo, holding onto that Viol, is able to take down Hansama instantly. And normally, this would be a great fight for MKOI. They took down enemy ADC, but Skewmon is too damn strong, able to take down Supa as well. And it's G2 with the advantage.
Elyoya going in, whip it completely!
Elyoya, no!
Look at his team! Mirwin's in base! Elyoya is trying to force these engages, and I really don't understand why.
It looks like he's crumbling under the pressure. In a tough game, you feel desperation.
Yeah, and game one, game two, he was stone cold, right? This is the captain of the team. This is the man this team was built around, but here, not able to find the angles. The first play of the game was solid, but now just so woefully far behind Skewmon for G2. Going to grab this Baron, uncontested. Starting to feel like the first victory lap for this team in the series is Mirwin now caught out as well. Pulverized, one auto, taking their time. Mirwin, powerful in lane, but has not been able to transition that lead. But with Alvaro on the way, maybe they can get it done. Doesn't have quite enough time for the heal. Flash out from Caps at the very least. TP is there. The Baron's already down. G2 happy to just grab that kill and grab the TP.
And the TP is the big one for me. They thought maybe they could turn it around, that potentially Alvaro could hold on to his top laner, but no heal available for him. The shield wasn't there in time. And now G2 just get another summoner spell on top of that Baron with 35 seconds until a Mountain Soul for this G2 squad. This game feels over for MKOI.
Certainly does. Caps flashless on a different champion, that might feel incredibly important. Maybe if they can find a pick, but for Annie, one round of cooldowns, even if you die, it's Hans Sama who's still alive. Skumon who's so far ahead, who could do so much work. It's fine. They over-focus on Caps or Broken Blade. You can see they just do not do damage to this Sion.
Oh my god, this Sion can do no wrong right now. As he can just frontline with the Annie shields, with the Unending Despair. And I don't think MKOI has any chance of entering this Drake. They might try, however.
Dragoon at least tanky enough that he can face check, but it's just because Hans Sama and Skumon are otherwise occupied. Soul for the side of G2 on top of the 5K gold lead.
It's item leads, it's gold leads, it's experience leads, it's everything going in favor of G2 right now, and there's just nothing MKOI can do. G2 have scaled into such a good position that their team fight is just incomparable to MKOI's.
For G2, starting to feel that momentum, starting to feel that fire. We ran the graphic earlier, ran it for too long, couldn't take it down. But it's good to bring it up now. If Caps wins a game in finals, he wins the series. There's a reason this guy is the boogeyman of our region. G2 moving forward with confidence. MKOI still on that point, still find a good engage. The chain CC is solid. Skumon locked up, but the immediate damage doesn't quite come through. But Skumon might just get taken down. Queuing out to safety. Mirwin off to the side. They want to chase, but Broken Blade is there. Stands in front of them, stops the follow-up.
It's a valiant effort by Elyoya, but they just don't have the damage to take G2 down. It feels like too little, too late. And G2 really need to mess up to throw this one.
Yeah, and we said it at the start, that just the lack of engage for MKOI makes it so difficult to start these fights. 2 ultimates used, and there's just no way to get the damage dealers in there, even in a 4 versus 5, and now G2 get to reset, continue to keep the pressure up. The Baron will fade, but that Mountain Soul is here to stay, and the pressure is going to continue to mount on MKOI.
I think the Sion is here to stay as well, as I just don't see them having the tools to actually take him down. Maybe if Supa can get that LDR.
It's just so tough, right? In the games past, when Mirwin was playing the Gwen, there was the potential, the damage that he could put out in a fight with the Nidalee. It's just so hard to get anything done. Flashing in, trying to find the lockup. Hans Sama at least briefly interrupted as MKOI tried to retreat. It's BB off to the side. We'll find one with the knockup. No, he won't. Alvaro flashing out. G2 retreating back into the mid lane. Happy to again try and force a couple of summoners. They do give up Hans Sama's Ghost, but Alvaro gives up his flash.
And I mean, it's a bit of an overforce by LeBron there as he flashes in, tries to go on the Pumpy, but you just don't feel like there's any punishing factor from MKOI. They can't chase them down. They can't really do anything.
You need a miracle if you're MKOI. You need to hope that you can catch someone out and just run that down that mid lane, trying to end the game, but that feels like such a far away dream. And for MKOI, G2 has been the big bad for so long.
Yeah.
They are so close to taking them down, but if G2 can take this, it's one step towards that reverse sweep that they so desperately need to keep that ball rolling. And for guys like LeBron, it's kind of funny to see that, hey, he's in another finals and he's hoping to be on the reverse sweep rather than the other way around.
Yeah, it's true. Call back to history, the BDS times, long ago, feels like at this point.
That was a crazy reverse sweep.
That was a crazy reverse sweep. I mean,
but Hans Sama is fine. And they have no engage.
And the thing is even if the Nidalee jumps in on that spear, I'm a little bit nervous as to what happens.
Yeah, I don't think the Nidalee is too useful anymore, I'm afraid.
Well, good news, I think, for G2 fans. Step ahead in the series. As we get deeper in Fearless, Mirwin's a creative guy, but G2 also known for that creativity.
But you have to feel that for game number 4, that the learnings from MKOI would be clear. You need more fighting power, more engage on your own side, because you're a team that, if you don't have that, you look lost.
Yeah, and I think they will be looking at picks like the Leona for Alvaro that's still up and available, unless it does get banned away. But then it starts to teeter into things like the Ornn to go in towards that top side, which Mirren didn't look the best on some of these tanks in the past. Broken Blade has looked exceptional on them. So I think there's definitely windows where G2 have a bit more in that engaged side of things. And it's funny to see it's game 3 again, where MKOI draft this lack of engage comp, but it doesn't work out for them like the last time.
No, and I think it's big when Broken Blade can take a losing matchup like the Scion, outscale, come further into the game. You've taken another engaged champion out of the pool. You survived a difficult matchup to keep the hopes alive. Stopwatch also there now for Caps. Guaranteed to get that combo down. Sort of a perfect engage from MKOI, which again, they really just don't have great options for. G2 TPing mid lane, ready to just force a fight, ready to brute force here.
They get full control of this Nash here.
Damage. Look at Broken Blade. The shield isn't even broken.
I mean, Supa does have the LDR, but...
And in defense of his, their damage, he did have the Boots shield come on first, so.
Yes, like the Boots shield, the Mountain Soul, the W, the Annie shield.
Yep. Engage going in from LeBron. Alvaro in the midst of the team manages to find a 2-man knockup. Jojo on the flank waiting, trying to find a perfect ult. Not sure if he needs to take the Alistair. Good knockback coming from Velia. Supa uncontested for a moment, but only able to connect onto Alvaro. Supa still free firing. Good damage. Mirwin forced to flash out. G2 retreating a bit, knowing they got so many cooldowns, knowing there's no follow-up from MKOI as soon as that initial engage doesn't seal the deal.
Keep your eyes on Caps though. The flash tip is still an opportunity here if they want to try and go for it.
Backstep, good steadfast presence from Elioya. G2 threatening, pushing them down. MKOI forced into the bottom side river, giving up control over mid lane.
There's just no damage from the side of MKOI, and now with the Seri ult on cooldown, she loses all her value, and G2 can just start off the Baron Nashor.
Broken Blade fearless. Walking up, concussive blows can stack. Baron started, but it only takes 2 members from the side of G2 to secure, and MKOI desperately trying to push mid lane. But the Baron's falling.
But MKOI can drop it and try to hold control of the Elder here. But I think Broken Blade can just walk at them.
Seems like he can. Jojo being forced to flash. Mirwin waiting over the wall. Spear not hitting a priority target. Alvaro continuing to back up. Unbreakable used a bit early, but G2 again, so patient. The lack of engagement from MKOI means they get to play this so slow. Decent poke from the Broken Blade. I take it back. He took no damage. Beard, no damage. He cannot be hurt. Jojo holding onto the Vi ultimate. MKOI slowly being pushed back. Eyes on LeBron. The potential for a big engage here. Has the flash available. If he catches Supa, it's going to be big. Can't quite find the angle. Supa untouched for now. Caps can't find him either, but Supa's forced to retreat. It's a bloodbath in the midst of everything. Mirwin still getting decent damage down. Caps going golden. Elioya forced back. G2 finding the double for Hans. A nearly effortless fight.
It was a long, hard-fought game for MKOI, but there's just nothing they can do. G2 are too strong, and they will start that march to try and get to that game 5.
And Broken Blade was just too damn tanky. They did not have anywhere near the damage they needed, as G2 will barrel down the ball lane and finally breathe some life back into this series.
G2 will not go quietly in this series. It will not be a repeat of winter. G2 striking back against MKOI. Broken Blade unconcerned, undamaged, unfaltered, feeling confident as G2 find the first win in this series.
They know they have a lot more work to do, but at least it is a start for G2. Good engage, good team fighting, agency for Hans Sama. Have G2 found the recipe?
It's a hard recipe to replicate, though. You get Vi, Kai'Sa, Annie. You had so many tools, such an easy to execute composition. And with Fearless especially, it's hard to try to replicate that recipe for success. But at least they've maybe refound their confidence that seemed so lacking in the first 2 games.
MKOI felt like their momentum was unstoppable, but finally they've stopped it. They've slowed it down at the very least on the side of G2. Let's hear what Romain has to say as he's standing by with Lore.
Thank you so much, guys. What happens, Romain, backstage when you win like this, especially given the situation? What is the advice that you can give the players?
You have to reset really fast and take another game 1. It doesn't matter if you just won, you just lost. You just have to focus on it's just a game 1. It's the first game.
Another question. I have to say, I kind of respect the dedication of going for the body paints again after what happened in Winter. Don't you think it's a bit risky, though?
It's been 11... Pourquoi tu me flemmes? Pourquoi là on est là, on prend un truc en français?
Okay, thank you. Romain, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been. A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer. What a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Whoa, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Sound on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind. Stars shine.
Boba tea.
No sound!
Party in the Hollywood Hills. Oh, we're live. No, we're not live. There's no way.
Kill bro. So slowly, guys, slowly. I'm not there. Poppy. Slowly, Zeri zoned. We win this. Guys, bot wave, I'll chase Zeri. Bot wave in. Kill the Zeri first.
Nice. Good job, guys. Keep it up.
It was gnarly for Movistar Koi. Their draft also was a little. We'll talk about that later. But Skumond and Lebrov, they were living the same nightmare. They were in winter, and they said, I'm going to wake up. I'm going to wake up, and we're going to play the game. And I think you just see how the whole team is influenced and how everything looks so different when G2 can call the shot.
No, the support proximity was so high around the mid lane this game. It's not to say it was a lot. It was still below average for what it usually is in around playoffs, which is around 16%. But it was 6.5, which were in last game was 2.5. So we're getting resources to Capsio. That's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. And you know how it goes, right?
Oh!
When when Caps
they
wins
back,
a game,
baby.
he wins that final. You guys know how it is. Who cares it was 2-0, now it's 2-1, and Caps is poised to go all the way.
Get a single on that Finn guy. Get a single on him.
Hey,
Oh.
what you say now, Finn? What's your prediction?
Look at these
3-0?
little frauds. Like, they get one win.
Wait,
and now
what
they're so
was your
excited.
stat? What was your stat? If Caps, he only loses 0-3, and if he doesn't go 0-3,
then he doesn't lose. Hey.
Yappa. Okay, let's talk about League of Legends, baby. Okay, because I'm gonna tell you a story.
Yeah.
Why are we picking Nidalee Poppy 1-2? Like, I don't get it. We get Nidalee, and surely Nidalee is gonna stop the sign in lane, right?
Odoamne, is it good?
No. So you know what happens when you're up 2-0. Surely you're going to win the third game, right? Surely you can draft whatever the hell you want. Surely the Sion is not coming here to be a little Godzilla in the game.
Do you remember Jack Spectra yesterday doing like a similar thing when he had predicted KC to go 3-0 and then they were down against MKOI and then he got real cocky, like...
It's mirroring perfectly.
Okay, I just want to say, with this draft from Movistar KOI, which even you can objectively like accept that it was dog water, like you have to take that into consideration, I feel like.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a game 3 or game 3 draft. Game 4
that
draft?
was game 3.
Game 3.
Game 3, right, because I'm getting confused by that. But yeah, it was a game 3 draft where you get Vi together with Kaiser, with Sion and Alistar. Like, it's a perfect pairing. This could have been a game 1 draft. But in Fearless, this late into it, they run away with gold here. Like, this was such a draft if.
Okay, I understand the Poppy into Vi.
That makes sense. That makes sense, yeah.
I get it. Trust me, I get it. I'm done with the draftings. But the Nidalee 1-2, it is just flabbergasting me in a way I've never been flabbergasted before, because I do not see how this Nidalee is winning the game.
Okay, so usually what happens, I feel like when you get into these sort of high pressure moments, you kind of really forget why you're winning. Because when you look at game 1 and 2, if I'm MKOI, maybe there's this, you know, little thought in my head that I'm getting ahead with early game, and that's the only thing that matters, because that's what it was. So you can draft anything. You can just go all in on getting, you know, early game leads, especially with the Nidalee. But what happened here is that they just didn't have enough proactivity. When you look on the side of G2, they had the Vi, the Alistar, the Kai'Sa, the Sion, everything screams, you know, you have power to just go in.
Yeah, and I kind of want to go through the clips here just to demonstrate your point, Odoamne, because that's what we saw. We saw signs of G2 this game that we haven't seen them all. They were the one making the early plays in the early game. They were the one who was playing through Skewman. They were the one who was finding picks on the top side in plays like this. And it comes down to exactly what you said. It's not that they're just grouping on a screen together. It's also that they have a draft that facilitates an early skirmish like this, that makes the game easier, because you have CC on your jungler, you have CC on your support, and you can play around skirmishes and find the enemy jungler, support, mid lane, or whoever it is, and actually kill them.
And one might say it would be a reversal of game 2 draft, where G2 was finding themselves in this situation where if they have all the counter engage they need, but they don't have abilities to pull the trigger. And it also goes back to the Nidalee. Even though this game you have so much counter engage, even if you get ahead, for me this draft was completely unplayable.
I mean, sure. I mean, to me, it's just like, I think G2 objectively had a really good draft. But we gotta look forward as well, because...
That's the thing.
I do not see MKOI making this mistake twice in a row.
That would be egregious.
I really would believe that MKOI goes backstage right now and says, okay, guys, we all agree, we need some buttons that we can press so we can make things happen. They have selected blue side, and that means they can choose the champion that goes first. For me, on my mind, it's the Leona. We kind of went back to
yesterday.
I mean, it was the same. We were talking about it yesterday. Odo, Finn, and I, we've been talking about it throughout this game as well, because that just rises in priority. Not only is it the best engage support that's currently available, Poppy's out of the pool because it's just been picked. Braum is out of the pool because it's just been picked. It sounds weird to first pick Leona, but in these kind of situations, it worked yesterday. I think it can work again today.
I love it.
And what's most important right now, especially with G2 being red side, or whoever is red side, is that you need to properly, how to say, figure out the champions, make a tier list of what is remaining and what is your win condition, or what gives you enough win conditions. Because now, with all of the bruiser engagey junglers being out of the pool, you look at stuff like Maokai rising to the right, you look at Sejuani, you look at Ivan, and you switch to this utility. But the thing is, the one big constant will be the Leona. So now my big question for the upcoming draft is, what do you do about the Leona? Do you give it? Do you find counter engage on Maokai or something else in the jungle?
I mean, to me, you have two options. You either take the Leona out and make both teams engageless, and then you draft a really long-range comp or a comp that relies on a hyper carry that enemy team needs to engage on, and because the enemy can't do that in an easy manner, then you have a really simple mid to late game plan. Or you try to get the Leona no matter what and just draft for the last possible dive comp that is left.
Yeah, but I'm also curious to see what the red side approach is, if it is to get rid of any of the engaged champions that Odo or you mentioned, Finn, because there's still two mid laners available. One of them's Yone, the other one's a Seer, and they are high priority.
Yeah, as we get into this draft, which could still very well be the last draft of the series, MKOI is still on match point Odoamne, this time on blue.
Exactly, but that's the thing. Once we see the Leona situation solve itself out, I do feel like going this late into Fearless, it's red side who has, how to say, the advantage, because when it comes down to all the engaged supports being out, then it becomes this sort of Enchanter meta. And who gets the better pairing of Enchanter? It's probably red side, because you do get to see the whole enemy draft and you also get to counterpick enemy support.
Ice are also slightly now as we're approaching the later half of the Fearless on the Blitzcrank. We both know Labrov and Alvaro has went towards the Blitzcrank in the past when all the engage is out. But it
there
is,
we go.
as we say, the Leona first pick. We set it up and it just keeps happening in these game 4. Leona being the last engage support just has so much value.
And that's why I like the fact that MKOI banned this Draven, because when I think of Leona, I instantly think of Renata, because when you have the last dive comp in the game, Renata is absolutely deadly. So right now, you're just trying to isolate yourself from all of these pairings, and the Jix pick does come through.
Could come through with a Sejuani as well here if they just want that jungler right now. Definitely one of the better ones still up and available after the bans we've seen coming through. And I like you highlighting earlier as well, Finn, that it could potentially also just be enchanters coming through. We've seen anyone that can buy Mikhails that can kind of help this Jinx come into a point where she can actually be hyper carried.
I also like a Tahm Kench, for example. I think someone see enough Tahm Kench into the Leona. It's pretty
okay, this is risky. And he did this in finals in winter against KC. And I have to tell you, it was a bad thresh. It was a bad thresh. It did not work out the way that they wanted. Now, this is an OG thresh into Leona counter pick because you play out of the Zenith Blade. But I mean, this has to be a redemption cream from Labrov.
GV is standing up. He's this adamant about it. I love it. Great focus.
The only thing that can save this team comp, or at least solve it for G2, is the Ornn or is the Sejuani. You need more proactivity, because Thresh is pretty much a jack of all trades. He brings the follow-up to any sort of engage, but he can also bail out the Jinx.
Yeah, and I'm saying this not because I'm Swedish and not because it's my favorite food, but G2 needs a fat meatball right now. They need someone in the front that allows the team to walk up with them. And I think here you either pick your Sejuani or you get the Ornn. Because I think a lot of mid laners are out, you are allowed to drop mid lane, and you really need to take this champion while you can.
Sorry, I can't recover.
No, it's a skinny legend.
Do you like the scanner meatball?
It's a bit of a rocky meatball, but it will suffice for this moment.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I do not hate it though. I think Skarner into Nefiri, I don't often see a Skarner be able to lock the Nefiri down, but it's also just that potential threat of the CC that can peel for the Jinx, like be that frontliner, that meatball. That thing is so craving.
More as like a peel, because as you say, like Ezreal, you're not getting him. Nefiri is difficult. You have immediately the stun that can come out of Leona. Like, it's still situation dependent.
It's a utility pick, and I feel like it's already shaping up to be this immense bot lane game where either Ezreal or Jinx is looking to take over the game, and realistically, you're not looking to kill the backline here anymore, either on the side of... Well, you would have with Leona on the side of MKOI, but now with the Thresh and the Jinx being in, it feels like already you're shifting your win conditions, or both these teams are shifting their win conditions to be making it a frontline battle.
Yeah, and I really like that G2, after the previous game, have realized, guys, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can draft standard front-to-back comp. and we have good players. We see the Jinx version already picked, and I'm gonna imagine we're gonna get a control mage on 4 here by Caps. I'm thinking either way or Orianna is gonna come out and they're gonna give BB that counter pick, because with the Skarner in the jungle, he can kind of go a little bit more free. You don't really need the tank in the top lane together with the Skarner, but it just allows G2 to really round out their comp in any way they find fit.
I feel like if you're not picking a tank on top, you're completely griefing, because if you have Jinx in your team comp, come on, just put all the eggs in the Jinx basket and let her get excited.
It's G2, they're gonna. I feel like.
We'll see here.
No. I already put my glasses on and Caps already won a game, so for sure they're not. Like, surely they're not gonna do it, right?
I mean, in terms of like responses into the Ornn, you have Naud, you have Camille out. Like, what's the better options into it as well at this point? This deep into Fearless.
There's probably a Renekton hiding around the corner. So now it is the big question: are they gonna give Caps 4 pick here? And I do think this is the correct pick.
With the Thresh, I like
it. It's a classic front-to-back comp. You have a lot of zone control with the ball, and the enemy team kind of has to dive either the Jinx or the Orianna, sorry. And whoever they don't dive has the ability to kind of clean up that fight.
As we blast from the past.
I mean, this composition from G2 does feel very old school, doesn't it?
It
You
does.
see a Jinx, you
It
see a
does.
Thresh, you're getting that Orianna in there. I love what we're getting out of Fearless right now here.
We saw this yesterday.
And
I don't want to talk about hovers, but what do you think?
It was quite frankly really good
It's locked
yesterday.
in, it was great.
Yeah,
I'm getting deja vu from their series in the upper bracket final, because last time Miriam picked his anti-blind and Broken just sent out his iconic Swain and had a really good game on the Swain.
True.
I'm not saying Swain is the best pick here, but I think it kind of fits that way where he can kind of play as a frontline in that demonic ascension form.
I feel like there's just too much mobility on the side of MKOI for him to end up going for that Swain.
I think,
but at the same time, I do feel like this Cassante.
Now there's mobility as well.
Now there's a lot of drive, and now all of a sudden I like MKOI's team comp.
You do?
And what makes Kassadin so fantastic, what makes Kassadin so fantastic is there's barely any lockdown CC, right? Like, it has to come down from the Skarner, but from a Thresh to hit a skill shot, that's going to be so difficult.
That is tough. The Dr. Mundo comes in, but at the same time, it is a tank, it is a big beefy boy, it would win and make a lot of... It is a meatball, like Finn likes his meatballs.
He's even throwing meatballs.
He's even throwing meatballs, but at the same time, it's not the kind of meatball we like here. We like a meatball that has a lot of CC, because I feel like you just don't have enough peel, especially when you go 5-pick for this Jinx to
The
survive the
sunglasses are off. The sunglasses are off. He's not. He's not back in his boys, casters. He's not back in his boys. What do you think? Game 5 or no?
And here we are. What a draft for Game 4. Push. It's a pretty hype Kassadin angle. It might even be a more hype Mundo angle. I don't know who kills this pick.
I'm definitely more hyped about the Mundo, because if my characters are Estral Kassadin, it's so damn difficult to kill this Dr. Mundo, and I love that we're seeing it brought out. What a blessing Fearless is. So many cool picks being brought out today.
Yeah, and really balancing out the rest of this draft, giving them that strong counter pick. It is a very stable draft from G2. Jinx, Orianna, old school, classic carries.
All very fair. Who the hell locks down JoJo?
I don't know, man.
Do you need to?
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. If
it does damage.
The thing is, if my Thresh and my Skarner are sitting on the carries, and Broken Blade can be as tanky as he was last game, can JoJo ever go in?
As long as we're asking questions.
Because last game it was a great Sylas game, but you saw how it is to play a melee champion when you don't have enough damage to get through the front line. It's so difficult if enemies playing very organized and all together and not giving you that flank.
Phase Rush Orianna with Clockwork windup in early levels just makes this lane phase so miserable. Yes, Jojo Pyun has 10% reduced magic damage from being Kassadin. Yes, he has a magic damage shield, but Caps could just lay down that damage early.
Yeah, I just get very scared when I see a Kassadin that the enemy team has very little lockdown. Even going for a second wind and stuff in the runes, not going for the domination as he typed in chat yesterday. But I definitely think as this game starts to go on, JoJo could be a massive threat, but Broken Blade more than likely not going to be a pushover either.
No, it certainly will not.
It's so cocky, you know, playing this Kassadin up against Caps. If there's one player in our league that it will really be able to punish you for cockiness, it's Caps.
It's Caps, 100%. But, I mean, look, here we are. MKOI, so much momentum. Game 3, G2 absolutely out-drafting, out-executing in the game. Game 4, two pretty crazy drafts. G2's a little bit easier to understand. I think we've seen this one across many years of League of Legends. The Mundo kind of the exception.
And the biggest fear I have for JoJo in this matchup is when you're playing something like this Kassadin, you'd really want a jungler that is okay sacrificing Caps to try to help you out in this middle lane. But he has an Neferi, And it's the enemy that actually has the Skarner that can look to impact mid and try to shut Jojo down. So I feel like if Skumon plays his cards right and they're able to scout out some of this vision, they can build a huge lead in middle lane.
Definitely an angle of attack as Elyoya going to start the invade here. Might end up in a split map situation.
But Elyoya's creativity. Every single game he's finding either invades or picks or ganks.
And even avoiding the ward as well. He saw Caps move in towards his bottom side toward the Raptors, and basically G2 have no idea where MKOI is. You see the ward just there that was placed, so he's going to avoid that, clear at the bottom side, and Han Sanel already off to an awkward start.
Bit of a struggle here.
They could look to cancel his base here with Elyoya being behind. Maybe doesn't quite reach him, but still. Hansama is going to lose a full wave here. Bit of a disastrous early game for him.
Very rough. Aftershock there for Labrov as well as the Ignite. Tower diving him would be difficult, but not impossible. They're looking for the setup now. Alvaro taking his time, going to walk in for the Q. Good hook onto Elyoya to try and mitigate the damage, but the aggro has been tanked beautifully. Elyoya just resets, and that's the beauty of the Fury.
It was so well played by MKOI. So Alvaro starts it off looking like he's going to hit Labrov and start tanking it. So Labrov throws out the hook, but MKOI again patient on the dive, so it's Elyoya who tanks and ends up getting that kill then for the Nafir.
And this is why people don't play Thresh anymore. It used to win lane, but it does no longer. As Elyoya here trying to fight with Skumon, but Caps is the one who can move first. But Skumon was caught unaware again. He enters his bot side to find his Jinx in base, his Thresh dead, and his Blue and Grump gone.
It's a tough life. You're playing the supportive pick, but already the lanes are in a difficult spot. They're going to demand that support instead of it being a boon or a benefit.
We get to see here exactly what happened. So Labrov not in
They
position
get
for
the
the play.
hook, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you need to be in a position to try and play away the Zenith plane, or else that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, and we know Labrov historically made his name on Thresh. It is an iconic Labrov pick when he came to this league. It was something we were excited for. But you highlighted, this is a champion that the years have not been kind to Thresh. If he wins so hard. If he loses, he's on Lantern duty for the rest of the game. And this is an opportunity now for G2 to change that story, maybe to force a dive of their own.
Yeah, Supa might need the Lantern himself, but I don't know if there's one going to be coming from the heavens. Supa at least knows that it's happening. Just going to get some poke on towards Supa, but Alvaro managing to reconnect within the bottom side, so nothing more will come of it.
But the real winner of this is Skumon. He was able to now take both the Raptors and the Krugs and get himself kind of back in the game, getting the bot crab as well. So a start that you thought would maybe be a disaster for him ends up being a relatively equal jungle so far.
Brookwood trying to clear the waves. Just want to take a tower shot there. This is the two beefiest boys in the top lane.
So just some context on this top lane matchup. Mundo, very weak early game. He just looks to scale up, and then eventually once he gets his Warmogs is when he can trade really aggressively, because any trade is a winning trade as he just regens that HP back up.
And you can see there, that's the Thresh Leona interaction from Season 3 that everyone was excited about. You are able to play him out as Elyoya suppressed, knocked into the wall. Caps resetting, just trying to fight. A little bit there. Good on Skumon, not going to let his jungle be taken so easily as Elyoya and Jojopyun relatively low, only level 5 for Caps. They really want to get that wave in. Skumon threatening but can't quite find the angle. Jojopyun though, no level 6, means he's very slowly going to leave. This is going to delay his recall quite significantly.
But it's a great early laning phase from Jojo, only being down 6 CS at 5 minutes. As the Kassadin, you're very, very happy about that, but G2 here able to continue canceling Jojo, but ooh. Supa Alvaro moving first.
Hook onto Jojopyun, he might be in trouble. The traps are laid down there as well. The Kassadin now in trouble. Jojopyun going to be forced to flash in a second, but he doesn't even have the time. Hansama finding one kill. Quick reset. Elyoya blinking. Low health in the back line. Caps immediately in. G2 getting 2. Alvaro running, trying to stand tall. He's so damn tanky, but he just doesn't have the health. In the blink of an eye, 3 down in favor of G2.
Game 4 gets 3 kills for G2 to start this one off. What a fight from G2 and a hook from Labrov to start it all off.
And just as I was saying, Jojo was not doing that bad. Caps picks up 2 kills, nearly a 1,000 gold lead, as it all kicks off with Labrov's brilliant hook. It's chained into the Jinx traps, and then Labrov holds the play, not giving Jojo the angle to flash over the wall. Caps flashes in, picks up Elyoya, gives Jinx the reset, so they can continue chasing down for Alvaro as well.
And this is devastating. You had already started the lane phase off so well against the Jinx, who just wants to scale, but now she's gotten 1 kill, 1 assist. Caps, who was barely winning. as you highlighted before, just a small CS lead. Incredibly comfortable now. That gold lead is only going to continue to be a big problem for Jojapyun.
And in the top side, this is kind of the point where Broken Blade just gets to be happy in this lane. He has the ultimate available, which makes it very difficult to actually push him out of lane. And G2 now push on boss, 2 kills for the Orianna, get control over Dragon. You can start to get this late game comp on its feet nice and early, and MKOI going to need to try and find a way to break those.
And a gold lead on this G2 comp feels so damn dangerous. Jinx Orianna with a brilliant front line feels unstoppable.
And we talked about the Thresh, right? This is a champion who doesn't always lose gracefully, but when you get ahead, when you get vision first, every bush becomes terrifying for MKOI. Everyone can have a Thresh with a lantern to bring a jungler in behind him, a hook that can come out of it. Something MKOI are going to have to respect. Jojapyun luckily has made it to 6, but doing his best to keep it even.
It also just alleviates all the pressure from the carries, as they can play so much more aggressive because they have the safety of that Thresh lantern to always help them out. But now LeBron with the roam down to mid.
Hook predict.
Jojapyun. Oh, manages to get the buffer out. We'll be fine. But Lebrov did read him like a book.
I mean, it's classic, you know. Kassadin will always think he'll try to predict my hook. So he doesn't, but he gets the buffer anyways.
Well, what's is he going to go 2 for 2 here? Is Mirren overextended?
Definitely is. No Q3 ready to go. Lebrov takes his time, starts with a flay. Mirren Q3 in there. Hansama around. Only going to be able to catch out Lebrov. Pathmaker flashing, sidestepping on the hook. Elyoya still here. Alvaro on the way up as well. G2 going to be forced to back away. If MKOI can transition to the grubs, it's not going to feel too bad, but they're losing out on pressure. And Jojapyun can't do anything to stop this Mundo.
Push. And it's coming through. He's going to become a major threat. So basically the idea with this Mundo build, if it is the one he's going for, it's Warmogs, Heartsteel, into Titanic Hydra. You become a monster at taking turrets in the side lane and very quick at killing members of the enemy team as well, especially the squishies. But we'll have to see if that's going to be the case as it continues down the bottom side.
He doesn't give a damn. He's just clicking forward.
Unconcerned. I mean, good news is they get 3 grubs, but it doesn't get easier for Jojapyun as it continues here.
But that does actually feel quite good for MKOI. I was thinking that G2 would be able to contest at least a few of them, with Caps having a full item, which is so big for this Dr. Mundo. That's going to continue to split push. The fact that he doesn't have those grubs is going to slow him down quite a bit.
Definitely will. Oh yeah, trying to contest here on the blue buff, but Skewmon the smite is good. 1 Drake to the 3 grubs. G2 already getting 1 of the feats, would love to have the second. See if they can break a tower here.
I mean, demolish proc.
Gosh, here we go.
He still has ult, even if he goes low here. Yeah, you just ignore all the damage. It's disgusting.
There from Mirwin, decent damage. Going forward just to threaten.
A little grass proc. As both top laners are looking pretty damn hard to kill, but it's Broken Blade getting the plates, getting the pressure down. As it's a bit of an unfortunate lane assignment here from MKOI. Broken Blade just being able to extend his lead further.
Fair Mirren, not doing too shabby either. Got 2 plates in that top side, I believe, for himself anyway, so he's going to be at least keeping even, and also has the coal, so at the moment, using that extra gold that he got off, they're going to be able to keep himself ahead. Just barely, but yeah. This Mundo build is so disgusting. Shout out to Alois, who, okay, I'm not going to go for exactly his build, actually going to be the Heartsteel first, but it is an insanely strong build.
Look, to be fair, you're either landing against a Leona, a Cassante, or a Kassadin, just about guaranteed. You're going to be getting a mad procs on the Heartsteel.
So what he's doing right now is like the more greedy version. As when you go Warmogs, you get a really good laning phase because you just have the HP regen always. But with the Heartsteel, you get to start stacking faster and earlier, which is going to be really nice up against any of those, as you said. But you lose out on the regen. But I don't blame him at all for going this Heartsteel first, as it just allows him to scale and stack so much faster.
Definitely does, and you can see Skewmon, despite the initial early ganks going in favor of Elyoya, sitting pretty comfortable in this game. Hasn't quite hit Heartsteel for himself, but Elyoya not feeling confident to walk in and force that 1v1, especially as Caps has essentially permanent pressure here in the mid lane. Quickly stacking up that tier, and Jojapyun, now we got a tier, we're working towards a Rod of Ages. It's going to take some time before he starts to feel relevant.
There's the Heartsteel clunk, but
Q3.
I think it is going to be relatively difficult for Jojo to get into a position where he is a big threat at the moment. They've kind of moved him to the bottom side in hopes to get him some farm in CS, but then he moved back mid, ended up missing away from Caps is slowly but surely getting an experience lead.
Mirwin. W in, breaks the shield. Might want to try and go all in, but just gets the ulti out for Broken Blade, and he's going to be healthy again.
But he just got 2 plates with that Demolish proc, so...
2 plates and a hard seal proc, baby. He's
a happy banker right now.
Yes, he is. There's a lot of good interest on this one.
But it's double hard steal for the side of G2. They are stacking it up.
Well, and they're the beefy boys on this team. Everyone in MKOI except for Mirwin just backs away. Although Alvaro maybe should have backed away. That's the hook coming through. Flay to follow. Skimon doesn't want to burn ulti. Just giving anything up. Alvaro's still quite tanky. Is spotted out Jojopyun. Lebrov waiting for another hook. Dragon has spawned. G2 full control of the objective. Just now we get the control ward down. Alvaro backstepping. Perfectly predicted. Tries to flash, but likely to fall. Instantly knocked into the wall. Lebrov taking the kill from the Ignite. Not ideal, but now the Dragon's all but secured.
And it's a great Thresh performance from Lebrov. Back-to-back hooks. He's just able to find so much pressure, and it's going to be Drake going over for the side of G2.
Ulti through from Mirwin, good damage. Is going to force the flash out from Broken Blade at the very least. Double TPs coming in. Jojopyun will back up. He's not interested in that one.
But it's kind of the desync from MKOI again. We're not seeing Alvaro and Elyoya working together as well as they usually do. It's Alvaro on his own trying to get in vision for the Dragon that has already spawned. And now Elyoya is going to see if he can try and move in towards the top side, but Jojo has to abandon ship already.
It is a struggle. And Lebrov, as you highlighted, consistently finding these hooks, doing a great job of playing in the fog of war. And that's what you want when you have the Thresh, laying that deep vision, using it to full effect.
But it's what you want if you're a G2 fan. It's this flip of the script. All series long in Game 1 and Game 2, we're saying, where are Skewmond and Lebrov? They're not on the same page. They're not working together. This time around, it's having Skewmond with them, Hansama coming in tow, and the confidence that we're now starting to see from the jungle support.
And it's an Ocean Soul. Normally, I'm not the biggest fan of Ocean Soul, but if you get that on this Skarner, on this Dr. Mundo, they're not dying.
Mundo's gonna have a good old time.
He's already going where he pleases. I don't know where he will go with the Ocean Soul.
I think MKOI would definitely call him such a banker at the end of this.
Yeah, it feels like the path to Silver Scrapes. Push, push, push.
It's another one.
Oh my, he's calling! Oh, who is he calling?
Where's the stocks?
Oh no. He might be the banker, but Mirwin's is the one asking for a bailout right now, bro. This is a struggle. Elyoya and Jojo going to try to make something happen. Quick ulti out from Elyoya. Shockwave still available. Caps, nice use of the ult. Flashing back. Skewmond there to cover. Probably doesn't have enough damage to get anything else done, but will at least zone away. They get Caps' flash, but for the flash of Elyoya and Jojopyun.
Skewmond wants the hard steal. Oh, he got it, but he might have.
Yeah, how much is it going to cost him? It's going to cost him a flash.
That's worth. That's worth. Flash is finite, stack infinite.
That is true. I mean, look, they just wish we were playing Arena right now so they could get the augment. But I will say this is not what I expected from Game 4. You know, Game 1, Game 2, full confidence from MKOI. G2 impressive that they turned it back. I'll remind you again of the stat we brought up earlier. It looks bad because it shows Caps going 0-3 3 times, but those are just the only finals he's lost are all 0-3s. He's won a game now. Suddenly G2 starting to feel like that inevitable force once again.
And it's MKOI who haven't been able to take down G2 in a final, and with the G2 in the position that they are in, it feels like they're going to get to scale. They're going to get to that position where they're unstoppable. It feels like G2 of old with Caps in a side lane, getting advantages for himself, having Skewmond to support him, even Lebrov starting to roam towards that top side as well. And this is when G2 become their most dangerous, and this is where you need to dig deep as MKOI and find something that can hold on to you in this game and in this series.
And it's so difficult for MKOI when you have 2 losing sides here. You don't have any cross-map potential. So you're just going to have to drop this top tower, you're going to have to drop this Rift Herald, and you're not able to get anything on the return because it's an unkillable Dr. Mundo in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's not getting any better on that front. Once again, Jojopyun will have to try to chip away slowly at that health bar as Hansama has been able to sit very comfortably in this early game, despite the initial play going against them. Elyoya now retreating over the wall. It's a difficult spot to be in for sure. Almost 2K gold lead for Caps. Of course, anytime a Kassadin's in the game, you got the timer meme ready to go. You're counting time down. Level 16, only 5 away. But 2K is not ideal. I don't think Dopa was dropping 2K when he was playing Kassadin in every single game. You know, I think that's not part of the plan.
But I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm coping here, but even if this Kassadin hits level 16, I'm not that worried as G2. Like, if Skarner is always sitting on the carries, holding his E, Thresh is holding his abilities.
I mean, also, Mirwin, if he ever ults and is next to Dr. Mundo, he just does not have enough health to live through that combo. I mean, look what the...
Bro, everybody loves the most farming in this series. I love it.
But again, this is now an issue. Like, Broken, whatever about, you know, getting Jojo to backline and getting access to team fights, you just have a threat you cannot deal with on a side lane as MKOI. Jojo can't deal with him, Mirren can't deal with him, he's going to get to continue to free farm, Warmog's nearly completed, which makes it only 10 times worse, and he's going to continue to push sides, you group mid, you get tower, and this is a very simple formula for G2 to replicate.
But what I'm really surprised about is the fact that Mirwin is actually ahead, because I feel like Broken Blade, he just got full bot tower, we've just watched him do whatever he wants, but Mirwin is actually the one that's on paper stronger at least.
True, but he did buy Cole and then sell Cole. And that is most of the gold lead, although he did just catch a wave to further extend it. I mean, maybe he can be the guy. If you find an isolated Hansama, if Labrov has wasted the Lantern, there are angles, but again, you have to add a lot more ifs when you're talking about how MKOI are going to find these angles, whereas G2 with this kind of lead seem to be in a much more comfortable spot.
Super. Went for the aggressive E there, as Jojo's moved all the way down to mid. That does mean that Broken Blade can now continue pushing it top, but he decides to TP instead.
Onto Alvaro. Flash out. See the play going the wrong way. Super trying to retrieve. Caps just goes in. Caps caught out. The Lantern not quite there. Caps just going down! The shutdown, but here comes Dr. Mundo. Mounted up, riding into the wall. We'll see how much he can go where he pleases, because I don't know if he pleases to be in the back line. Reset coming in for Elyoya. Mirwin ready to go with the Q3. LeBron finally finds the hook, but it might not matter. Jojo Pune off to the side. G2. What are they doing? How unkillable is that front line? They're really trying to test the waters here. The Lantern taking one out. Broken Blade still just refuses to die, but finally they'll find it. What a colossal throw!
It took an age, but MKOI were able to take G2 down eventually. Caps runs into the midst of MKOI and gets put in his place.
I think G2 took themselves down. What was that? Such an uncharacteristic mistake from Caps, and then Broken Blade wants to ride the Herald into 5. I mean, he was damn tanky. He lived for a long time, but this was an unprecedented throw.
Now Elyoya with a big gold lead. It's going to make it so much harder for Hansama to survive in these fights. So much harder for Caps. Even as he has the Seekers now to help him in the following fight. And that was one mistake. G2, I don't know how likely it is that they get another as Supa is zoned off. They will at least break the mid lane tower. G2 going to rebuild some of the gold lead that they lost. And Caps off on the side, still ready to pounce on Jojo Pune.
And it's important to note, this Orianna is still up 1.7k, 1.8k, and they still have 2 Drakes, only 1 Drake for the side of MKOI. It's still a game that had much favor towards G2, but making these sort of mistakes just tells me that this game can go anywhere.
Definitely does.
They were dashing forward.
Not afraid, the hook already down. MKOI trying to keep the pressure on. But you highlighted, 2k deficit for this Orianna. Will stop off a defensive item, which makes it a bit easier. But more time for Kassadin is always a good thing. And Hansama's 1.5 items, not that close to 3. They have to be careful for the next few fights.
But you can see that the nerves and the pressure are starting to get to them. You saw the Alvaro when he flashed away, sent bladed the wrong way. Caps just kind of walking in, losing his mind a little bit. And this is what happens when you're not, like, you're feeling the pressure, you're getting nervous, and then suddenly something goes wrong. And that's what makes these games much closer than they even should be, because all it takes is one mistake.
But that's why I like the way G2 are looking to build. It's about creating insurance plans for when the proverbial stuff hits the fan. Like, you've got already the Seeker's Arm Guard in there for Caps. Now you've got the Mikhail's Crucible for Labrov. He already had the cleanse for Hansama. They know that essentially all they need to do is keep these key carries safe. And you have so many tools to try and do that. And that's not even, again, to mention that Broken Blade is going to go to Titanic Hydra next and then just becomes an AD carry. So you have tons of opportunities for G2 to play through the strengths of we don't die and we keep the backline safe.
Definitely do. And Leona, a champion that is so powerful, so tanky, but tenacity exists. And now that so many Merc Treads are coming through, a lot of that CC is less valuable. The Mikhail's also mitigating a lot of that potential pick action that MKOI can look for. Kassadin's still there. The insurance, the scaling policy, but G2 with insurance policies of their own. I feel so old. We've talked so much about insurance and banking this game.
It also started earlier today, I'm not gonna lie. We were hanging out, so.
Well, I don't know who wins this. I suspect we'll never know because I can't imagine this fight ends. That's not going to stop Mirwin from trying, though. Ulti through. Resets the Q. W path. Victory finds it! Solo kill!
It ended pretty damn fast. He just one-shot him.
It's more than on paper, Mr. Spectra. That was Mirwin picking up the pieces of Broken Blade. And now, he's alone in this top turret. A demolish, he can get it.
I didn't think the Mundo could die. I thought the Mundo wasn't supposed to die. That was the whole point. But the K'Sante damage is real, and now MKOI, confidence accelerating the pace of the game, and we've seen G2 at their best. Yes, they can respond to this. But games 1, game 2, when they were behind the wheel, when they were behind the play, it all fell apart.
But they're trying to get down to this bottom side. G2 scrambling. Hansam is still away. LeBron could try and get him in with the Lantern if you need to, but the TP now from both Jojo and Mirwin.
Broken Blade up in 5, has to teleport, but it's already ticking so dangerously low.
Going over the wall. Hook gonna connect. Can they burst through this Cassidon? Mirwin off to the side, looking to catch out Cap. Jojo Pune running 1 more second on the reset. He gets the flash, trying to ulti out. He manages to get away for a brief moment, but Broken Blade is finally here. Mirwin doesn't have the time to try and take him down. The Lantern now going in. Jojo Pune taking out. LeBron starting to take over the fight, looking for Hook, continuing to step up, but Mirwin is isolated Caps. Caps going golden. A few more tower shots might not be enough, though, but Laurent should be here with the Lantern. No, not quite in range in time. Now the Ezreal across the top. Q3 to connect on LeBron. Oh, yeah, ready for the re-engage, but the front line still standing strong. Broken Blade and Skewmon holding the line in an incredibly chaotic engage. Yo-Yo ready to go in. Mirwin behind. Broken Blade Lantern down to safety. Ulti in. Q3 managing to grab LeBron. That's going to be 1 kill. Supa still on top, but Hansama finds the reset. He's out of mana. No more rockets. G2 retreating, backing away. But Elioya
wants to look for the chase.
Barely able to stop him. Excellent from Skewmon, but he's going to give his own life. Q not quite going to hit. Forced back.
Oh my god, what is this game? Mirwin is a one-man army. I thought the Dr. Mundo and the Skarner would be the 2 tanks, but this K'Sante is the one who's so unkillable, as he just generates so much pressure. But what is this game?
It's all armor, no problem for Mirwin. Because as he goes forward here, it's Jojo who gets caught. Everyone in G2 turns onto him, but Mirwin is setting up on this top side for Skewmon, trying to keep him out of the fight and let Supa do his thing. G2 then turn forward on towards Jojo, but watch Mirwin, he's just gone for Caps. And with all of the armor he has, he's just tanking up all these terror shots. He gets the kill. G2 try and turn around, and Supa, with a good arcade or true shot barrage over the top, ends up taking just the health bars down so low for the follow-up.
And Hansama goes before he's able to kill Mirwin. That's how tanky Mirwin is, while he's still tanky towers.
That flash from Alvaro crucial. That was the last drip of mana that Hansama had, but now we're back into the fight.
Hook connecting onto Mirwin. Can anyone kill this? The answer is it has to be Caps. Just a little bit of MR in his build, otherwise full armor, as you highlighted before, Rob. MKOI behind in Drake's. Won the last fight. Gold lead now in their favor as Jojo Pune tries to find a flank. He's on a ward. LeBron hoping to find that hook. G2 don't want to give anything away. Playing slow, playing control, but mid lane tower is getting lower. Supa can just walk up and take that one down. Who can they jump on? Who can they find? Mirwin playing with confidence. Jojo on the flank, immediately face first into Caps. Ready to reset as Elio goes over the wall. Great Lantern from LeBron to deny the play for a brief moment. Skewmon still tanking, but he's not tanking for anyone else. Broken Blade forced to retreat as well. Mirwin starting to feel like an inevitability. He cannot be stopped. Jojo Pune takes out Skewmon. The hook connects for LeBron, but it's just not a target that they want to hit.
The fact that MKOI are continuing to find these fights is insane. G2 are trying to stand as a bulwark around Hansama, but they're getting pulled every which way, and MKOI are finding their way through the cracks.
And I thought Cassidon level 16 wouldn't be enough, but they don't even need it, as it's Mirwin that's just so unkillable with his full armor. This Jinx does no damage. They desperately need some armor penetration on him.
And in game 3, the Nidalee wasn't it, but in game 4, the K'Sante is doing so much work. He wasn't the tank we were looking at, but he damn well should have been.
But look at how well you're pulling people apart here as MKOI. Skewmon goes over the wall to deal with Jojo Pune, which means that then Hansama is only hitting on towards Mirwin in the front line here, whereas Supa is getting damage done. Jojo and Elyoya have the damage to get through Skewmon, and it's just not enough in the tank yet for G2 to carry these fights, but they keep taking the fights.
100%. Every time the fight gets split up, a lot of their opportunities disappear. The Orianna not able to find that impact. It was a 2K gold lead, and yet Caps walks in on the first fight, gets caught off on the side in the second fight, has not been able to put that lead to good use.
And that was the thing. It's the solo laners, the core of G2, that have made some crucial errors. Caps getting caught. Then it was Broken Blade dying in the 1v1 versus Mirwin, which then set up for the Adacon on the bottom side of the fight. These are the members that are supposed to rise up in these moments, but it's MKOI who are taking them down.
Now Jojopyun on the hunt. He's so tanky with the Roa, with the Seraphs.
And Jojo's about to get his Rod of Ages up to 10 stacks here. He's so damn close to level 16.
He's going to tick over very quickly. One more wave is enough. 15 immediately ticks up. One more creep is going to give it to him. Production, I know you've got it ready. You can slam it a little bit early. The Kassadin has finally, well and truly arrived. G2. If the odds weren't stacked against them enough, it's only going to get harder from here.
But what a moment for MKOI, for what it looked like. Inevitable game 5. Now maybe just teetering back in their favor. They're starting to set up the push in mid, starting to lean in towards that bottom side, starting to believe that maybe they can carry this game forward. But G2, 3 items now on towards Hans Sama. I think they're just one last whisper away from Hans Sama being able to tear through a lot of what MKOI defenses are.
Caps playing with fire a little bit.
So strange to see here. Like, Caps is the one that's up 1k gold, yet he can't even approach the wave up against Jojopyun. And it feels so difficult now for G2 to contest any sort of objective. We talked about it earlier, but Thresh is like, yes, it's so useful when you're ahead, but when you're behind, even if he lands a hook, it's just not enough.
Yeah, the amount of targets you can reliably hit at this point is really just to squish your members. But even Elioyo, if you don't have perfect follow-up, Supa can arcane shift out. Jojopyun is so difficult to lock down. He's also pretty damn tanky as well.
But it's so difficult to lock him down, but you don't know where he is. G2 are just struggling to get vision in their own jungle. They're struggling to spot where MKOI is, and so much of Skewman and LeBron is consistently needing that vision to be able to hold MKOI in place. Now it feels like they're going into the dark, and it is filled with terrors.
And again, it's all eyes on Hans Sama. I feel like I said it in Game 3. It ended up being so much about how well Lebrov and Skewman work together on the Alistar and the Vi. But in this game, even more than the Kai'Sa game, it is all eyes on this Jinx to carry. 3 items now, but needs armor pen.
He needs
and that's what's infuriating about playing against this K'Sante in so many other games. This would be a PowerPoint. As Jojo doesn't, he takes half his health for free, and Caps, credit to him for the confidence, knows that he has a Lantern waiting. But you just cannot live in a side lane against this Kassadin as Caps.
Especially as he's starting to get Ocean Dragons, so he's just going to continue to get this nice little bit of regen. You've got a minute and a half until that next Ocean Dragon is up and available, and honestly, with the positioning that you have, I think this is where you send Jojopyun on top. Yeah, they're about to go for it now, and then you can have him threaten that tier 2 in the top side, get more gold on towards him.
Oh,
Mirwin in behind.
TP behind. MKOI confident. They want to force something here. Push back from Skewman to Solid. LeBron flashing out on the wall, trying to make sure his 80 carry has way out. Elioyo looking to catch up. Broken Blade on the side. Hans Sama getting lower and lower, and he's taken down from downtown. And it's Supa who finishes the job. LeBron caught out as well.
They just catch Hans Sama perfectly. The Lantern, the flash, everything used to try and escape, but the Kassadin's claws are around the throat of G2.
And MKOI identified their team comp so perfectly, flanking to make Hans Sama's game unplayable. As they take down Hans Sama, they will take down the Nasher. And you got to start to feel that maybe this series is going to MKOI.
MKOI, a team that was doubted so many times, so many steps along the way. Beat KC twice to be here, fell once to G2, but are not looking to make the same mistake twice, learned from their failures, prepped for this series as well, and that preparation is paying off.
But it isn't prep for just this series. This is prep that's a year in the making. It's prep and revenge that is starting to come to fruition as G2 trying to take down Mirwin in the top side, but MKOI are collapsing.
Caps shadowing behind. G2 ready to force the fight. Decent chunk comes in from Supa. Broken Blade relatively unfazed. MKOI continuing to poke, continuing to threaten. Jojopyun ready to start that Drake solo if needed. Doesn't have a jungler around though, so might be a bit risky as we take a look back.
And it's a great TP here from Jojo and a great flank by Mirwin. You can see they're approaching from both sides. So Lebrov here, I love how he plays it. He throws the Lantern on Hans Sama. Hans Sama waits, and then he flashes over the wall with the lantern. But it doesn't matter. You have a lantern, you have flash on Thresh, and you have the Jinx flash, but it's still not enough to get away from this Kassadin.
And that was the thing. Who locks down the Kassadin? Who keeps his Kassadin in check? There's now 3 items onto Jojo Pyun. Super untouched, living his best life as an AD carry in the backline. And now a 3rd Ocean Dragon going to MKOI with G2 stuck in the base, floundering.
And again, after the last death, Hansama was able to pick up the last Whisper, but he needs more money, he needs more time, and again, it just feels impossible in an even game state to be so much easier to play, but the vision isn't in their favor, the gold is not in their favor, the scaling debatable, but it feels like everything is stacked against G2 now.
And to add on to that, now LeBron has no flash, Hansama has no flash cleanse. If it was difficult to outplay the flanks before, it's next to impossible now. They need a fight that's just a standard front to back under a tower where they can kite back in one direction, and that's where Hansama can actually thrive. Because if they leave their base, it's impossible to find a good fight.
Very true. But outside of Supa, still relatively short range from MKOI, so the siege is difficult. They don't want to face check into this Orianna, the control mage from G2 providing a bit more protection. So as big as this Baron looks, a lot of it's just those tier 2s falling. Some of the kills that came through. Not enough to build a bigger lead as Mirwin once again. Power of the Xante W, the Pathmaker. Jojo finally splitting. This might be the wave where they can get more.
Everything is being pushed down towards this bottom side, and now Jojo getting a lone time top. Elyoya almost solo taking that mid lane turret. G2, they're being stretched too thin. They can't hold on.
But you can see Broken Blade in the isolated 1v1 if you can find it. Still powerful against this Kassadin. Still unconcerned about that damage.
But this Xante takes no damage. So it's so difficult wherever this Xante goes. MKOI can click forward. As they're gonna get the bot inhib, they're gonna get the mid inhib tower. It's just looking so damn dire for G2.
Jojo standing off to the side, Caps fishing for the perfect shockwave, needs to find it, anything less won't be enough. Poke going in from G2. MKOI happy to play this one slow, patient, controlled.
And Mirwin threatening the side. That's why G2 have to fall back. They can't expose the flank like that. And MKOI know it. They step forward proudly into the base of G2. And what do they have to respond with?
G2 can't find an angle. Ulti goes out. Supa. Some major cooldowns burn. Maybe an opportunity to force a fight, but again, it's so tough. The Skarner and the Mundo are not instantaneous engage options. The hook from LeBron won't hit either.
But if you leave mid, top falls. If you don't leave mid, top falls. It's all over the place here. And G2 just trying desperately to push them back. Supa very low though. Means that maybe G2 have found the angle they need to hold on.
Mirwin might be in trouble here, as I think G2 could look to chase him with Broken Blade slowing him down, but they're gonna think the better of it. But they're able to hold on, losing only one inhibitor against this Nashor. It's a small win, but it is still a win. But the question now is, 2 minutes, Ocean Soul spawning for MKOI. How does G2 leave their base and not get flanked and just die?
I wish I had an answer for you. Unfortunately, I'm not a professional player, so I don't have to answer that question, Jack. It is so damn difficult because the thing is it's all about Hansama. A perfect shockwave from Caps is great, but yeah, again, how do you leave your base to get it? Hansama, you have a lantern, you have so many tools to protect you, your flash and your cleanse are up, but that is a 4K lead on that Nefiri, and that is a level 18 Kassadin. There are just not enough cooldowns in the game League of Legends to keep you alive. 4 supports could not keep this AD carry standing.
It's a 100 CS lead on this Nefiri. Elyoya has just quietly built up a massive advantage as he's been starving Skewmon of all his caps. It's a 4-level lead as well, with this Nefiri being level 18 to level 14 on the Skarner.
The siege is about to begin again. Jojo Pyun pushing in this top side. Supa in the mid. MKOI trying to see if this can be the last stand, if they can finally break G2, but Jojo going to spot LeBron.
LeBron flashing forward, looking for the hook. Predicts, but only gets the flash.
But look at the mid lane. The immediate pings on towards that inhibitor. MKOI want to collapse. Caps in trouble.
Q1 not going to connect. Q2 hitting Broken Blade, summoning the dogs forward, and he's taking a lot of damage. Ulti on the Caps. He just wants to force that cooldown out. If he's forced to use it on the Fury, the fight is so easy. Elyoya hurts. Goes untargetable. Resets, pushing the mid lane in their favor. Soul 50 seconds away, Baron 20 seconds away, and G2 just aren't going to be able to approach the objective.
Super creeps to the
Ulti goes in. LeBron missing the hook. It goes completely wide. The McHale's not doing much of anything. Ulti from Skewmon doesn't connect. Elyoya looking for the reset. LeBron going to get taken down by the dogs. Finding it.
Mirwin running, but he's not so tanky anymore. Finally, they have the damage to get the job done. Broken Blade just continues to walk forward. 1,000 gold in his back pocket, but it's the TP from JoJo. Mirwin on a rampage. Cap's taken out. Hatsama is not enough. Vamos, Koi!
Koi might have just battled their moment in the tank battle. It's Mirwin that wins.
Careless beatdowns. Oh, bro, beatdown. Movistar Koi!
And what a damn series from Movistar Koi here, as they show, despite a tough early game, that they can bounce back and they can dominate as they win the spring split.
They were supposed to be the most inconsistent, the most unreliable, but every single time they have standed tall, they have faced that challenge, and they have come out on top.
The moniker of most improved, the moniker of the hardest working, but it's the trophy ceremony presented by Kia that is their prize at the end. Cheer and clap and be proud of your LEC champions, Movistar Koi!
Feels so well earned. A team of what feels like 5 friends just worked so hard.
And for Elyoya, wanted a new team, a new lineup, built around him. Players he had faith in for so many years showing up. Players no one expected. JoJo Pune lifting the trophy in EU.
Mirwin lifting his first ever title.
So deserved. I'm so happy for Mirwin. One of the best players I've ever played with. Incredibly hard worker, incredibly intelligent. His creative thinking. It's nice to see. Crazy, the return of Melset really feels like it brought a new life to this team.
Sometimes that's all it takes. Who shows up on the day, who finds that momentum in the final moments of the season. And for so many teams, the knowledge that they had locked MSI, even if consciously they knew they wanted more, would undercut that desire, that drive to win here domestically, but not for Movistar Koi.
But it has been a long, hard-fought road. Winter last year, the first time so many of these players played in the LEC, it looked like maybe they could do it only to be denied by G2. But just over a year later, with blood, sweat and tears these guys have put in over the course of that period, they now stand as the champions of Europe, and such a well-deserved title for everyone on that stage.
It feels like a new era of our league. It's no longer G2 domination as they lose back-to-back splits.
And we're in a world where, by default, because it's always been this way, I expect a new team to rise and be the undisputed #1. But perhaps for the first time in the history of our league, it will never be a safe bet. There will never be an easy answer to who comes out on top. But with the momentum MKOI have now, with the performance they showed today, I imagine it'll be them looking to stamp their name on successive trophies to build their own dynasty.
And become the new team that everyone looks at for that rivalry. It was KC that looked at them, now maybe G2 that are looking at them as well. An incredible performance from MKOI to take themselves to the top.
It feels so poetic in this France versus Spain rivalry.
Of course, you've heard enough from us. Let's hear from one of the victors themselves. Lore is standing by with Elyoya.
Thank you so much, guys. Elyoya, congratulations on winning your fourth LEC title. What are your first reactions after winning this one?
I mean, it's a lot of emotions right now. They are all really positive. I have a special relationship with this LEC. I feel like I've been chasing it for so long, like for 2 years, since I was the last time I won it. I feel like I've worked so hard for this one. I have to be thankful to everyone of my team because, yeah, it was not only me. We are a team.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, it's really special that I'm able to win this one.
Jojo, you're here, so I actually have to ask. You came in the LEC wanting to shit on EMID. not only you're qualified in MSI as a North American import, but you also won an LEC title.
I mean, I don't know, words can't explain it. I think we worked way harder than any other team this split. We went through so many ups and downs, I can't even describe how many, so it was all worth it, you know? No joke, I knew this would happen with how hard we prepared, how hard we practiced, so I'm just happy.
Elioya, do you have any words on the very first North American import we had in the league, Jojo?
I mean, I think he proved he is the best in Europe. He came from NA after beating me. He beat me, now he comes here, he beats everyone. Yeah, I think he proved how good he is. I also have to be thankful because he's been a really great teammate. I really missed this from people. I think he's been really hungry since the beginning. I think that was lacking a lot in my previous team, so I'm really thankful that I'm surrounded by people like him.
Absolutely. Jojo.
The glazing is kind of crazy.
The glazing is crazy, but the glazing is deserved. Anything you want to tell about your jungler before I let you join Sharks?
No, but really, I mean, Yoya is definitely the most hungry and passionate player I've ever played with. So I think the fire, especially that came from me, it's just contagious because I think just Yoya sets an example as a leader. He really wants to win, which makes everybody want to win that much more. So I couldn't have asked for a better leader, you know? Cabra. Congratulations,
Jojo, Yoya. Congratulations again. I have so much I want to ask you because in the LEC season finals, Spring Finals teaser, rather, you said that you work more than anyone else. Tell me about your dedication, your work ethic, and the work you put in to get in here today.
I mean, for sure, we've worked more than any other team. I think there is just no more hours in the day to work. Like, we've been through a lot. We've been through rain, we've been through storm. Sometimes I was making a storm, sometimes Jojo was making it rain. Yeah, I feel like we've been through so much and we put so much work because we really wanted it. So it was no time, like it was a matter of time that we would get it.
Any comments on your very first LEC title? Not a lot of players get to win in.
I mean, it's hard to take it all in right now because, I don't know, I think just probably tonight I'll go crazy. Right now I'm I'm feeling too many emotions, so I don't know how I feel right now, but it's just, I'm grateful to be here, you know?
Elioya, this is your 4th title. Do you want to dedicate this one to someone special?
Yeah, I mean, this one I want to dedicate to Melzet. He's been with me since the beginning of my career, and just now he had a child. I hope I can make this memory as special or as close as I can to what he's feeling right now with his son, but yeah, just all the work that he has always put in, all the feelings that he has just shared with me and everything. I mean, this one's for him, he earned it, and also for his son and Laura, yeah.
Shout out to him.
I agree. Melzet's GOAT, Zev GOAT, Hansen GOAT, Lewis GOAT. I mean, just all our coaches have done an amazing job. Without them, I don't know, we'd be kind of cooked. So.
Do you guys want to give a shout out to the fans as well?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to all the fans that are supporting us. Shout out to, this is personal, but shout out to my mom, my dad, my sister, my friends, my girlfriend, everybody watching. You know, it's just.
Sorry, I have to also do a last one.
Please go ahead.
Also, I mean, thank you, Ibai. Thank you, co-streamers. Thank you, everyone that has been a part of the journey. We are a team. The people supporting is a team. We are not only the players, it's also the people behind. I know the co-streamers behind. I know how much behind Ibai has done for this project. So, yeah, I think this LEC is also for you, and obviously to my parents that have always been with me. So, yeah.
A lot of emotions on this stage right now, guys. Thank you so much. We're not done. We're gonna hear from the whole team. We're gonna hear more from you as well. So for now, I'm gonna send it over to Sharks. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're gonna continue the party with everybody. And here we've got Supa, Mirwin, and Alvaro. And who wants to begin? Alvaro, you're closest to me. Congratulations. I mean, can you believe it? Talk to me about the final moments because I was watching and you were like, I think we did it.
I mean, coming today, I think I was very confident because we have faced already G2 before. I didn't want to make the same mistakes as the last time when we beat KC and then we lost into G2 the next day. But right now I'm just feeling happy because I think for the fans they deserve it, for the people in the club they deserve it, and also ourselves we deserve it after 1 year and a half working. So yeah, I'm really proud.
Some people never make it in a lifetime. You did it in a year and a half, and it could be the start of something crazy. So I want to talk about that a little bit, but I'll let Finn talk to his boy Mirwin first.
Mirvin, I've watched you for so long now, and I'm so happy. Congratulations for winning. I'm so proud of you for doing this. How did it feel today to finally beat Broken Blade, who has stumped you in the finals before?
I mean, it's a fact. Like, I cannot deny it. I think he's a really good player, and the first final I played, I think I had an insane first game, and then I just completely disappeared from the series. But I think I learned a lot from the mistakes I did before, and I think now every time I match him, I'm a really good opponent for him, and I think today I just played way better than him, at least this game. I consider myself to be the MVP of the fourth game. Not the others though, but the fourth game, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I think you had a great series. Today and yesterday, we don't talk about some of those other games. Supa, you have been talking about visualizing, and you said at this point I'm visualizing lifting the trophy. So was it better in real life?
I mean, people hate me a lot last year because I say that I was the best. I just was seeing the future. So I know everyone is waiting, but I think finally I proved that I'm the best ADC in Europe.
Yeah. They're gonna keep going. I love it. Finn, that's one hell of a statement.
That is one hell of a statement, but he can now back it up. He knew it before everyone else, and now he has shown that there is the weight behind those words.
Yeah, he talked his shit and he backed it up. Perfect. Let's talk about kind of how the series went then, because there was, with this early game, Alvaro, a threat of it going to a game 5, but I want to know what the comps were like and kind of the decisions were like, and also if you already had that thought of, even if it goes game 5, we got this in the bag today. Talk about your confidence in the team.
I mean, after putting 2-0 in the series, you have 3 chances to still win the finals, but we were not thinking about the result. We were thinking that it's a 0-0 still, and we wanted to be the most calm possible. We didn't see ourselves still lifting the trophy, and we just lived on the present. But, I mean, coming into this game, I think since I'm not that confident on Leona, I was seeing a bit of a struggle in early game, but later on, you know, like this guy just carried the game, and then we escaped with Yo-Yo Ping with the Casa team, so I was... when we started playing a bit more the game, I saw that there is no way that we can lose.
You're telling me you're not confident on Leona, but you first picked it anyway? Yeah. And then took that insane trade level 2 to snowball the game. I mean, I want to see what you can do in a champ you're confident on, if that's the low confidence.
Yeah, that's insane. What's your read on it holistically, right? When you played G2 now, when you played them a week ago, and it was a whole different story, Mirwin. What do you feel the biggest difference was?
I think our preparation is the main change, I would say. I think since we use all our effort in the winner bracket to play into KC, I think into G2 we went prepared, and we were surprised on how they play. I think they were playing really good on 2 lanes and with the side lanes, and I think now for this series we prepared a lot, like way better compared to the first series, and I think it showed. So I would say it's preparation.
Okay, and Supa, what about you? Because the bot lane had a hard time also last time around, right? What did it come down to this time?
I mean, I think the biggest preparation is, I think, the preparation, knowing what Hansama will do or knowing what is his strengths was the biggest difference. I feel like today I knew it pretty clear what he's good on it, what he wants to get, and what he will hate to play around it. So, you know, I think when we study that well and we prepare and we have a week, I think it shows pretty good. And that's a goal that we need to keep doing it every single match, and we need to improve, and we want to be the best team in the world.
And you get a chance now to go to MSI, which is an unbelievable tournament, the best in the world, and you've said big things before, Supa, and you backed them up right here, right now. So do you want to say anything about the international competition at MSI?
I mean, right now, I'm so excited to play into the best in the world, but I think we are gonna get the level to fight back-to-back with every single team in the world, but right now we have a lot to work to do, and we will fight to be the best team in the world, but we need to put the work now.
Yeah, they do. It can be a whiplash, right, sometimes when you come off a championship into that heavy international competition.
I mean, going to internationals is always, you don't know what to expect. The first week of scrims, sometimes you get hit in the face, and sometimes you think, mate, maybe it's not that hard, and then you get it week 2 instead. So I wonder, do you have any strategy to kind of deal with the fact that you're going to go against all these incredible teams? Do you just want to soak up as much information as you can from them, or do you think you're going to hit them hard in the beginning as well?
I mean, I think we have our first experience in the Worlds, and we realize how you will feel, how you will adapt, and how fun it is to learn from this. So I think we need to prepare really well mentally. Will be hard the first weeks, but we need to use that time to be the best possible, get the more practice, and if we get it with a good attitude, I think we are gonna step up a lot.
Yeah.
Awesome. There is something that I always have to ask our first seeds who go to internationals, Mirin. There's a problem the last couple of years. You can't beat NA, like it's super embarrassing. So is there anything you can say towards that's for sure not gonna happen? You have Giorgio, of course, so.
I'm sorry I couldn't listen anything.
Oh, that's okay. That happens to me a lot. We've been getting embarrassed by NA a little bit the last couple of years as EU. So as our first seed, do you want to say anything about that?
I mean, I'm pretty sure NA fucking sucks. That's what I can say.
And we have the best NA player.
Yeah. We have Yo-Yo Pion. We got the good thing from NA, which is Yo-Yo. So we will show who is daddy here.
Okay, listen, that's the quote I was looking for. Production, did I hear we are ready for? We are ready, so without further ado, let's find out who our Kia Finals MVP is.
And your 2025 Kia Spring Finals MVP is Elioya! And to give him his medal, I would like to welcome a very special guest. Skane, would you please come with us?
Qué momento,
I don't know. I don't know.
Skane, thank you so much. I will of course talk with you later, but Elio, yeah, I remember when I did your very first interview, the first time you won a split, it was in 2021 in spring. That final, you won Rookie of the Splits.
Yeah.
For your fourth title, you win MVP. What a career.
Yeah, I mean, as I was talking with Jojo, like the first time we both won, it felt like it didn't feel as rewarding as this time, because we come from winning, like a first split, we come into the league, we both won. It felt like everything was new. It felt like even a bit surprising. And after this much work, like this one is really special. Like also getting the MVP for me is a huge achievement, so I'm really proud.
Winning is not easy, but keeping on winning, especially after so many years, staying at your level and surpassing the level that you had back then, for me, that's what is the most impressive. How do you reflect on your journey as a player from your very first title, on your first year, to the player you are right now?
I feel like it's a journey of my life, basically. Like, I feel like I have to share many things because this is my lifestyle, being a pro player. So I had to mature a lot, I had to learn a lot, I had to do things that I didn't even do in school. I had to read books. Like, I'm still reading books, I'm still learning on how to be a better athlete, and honestly, how to know myself better, that at the end is the most important. So yeah, my biggest takeaway from all of this is how much I'm knowing myself and how much I'm enjoying myself.
What is your drive? What is your drive after so many years? Because being at the top, then struggling, building your own project also, because you chose this player, you wanted to play with them. Tell me about all this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the drive is always going to be there. I think it even increases. Every time I feel more motivated, my goal at the end is to win Worlds. So I just have to do everything I can. Everything is in my hand. So then I have no regrets. I know this is a blessing to be able to work, to have this job. Not many people can. So Yeah, I mean, this is my drive.
Any closing thoughts on MSI, the upcoming international tournament? Happy to see you back there.
Yeah, I mean, this time is not gonna be like the previous internationals. Like, we are gonna come much more prepared. So we are coming for every other team.
I cannot wait, Eloya. Gracias por la entrevista. Thank you so much. Congrats again on being the MVP. And Shocks, over to you once again.
Thank you so much. We're pretty sure this is like 8 out of 11 internationals that he could have gotten to, that he got to. It's insane. About MSI, well, I'll tell you when it starts later. It's in a little bit. A couple more questions to you guys, and I'll let you go because I'm sure you want to party with everybody and your loved ones. Alvaro, when it comes to kind of seeing the work that you've done with this team, similarly to Elioy and where you started, I feel like, and I hope this isn't kind of out of pocket, but I feel like when you get to a winter finals so quickly into your development, that maybe that warps your expectations. Like, you expect so much from yourself, and then I feel like that it kind of fizzled, right? Can you talk about that journey of kind of maybe having to learn about yourself and bringing yourself down back to earth to make sure that you can get this trophy?
I think for sure when we entered into the LEC and we did the finals on the first split, we didn't know when was going to be our next final. And it's something that Melted has been saying to us every single time. The finals are a thing that you can and you need to enjoy because you don't know when you're going to play your next final. And today we went with the mentality, let's enjoy, because this happens little times in your life. And I have always this mindset when it comes to finals, and that's why I think we are the stronger team.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely. You made the most of it. It's so crazy. I want to give a little shout out to the fact that in 2 finals back-to-back now, we saw Casey in winter and we see Koi here in spring. And you have to give it to the fans, Finn. You have to, because what kind of a unbelievable power is behind these teams right now?
Yeah, I just think the fans deserve so much. I think all the passion by the fans. I think we want to see these games in arenas. I think the fans deserve so much, and just so much kudos. I think their passion, their drive, you can feel it here in the arena, you can feel it behind the screen, and you can feel it when the teams play.
Yep. It's crazy. They deserve arenas, they really, really do, and you're going to get them at MSI. We do have, I think, Laura also standing by, again, sitting by with someone very special.
Someone very special indeed. Skane is with me yet again, handing out medals, now interviewing. But we had to talk to you. You've been so close to this player. You saw the very beginnings of this project into them lifting the trophy today. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Koi feels like a family. These guys, Alvaro, Supa, I actually duo with Supa. Mirwin, Eljoya is one of my best friends. Legit is like a brother to me. He's actually one of my best friends in life. I love Jojo. He has been like a part of the family as well. From the beginning, we were talking. I don't know, Koi feels like a family, Las Carpas as well, all the fan base. And even the Koi streamers, Ibai that cannot be there, Reven as well, like the Koi family, it's insane. We love the players. And each win, each lose feels like so win, so bad. We are so attached to the team and it feels really amazing.
Yoya was talking about the struggles and them getting there, actually working to get there. As you spend a lot of time with them, you saw their struggles, you saw their progress. What does this title mean for you today?
This titles means a lot because, for example, with Eljoy, I'm really close, and I know that he has been through a lot of things. He actually wanted this. This is his project, you know, like Loki, like the Phoenix Racing, and knowing those things, like it attaches you like in an emotional way that it's really cool to see it and really cool to see them succeed. We lost in like 2024 winter. We went to Worlds. It was really sad losing against GAM, for example, but then we raced back. The guys won. I love them, we love them, and this team is like our life, legit.
And now the journey continues. Skane, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Las Carpas, as well, and Shocks, one last time, over to you.
Back to you, Shocks.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. We're going to sign off here in just a second. I just wanted to see if any of you wanted to say anything to anyone that you want to say for this win.
I mean, I want to give a shout out, to all the fans and also my family that came to see me here. with this jersey and my family, I didn't lose a single game, so I just hope they come to every single game that we play with this jersey to confirm the luck.
Let's book the flight.
Thank you guys. I love you too, coming here.
Yeah. I mean, I want to thankful especially to my girlfriend because she was cheering for me all this year, believing in me, coming to Berlin, cheering for me. And this makes me so special because she can't be here with me, but this one is for her because I think I pulled out an insane performance thanks to her.
Sure did. Alvaro, final note?
I mean, I want to send much love to my mother and my brother who are probably watching this. She doesn't understand English, so my brother will translate it. But also to all the fans that are supporting us, Las Carpas from here, people from home, thank you a lot for the support. And this win is also on you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Of course, we'll see you at MSI. We'll also see G2 at MSI. I know the fans are still here. Europe is behind both of our teams. Let's go. We absolutely are. We're so excited to watch. MSI will start on the 27th of June. As you can see, I think people are aware, but Las Carpas and the Samurai, they actually have a really nice relationship. The fan bases are feeding off each other. So, MSI, 27th of June. LEC Summer Split, August 2nd. LTA, right now, 10 p.m. CEST, Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion. That was it. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching the Spring Split. It was an absolute pleasure. And we'll see you at MSI with Movistar KOI and G2.
Nice, it's huge. Nice,
Fucking go skew. Ja, dit is goed right, oké? Goed right. Go naar. Berkeley naar eigen tinggalista. Amati meri. Coming, we win.
Perhaps, has he taken the bait? Flash in, Taunt right now. He's just sprinting out. Bro. Round 2. Going in. Taunt is there. Flash perfectly layered CC, and down goes Caps.
Wow, what the f***? I think we win this.
Nice out after.
We're fighting, guys. We're fighting. No flash.
Elioya, has he overcommitted? The answer is yes. Alvaro is here. Oh my God! Turn it back! Comes down from the sky.
Bomba combo.
Joseph Juma. Bro, you're out there.
You know what happened?
They're just that good.
I'm looking at TV now. I'm zipping.
Keep looking on Zivri. She can't play.
Kill bro. So, slowly, guys. I'm not there. Copy. Slowly. Zeri zoned. We win this. Guys,
I'll chase Zeri first.
That's not going to stop Mirage from trying, though. Ulti through. Resets the Q. W. Solo kill!
Not to your father, bro. Not to your father.
I'm the
Vamos, KOI! Tearless, be damned! All pro, be damned! Movistar KOI! The perfect teammate! They take it all! And knockback, instant combo punches! What is Big Boss?
Bye.